So, we're in this happy little area where the Eye of Sauron is staring down at us from the Citadel. The Citadel being this black pyramid under which the evil god the Egyptian evil god Aten lurks, waiting for his chance to rise up and strike. The general lore behind this area that we're in right now is pretty fascinating. The whole notion of these sentinel gods that are I kind of pointed at Sekhmet there, but yeah, these sentinel gods that were destined for all of eternity to try to keep the Dark Lord Aten at bay. Aten, for those who don't know, is was an actual, I guess, Egyptian mythological god that the Egyptians, well, some Egyptians worshipped, but he was considered kind of an evil god back in the day. And there was one pharaoh who renamed himself, who called himself Akhenaten, which basically translates more or less to in the service of Aten. Kind of went, like he kind of like went all in on this whole Aten business and like tried to make him like the official deity of Egypt. And after he died, his son took the throne, and his son changed his name to he changed his name to something else, and he became who we all know now as King Tut or Tutankhamun. So it, like, a lot of this game's lore is based on mythology and stuff that happened in real life, or at least is documented to have happened. But it's fascinating, this notion, like, this takes place in modern times, the idea that this evil god Aten is trying to come back, and he's trying to, and the pharaoh, the dark pharaoh that is, or the evil pharaoh that is buried here, Akhenaten, is trying to be brought back as well. It's fascinating. So, like, we have these sentinel gods, these statues here. There's a number of them. I think there's 7. There's Horus up here. There's Anubis over here. So there's 7 of them in total. They've been imbued with the spirits of the Grand Vizier at the time. His 7 children have been trapped here for all of eternity. Their spirits, at least. And whenever you do quests for these sentinel gods, you hear the voices of these children who are like, you know, they're doing their duty, and they're like, you know, they're happy to help, but they're also like scared, and they want to just go home and be with their dad. And it's like, oh man, it's kind of a bummer, but it's fascinating storytelling if nothing else. Well, in the lair, dude, hell yeah, Raven, absolutely. Can I ask which lair you're in? Also, McMagic, what's up, dude? You're enjoying it, but yeah, it's yeah, for sure. No, I don't doubt it, McMagic. I know you were saying the other day that, like, it's a little bit overwhelming at times. I don't blame you one bit. I mean, this game's great. Again, I love the lore, I love the story, I love the goofy shit, like the spider motorcycle we have right here. Like, this game's great. But yeah, like, if it's, you know, if it's taking up too much time or what have you, then I totally understand it, because yeah, I love this game to death. But no, I totally recognize that yeah, it can be very time consuming and it can be very demanding. I mean, there's a lot of game to this game. I mean, I've probably streamed about 60 to 70 hours of it, and we're roughly halfway through the main story, but there's still quite a whole lot. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure, Adam. Yeah, by all means, yeah, take whatever you need to do, whatever you need to do to rest up, and just take it easy, dude. No need to push it. But thank you again for stopping in. Thank you very much for subscribing. Again, I can never emphasize enough, that kind of thing is never expected. You know, I'm just happy to see you, or happy to chat with you, but thank you again, man. It's always good. Always good, and you're very generous. I miss you too, buddy. Yeah, no, I think about it frequently, the whole, you know, a lot of our mutual friends, you know, which are just the social weirdness that has been this year. I know a lot of us, myself included, are certainly looking forward to, you know, greener and more positive things in the future when it comes to, you know, once the vaccines are available. And oh, this guy's got the cool lightning stuff. Once vaccines are available, and this little guy, oh, he's rolling around. That's so cute. No, it's like, you know, we got things to look forward to, but still, it's shitty right now. So, and it sounds like things will likely be shitty for a little bit longer, just because the next few months are probably going to be pretty unpleasant as far as having to stay indoors, and, you know, we'll hear probably, you know, not so good things about the numbers when it comes to confirmed cases and confirmed deaths, all that jazz. So it's still scary out there, and people, you know, of course, we all have to be careful, we all have to be safe. But yeah, here's to hoping, man. Here's to hoping. Anyway, for anyone wondering why I'm going back this way, I've kind of gone back and forth on this a little bit, but I think I've made up my mind. I think I want to go back and do the Tyler Freeborn stuff before we finish Egypt. The reason is that I feel like the Tyler Freeborn stuff, I mean, it's really dang good, and I know that it's more heavily reliant upon, I think it's going to be the Savage Coast. I think it's more heavily reliant upon the lore from the Solomon Island stuff, from New England. And I feel like if I do a bunch more Egypt stuff, like that lore is going to be closer to the top of my brain. So I feel like it would probably behoove me to do the Tyler Freeborn stuff sooner rather than later, while the Solomon Island lore is still relatively fresh in my head. Because the Egypt stuff I feel is a lot simpler. You know, it's really just the Atenist cult, whereas Solomon Island, you had like all these competing forces. You had the Filth, you had Beaumont, you had Morning Light, which also kind of like poked its head in from time to time. So like there were other things at play. There were like a lot of moving pieces. So since the lore is a lot simpler in Egypt, there's not quite as much like diversity. Does it start in Blue Mountain? Okay, cool. Thank you, Inner Voices. Yeah, in my head I was like, shit, I can't remember where it starts. And I think you might be right. I remember I stumbled upon the SD card that starts it all off. But yeah, the more I think about it, I think you're right. I think it's going to be in Blue Mountain, which is not too terribly far from where we are, so we can go and hop up there. Oh, we got friends. Hello, friends. Oh wait, are these human people? Yeah, they're human people. Yeah, it's always cool when there's other human players around here. I'm not by myself. Oh, man. But thank you all for being here. I hope everyone had a good week. I know the first week back from a holiday it can be a bummer. It can be exhausting. So I know how that goes all too well. But I hope everyone's doing well. And just in general, thank you all for being here. Thanks for chilling. As always, I mean, I know we've all had a long week. I don't expect people to, you know, I totally understand if people need to hop off for whatever reason, or if they want to watch other streamers and whatnot. You know, it's always totally fine. I'm just happy to have people here in any capacity. I'm glad you guys are here, and I'm glad everyone's hopefully having an okay Friday. And I'm very excited to do the Tyler Freeborn quest, because as I remember them, they were some of the coolest quests in the game from a storytelling perspective, at least. And I'm really excited to re-experience it, and also to like remember it, like to have it like kind of jostle my memory, so to speak, as I remember loving these quests back in the day. Part of what reminded me about it was how we did issue 14 on Wednesday. We did can't remember what you would call that line of quests necessarily, but the quests surrounding the djinns, the evil djinn that we had to crack into, just the earthquakes and the tremors, and just how freaking cool that was. Also, we have a quest indicator for something. Oh, that's just to get back to Agartha, right? So let's see where the SD card is. So I think I happened upon it completely by accident somewhere over here. I think that's it right there. Yeah. But yeah, we did the issue 14 on Wednesday, and just that was so freaking cool, and it reminded me a lot of how, yeah, the Tyler Freeborn stuff was also very fascinating. So that was part of what has inspired me to kind of backtrack a little bit to the Tyler Freeborn stuff, just because that was so freaking neat. I did Priority, yeah. No, I had mentioned before every once in a while that I like that photo a lot, and I don't know if I love this photo either, but I definitely want some kind of more permanent face, like profile picture thing. I feel like the oh, I just noticed we still have the Kill the Dungeons Guardian thing as a quest that is indicated for us. A quest indicator. I guess it's referring to the thing we did earlier. It is, yeah. No, just to kind of tell the tale. I don't know. Like I've gone back and forth on this a bunch. I mean, I like the giant fake Afro pic just because it's a funny, silly photo, but it's not like not a good long-term photo. I don't think. I would like something that has like an actual logo to it. You know, I would like to commission an artist, and I have talked to Grace, my girlfriend, who is a graphic designer. She's, you know, a professional artist. I've talked to her about having her do something for me, and of course I've commissioned emotes by Jake, my friend Jake, who does great work. In fact, here let's do a little chat command for our boy Jake. He's a good dude, and he does great work. So, you know, I've got people that can do it for me, but I don't really have any ideas for what I would want for a logo. So at some point, this is really just a placeholder, and the Afro pic was a placeholder too. But I don't know. I kind of went back and forth a whole bunch on that photo just because I always worry about like it being taken the wrong way. I mean, I don't think anyone here. It's not that I'm like worried about any individuals, but I always worry that like. You think, you know, of course, afros, it's you know, predominantly a black culture, or like black American culture kind of thing for a lot of people. So like I wouldn't want to give anybody the wrong impression that like, oh haha, you know, hairdo funny, therefore black people funny. Like I wouldn't want to, like, you know, I wouldn't want to be weird about it, you know. I don't want to like be weird or give people the wrong impression. And it's never been a problem, and I've had that photo for a long time, probably at least 4 years now. But I don't know, it like I would always think to myself, I don't know if I love this, honestly. So if nothing else, the other photo that I have right now, that's like the only really good photo of me that that's like current and like is up to date that I have, really. It was taken from my brother's wedding a few years ago when I was the best man, and that was me giving my best man speech. And it was very nice. It was a very nice wedding, and it was, of course, it was a nice time because, of course, I was happy for my brother, and I still am. Him and his wife, and their now kiddo, which is exciting. So yeah, they got kiddo, and I'm actually going to be seeing them in a few days, hopefully, if all goes according to plan. They're going to be coming down to visit, and we're going to do our darndest to be really careful and really safe. I probably won't be doing any family gatherings outside of this one very brief one. Where everyone is, it'll probably be mostly indoors, but I'm hoping we can be outside for part of the day, or part of the visit at least. But it'll probably be pretty cold. But yeah, in my head, I keep thinking like of ways to do this in a way that'll be chill, because like, you know, we won't be eating or drinking anything. It'll just be, you know, just chatting with masks on, you know, in a hopefully fairly large open room. But yeah, it's exactly it. It's like, you know, I don't want to like shut myself out completely from family, but I've already said that, like, yeah, I'm definitely not doing like any Christmas gatherings. I've already said to turn down some invites from family members, and I feel bad about that. You know, I feel bad being the Grinch out here, you know, turning out being the party pooper. But God, I still think about Grace's dad, just how awful that was. I think about just the other day we had 3,000 deaths in the United States alone. It's like, that's in a single day, man. That's like the 5th most deaths ever, like in a single day ever in the US. So it's like, shit, dude, that like, it's like I just can't get over how like it's still bad. It's probably gonna get worse for a bit at least, and it's just not worth the risk right now, you know. It's like in this particular case of this gathering we're doing in a few days, I think like it'll be super small, just be myself. Well, I don't know why I said me, myself. It'll be myself, my brother, his wife, and our dad, and my brother and I's dad, at his place. And I'm thinking that, yeah, it'll probably just be like us, just, you know, keeping distant with masks on and chatting. I probably will only be there for like a half an hour, maybe an hour, so, you know, really abbreviated. And that's about as much as I want to go. Ooh, what's this one? Some stuff for logos? Ooh. Icons and photos for everything. Yeah, this would be like a good starting place, like, and maybe this is what I need priority, because yeah, like this kind of thing would be good, like just like kind of a place where you can use it as kind of like, if nothing else, like a springboard or a launch pad, as far as like, oh, if I start with something like this and then, you know, add my own touches or blah blah blah. It's kind of it's the kind of thing where I would want to work with an artist or a graphic designer who like specializes or is good at like coming up with logos for things, because there's a certain art to it, and I don't know what that art is, obviously, because I have no artistic background. But yeah, something like this would be a really good resource. Thank you for sharing that, priority. Free and open source, yeah, just give them credit. Oh, that's cool too, so you could just straight up use those assets and then just give them credit for it. That's kind of nice. Because yeah, I was thinking like some kind of resource where you could like, you have a series of icons or logo like things, and you can kind of use it as the basis for stuff. But yeah, thank you, priority. It's very helpful, my friend. Here's the quest, by the way, the search for Tyler Freeborn. This is a really cool quest. We're significantly over-leveled for it, but I don't really care about the combat for this one. I'm more concerned about the storytelling, because there's this discarded SD card, literally discarded, of a one Tyler Freeborn who was like making this like informal documentary of the happenings around Solomon Island, and it's a very cool quest. So let's get this party started, baby. Excited. 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 Excited.
I'm broadcasting from Solomon Island, inside a wall of fog. It's day, it's... Jesus, I don't know how long it's been. Or what day of the week... I'm Tyler Freeborn. Solomon Island has been entombed inside a thick mist. I'm not alone. There are others. Other survivors and... others. Prior to the event, I posted several video reports about the Orachi Science Outpost. Those reports were quickly censored. The feds paid me a little visit. National security, they called it. They made threats. It was all pretty clear. I had no choice. When the mist came, they put their camp into lockdown. Nothing got in, nothing got out. They were safe. It was like they were prepared. For the rest of us, far as I can tell, the survivors were either unconscious, asleep, tied up, or out of reach of the fog when it happened. A couple people I haven't been able to figure out yet. Either they got very lucky or something fishy's going on. I don't trust anyone. No one at all. There's military personnel on the island. There are parachutes in the middle of the night. They're most likely working with the Orachis. Or for them. You'd have thought that if they could get people onto the island, they could also get people off the island, but... maybe they don't want to help us. So what are they afraid of? The truth? Us? Are they afraid of us? Are we infected? And what about that mist? Why can't we pass through it? Does it contain toxins? A nerve gas? Nuclear fallout? Is it occult in nature, extraterrestrial? Whatever it is, it's the key to all that's happened, and I'm gonna find out. They were all warned. If you've been reading my blog and watching my podcast, you know they were warned. Again and again and... Jesus Christ, what the hell was that? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
See, under normal circumstances, I would be like, oh man, this dude's like a paranoid conspiracy theorist. But like, well, I mean, these are times to be paranoid and to have conspiracies for things. Because, I mean, yeah, in the events of this game's stuff, there's a lot of shit that goes down, and a lot of it's pretty weird and creepy. So let's go to see where he was filming it. Actually, I thought it looked like I thought he was filming from right over here. But the map indicator saying it's over that way. And actually, I guess that makes sense, because, yeah, he was right in front of what looked to be a beach. And this is far too rocky for that. So let's see if we can find where he was. He said he wanted to go inside the fog, which might be considered not the bestest of ideas for the sake of self-preservation and whatnot, just because the fog itself has caused so much havoc. So many awful things. Caused so many deaths, spawned so many monsters, all that jazz. You always yield to passing running zombies, by the way, always. So yeah, going into the mist is something that is a rather curious choice. But it's worth mentioning that, I mean, I guess up to this point in the story, we wouldn't have gone through the mist ourselves, at least. And of course, we got here through Agartha. George Turner, yeah, I think that's... Is that a person we've fought before? I can't remember. I mean, he probably won't fight us unless we get close. Let's see what's down here, looks like. So let's kind of search around for any signs of him, or signs of where he might have gone. Because, yeah, I think he would have been filming... I think just off that beach right there, actually. Is this where he lived? There's Nick Turner. So we got the Turner family, I guess. Is that another Turner? Look at that guy go, man. Dude, he's booking it. So I don't know if Tyler lived here, or if he was just passing through and just chose this as his destination here. Ellie Turner, yeah. So there's, I guess, the Turner family then. Let's jump down to the beach. That's probably where he went. Or where he would have gone. We're trying to trace his steps, though. Oh, now it's all green. So he's somewhere around here then. Are you guys gonna like try to fight me? I mean, I'm high enough level, they might just leave me alone. Yeah, unless I fight them, they probably won't try to fight me. Which is probably for the best, just because it would waste all of our time anyway. Alright, so we're looking for any clues for this guy. Of course, there's the pier right here. which would be a little bit convenient now, wouldn't it? So now, can I push this guy into the water? I cannot. It's an abyssal, what's the name? Trawler. It's got like a really cool and morbid looking spikes going out of the back. I wonder if that's supposed to be like a mushroom maybe? I don't know, it's hard to say. Let's take a look at this boat. Oh, here we go. Looks like that's a hat and some dog tags. Okay, well that's... Oh, and they're bloody. Wait, are they... A soldier's bloody dog tags? I can't actually read a name. Something... John something, maybe? No, so I don't think it says the word Freeborn, though. The name Freeborn, rather. Okay. So, but yeah, that's right. He did mention that, yeah, there were parachutes, military personnel that he observed landed, and of course we have ourselves seen that, yes, there is indeed a military base not too terribly far from here. Well, it's not really a military base, but like a military, encampment of sorts. Kind of a makeshift base, more or less. Let's go to see where that is. What's this handwritten note? I'm actually kind of curious. The fog got him, pulled him right out of my fingers, and they never came. Oh, and then they came back, right? Really? Couldn't expect me to pull the trigger on her, the dad, on dad, on the kids, or myself. But if you find us, put us out of this misery. I think it's probably the family that we just came from, right? Last will and testament. Yeah, the Turners, that's it. So I think we have to take out that family of zombies. Yeah, we can do this quest really quick. The fate of the Turners, right? Yeah, because when the fog came in, like he had said, like it apparently the whole effect is that anybody who wasn't asleep or indoors or somehow restrained or anything like that, yeah, put them all to rest. Anybody who was... Oh, I should probably not get hit by that if I can help it. There we go. Anybody who was outside and was exposed to the fog directly... oh god. I'm trying to turn the sound down a little bit. There we go. Yeah, they were like put into a trance-like state, and they just wandered into the water. And in some cases, yeah, like people tried to like restrain them or try to pull them back, and they would if they fought off of the advances, or not the advances, but if they fought off the restraints, yeah, they would just willingly wade out into the sea, let themselves drown, and then be raised as zombies, which is pretty fucked for a number of reasons. So George and then Gage. So here's George over here, and Gage. I'm not sure if we saw where Gage is actually. George might have been the one who wrote that letter. Is this Gage over here? In fact, it probably is, yeah. Interesting that whoever wrote the letter, they were cognizant enough for a while at least, which is interesting. Because, of course, all the zombies we interact with here are, well, you know, very mindless. Or at least for the most part. I think some of the, like, upper echelons of zombies do have some semblance of, like, memory still left. But, like, most of the zombies, yeah, they just don't remember much. Hey, what's up, Tots? Good to see you, buddy. It's totally a trap. I mean, what's the worst that could happen, right? It's not like they would be infected with a Cthulhian horror similar to like what happened with my webcam, where it got cursed while I was streaming and it got corrupted. Yeah, I'd mentioned earlier, we've got a clip of when the webcam died out, and it's pretty entertaining because yeah, it's just getting corrupted by the evils of this game. It's like we're playing this very Lovecraftian inspired game, and then that goes down, which is pretty fucking wild. I'm doing well though, Tots. It's good to see you, friend. I'm doing well. We're playing more of this cool game, Secret World Legends. I've got a cool spider bike, tarantula motorcycle, what have you, and I'm feeling pretty good about it. It's a good time. We're doing a very cool series of side quests called The Search for Tyler Freeborn, and it's a series of quests I did back in the day in the original version of this game, but it's been a long time and I can't remember all that it entails, so I'm kind of playing it again for old time's sake, and I'm pretty pretty excited about it. So one of the things, we just did the first piece and we're kind of looking for traces of Tyler, and one of the things is that we found a set of bloody dog tags, like soldiers' dog tags, near where he had filmed his last video. So we're gonna take a look on the computer, see if there's anything we can find there. Incident reports would probably be the most likely thing to look for. So the objectives: assess the deployment, the strength of hostile forces, all the zombies and monsters that are out here. The short answer is that there's a bunch of all those things, including giant crab hand, fleshy mountain things that sprouted out of the ground over there. Nice and weird. Engage hostiles, but don't attempt to rescue civilians because they might also be infected. That's correct. And also the filth, which is a separate thing too. It's all completely hacked. Scout the quarry. Identify the source of the bad shit. Satellite interference, right. Also there's CDC and Orochi individuals. Wait, what'd that say? Takes any survivors into custody, right. I mean, protective custody. That's the kind of custody, presumably. So, Fire Team Alpha. Operational Bravo, somewhere near the shoreline. Charlie, unknown. And then Delta, also unknown.
Bravo to Alpha. What's your 20? Over.
How about the Exodus Protocol? It'll be established if the authorities deem the area unrecoverable. All units would evacuate ASAP. I wonder... I mean, there's a couple things that could be. I know what the word Exodus means. Let's see. There's been a rise in restricted substance use.
Bugs incoming. We'll need backup and bug juice ASAP.
Okay, that's nothing super, like, weird, I guess. I'm looking for any other instances. There we go. Found a guy sneaking around and we took his camera, which was encrypted. So, Mr. Tyler Freeborn, that's the guy, to a safe house in the woods. Oh, wait, we took his camera. It was encrypted. Oh, so that means his camera's probably available somewhere, right? And the camera would... Oh, it was sent to Orochi for decryption. I got you. Also has a blog, monstersofmine.blogspot.ca, I guess .california, I guess, or something. I don't know. I'm not sure what CA would be. But yeah, sure enough, he was snooping a little bit too accurately, apparently. His conspiracy theorizing was a little bit too on the nose. Anything else? Stuff about gambling. Couple of brothers running a poker den out of their trailer. I mean, yeah. Private Emil came in but went in nothing but his skivvies. Oh man, they bled him dry, so to speak. Any others? Somebody going AWOL. Too many of our men being absent without leave. So yeah, being absent for duty.
They seem to nest in the forest, in the dark places.
But private cash was found inside the Orochi compound. Further inquiries are classified. Okay. Confirmed dead, turned up, but they actually were alive in a fortune teller's basement brothel. Oh my. Interesting. I know about that fortune teller lady, and I'm surprised that she would have something similar. I don't know, that's fascinating. Okay, well anyway, we found what we need. It sounds like... Oh, whoops, there we go. It sounds like we'll just have to find the safe house. Whoops. Where Tyler would have been taken. Oh, Canada! Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you, Tots. Yeah, I was like, really? What would CA be? Like, it'd be weird for California to have their own domain, but yeah, Canadian would have their own for sure. That makes sense. Similar to .uk and other similar types of deals. Right, so we have our next destination, friends. What we got? Oh, hi, extra dog. My doggy's being a good boy, buddy boy. He's like, you're goddamn right. I'm a good boy, Alex. I mean, he didn't say it that way, but it was implied pretty heavily. Do I want to do the side quest? An indication of hope on the ground. There are survivors. Sure. Follow the direction of the arrows. Oh yes, these arrows. All these things, okay. This is just gonna lead us to the military camp we just came from? I don't think it would.
Local bounty detected.
Also, take out some decomposed warriors. I mean, I might as well, right? Especially since we can pretty much one-shot them. Since we're very, very overleveled. So that's a very quick little bonus little deal there. Can't say I can't complain about that one too much. And it's good to unlock as many talismans and weapons as possible because that'll help us level up our gear that much better. Okay, well, there were survivors. Now there's a dead policeman and a Wendigo. The Blackthroat Trappers. Oh, have we been trapped? Well, good news is we're, like, gigantically overleveled for this mission, so we're doing okay. Unless there are indeed more people. More people to rescue, but something tells me the answer is going to be pretty limited as far as survivors. Probably mostly dead things. Dead and or eaten things. Yeah, we are at level 49, I believe. Oh, actually, no, I need to claim these as well, actually. Alright, so let's see, are there any other quests for our friends here? I need to look for more instances to gather supplies. Like this one, for instance. Oh, that's an objective. Increases it by 1? Sure. If they can all get this 100% of the time. Here, you get this one. And then, yeah, they're both level 13. You get this one. Cool. I saw one more Wendigo. I was gonna say there's probably at least one over here. Devour soul? Nah, no thank you. Then find some survivors to warn about the whole Wendigo trap, yeah. But yeah, so we're level 49, and these encounters are like more or less meant for level 23-ish. I mean, because yeah, by the time you do Blue Mountain, normally you would be expected to be like, yeah, early 20s when you first enter. And this is the zone that we're in right now is super close to the area where you first start the Blue Mountain. It's like that. Whoops. There we go. So our inventory is filling up quite rapidly once again. No surprise. Hey, Raven. Oh, yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay, my friend. Yeah, we're doing the Tyler Freeborn stuff. We are searching for him right now. The last clue we got was that he was somewhere up in the forests. In fact, maybe I should try to climb these hills. Because for some reason, motorcycles, I mean, really all mounts, but including motorcycles, are very, very good at scaling absurd shit like that. Absurd, like, mountainsides like that. It's those steep cliffs when they really shouldn't be. But yeah, we got the note about how the military personnel stopped him because they found that he was trespassing with a camera and all that jazz, documenting the stuff around the fog. They took the camera, and although the camera itself was encrypted, the footage of the camera was encrypted, presumably like the SD card or the hard drive. They sent the camera over to the Orochi group for them to try to decrypt it, while they sent Tyler to the safe house, which we've actually been to the safe house once before and found it stocked full of supplies. Skull Conductor. I think these people will leave us alone, won't they? Oh wait, no, he won't leave me alone, I guess. Some monsters will leave you alone if you're a high enough level, but I guess this guy is not one of such dudes. Yeah, it's a really cool questline. I remember really loving this back in the day when I played this, the first time at least. And it's been a long time, and I think I remember most of the main stuff. But there's a lot that I've certainly forgotten that I'm looking forward to rediscovering, or just to see how it's done in Secret World Legends, because I played it back in the original Secret World, but not in this particular version. So I'm curious to see if any of it's changed. But yeah, it's really cool how they've done it for sure. So it's a trailer key as well as a accompanying note. So this is the safe house where you would have stayed. And of course, again, it's lots of supplies. There's some fuel. There's food, water, I think, in the corner there. Yeah, so lots of cool stuff here in a bed. So he was doing well for a while, I guess. The Monsters of Maine. Rough draft for a final post, he says. They took your camera? That's right, yeah. The proof, it was all there. Military's all over him now. Going through his trailer, his records, his life. All the stuff in the podcasts, yeah. All those words, if he doesn't have some hard evidence, that's what he's going to do. Yeah, because, again, in like normal times, Tyler would probably be considered a bit of a conspiracy theorist, you know, like a crackpot conspiracy theorist, but clearly he's been onto something, even if, you know, some of it is outlandish. He was at least onto something with just the notion of what's going on with the fog. and tracking the military and the Orochi activities leading up to the fog's presence, as well as the fog itself being here, and of course all the happenings with the zombies and monsters. So, like, and under normal circumstances this would be a bit much, but I mean, well, he's onto something. To avoid combat if I can, just because it usually is very slow and unnecessary. Also, just riding a motorcycle up this very rickety wooden bridge. What's the worst that could happen, right? Now, is this the Gaia tree? Oh no, that's the giant motherfucking, like, plague bear. I think there's a quest that we can do that removes the wards to murder the plague bear, but I can't remember exactly what's entailed there. But yeah, you can see like part of his like skeleton is exposed. It's like a zombie bear. Zombear. yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, and here's a revenant here, so yeah, there's all kinds of weird shit in this game, man. All types of like wild monsters, like very strange monsters, but I like it though. I like how it all works out that way. I like that this game gets weird with their monster designs, but yeah, there's some pretty weird shit for sure. We'll just have to grin and bear it. Let me just land my motorcycle on a car from a cliff. Thankfully, it's a spider car. Or not my car, my motorcycle. Thankfully, it's a spider motorcycle. So which trailer it would be for? Oh, yeah, he lived in the trailer park, right? Okay. So let's just poke around and see which one it could be. Here's where old Joe lives. Old Joey. Old Joseph. There's a, so I live in a condo, which means it's pretty much like an apartment that I own, more or less, and which means I have a lot of neighbors that are like within the same building in which I live, as well as neighbors in like surrounding buildings, that kind of thing. So it's pretty much an apartment complex, more or less. And there's a building kind of on the opposite side of a, I guess for lack of a better phrase, like a ravine, or like a kind of a ditch with lots of trees and like some bushes. Here we go. This is where he would be. Oh, ouch. Wait, who's that? Who was that? Was that Tyler? No, it's someone else. This guy's booking it. Anyway, just to finish the story, so one of the people in the buildings outside of, like, one of the buildings other than the one I live in, they have a kitty cat whose name is Joey, and the cat is like 50 to 60% an outdoors cat. Of course, in winter, they mostly keep him indoors, but in times of good weather, you will frequently see Joey the cat out and about, being cute and like prowling around, just looking for stuff to eat, or looking for attention, looking for people to cuddle him. He's a good little kitty cat, but it's kind of like a neighborhood mascot, more or less. And so an Orochi person was poking around in Tyler's trailer, and the Orochi person got away, but we definitely saw the van, and we know there's an Orochi camp not too far from here, so we can probably follow where they went. I was thinking the exact same thing too, Tots. At one point, like, as I hear myself say the word Joey over and over again, you'll have to assume that I'm doing the face. You have to take my word for it that I'm doing the face. But yes, the first thing that comes to mind is, how you doing? Also, motherfucking helicopters shooting at me. What the hell is this nonsense, man? I saw it for a second there. Fly. Oh, there he is. Yep, flying up overhead there. So, well, actually, Orochi wouldn't have helicopters. Well, they would, but those look like they might be military helicopters. But I don't know. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be shocking if the Orochi Corps also had military-grade helicopters at their disposal. And I think I remember what's gonna happen. We could get another cool cutscene. Dude, look how fast he is. Well, this motherfucker said, get the fuck out of here, though. These things are fucking bulletproof. Good luck with that shit, homie. Oh! Yeet! Okay, that was dope. Yeah, they're like the paranormal, science fiction, military, science people. I mean, there's also the actual military, like the US military, and they're like definitely involved with Orochi in different ways. But yeah, Orochi are kind of their own beast, and in many ways are much more dangerous, much more capable. All right, so that boy just fucking yeeted that helicopter with the van. So here's the dude who was chasing us, I think. Oh, this is a dudette. That was a dude. I'm surprised that he, like, exited the vehicle just to die. So he was like, I'm just gonna lay here. Never mind. Alright, so let's take a look. It's in a book. Oh, shit.
I've seen this. I've been observing them for days now. They're fascinating. I mean, I always knew they were real. All the stories, the pictures, the research, the legends and lore. My grandfather's stories, all of it real. I never had any doubts about it. But to see one of them in the wild, to film it, that's something else. It's what I've worked for, what I've sacrificed everything for. This is literally the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. Of course, the rest of it is not so great. But still, I need to follow it. See where it hides, where it lives, where it came from. I'll need to switch this off, but I'll document my findings somehow.
Well, we can guess that wherever that came from, it's probably not very friendly. So, well, the creature isn't friendly, but its homeland also wouldn't be friendly. So that was just part one of a multifaceted, multi-part series of quests to see where Tyler has gone, what his findings have been, and what it will lead us to. It's interesting that he mentioned that, like, he sacrificed everything. It conjures up the image of, like, the stereotypical basement dweller conspiracy theorist who, like, has eschewed friendships and family to obsess over their conspiracies and whatnot. But again, in this particular case, this guy is, he was onto something. Even if there were other things that he might have taken too far, this is something that he definitely was correct to suspect. Dig into both military and Orochi on this one, and let's piss on the council while we're there, says KG. May as well go for all three, right? Make sure we're on the same page on the subject of Tyler Freeborn. Everything he's photographed or written is a threat not to Orochi or in the military, but also to us. Tyler is considered the enemy, says KG. If Orochi and the military can't handle him, then we will. Now, why would he be considered a threat? Maybe because he's like there's the worry that he could expose all this, I guess, because I mean, the Illuminati, I guess, would also have a vested interest in, like, keeping ownership over everything and disseminating information on their terms versus someone else doing it for them. Our name appears in the comments section of Tyler's blog. I don't like it when our name appears in the comments section of a blog, says Kirsten. Just in the comments, though. I don't know. I mean, it would make sense that Tyler would probably already be familiar with us, with the Illuminati in some way. Alright, so the SD card is still here. We can't actually, like, interact with it, but it's there. So let's look to see where it was shot, and of course we don't have to look, we already know because the game is telling us. What's she doing? The lady zombie there, she's just got her hands in the air like she just don't care. Yeah, it was the place where the Guardians are being observed, which looked like it was a foresty area. My webcam did bork. Yeah, it's a bummer. It's good to see the Black TriStar. My webcam might have borked. The bastard of the brine. My webcam might have borked, but you know what? It's okay, because I got cool people like Black TriStar to hang out with. I know I've been pimping this video a lot, and it's a fun video to pimp because it was a very fun moment that I enjoy, like, reminiscing to, like, looking back to enjoy, just because it was so silly and so absurd. Yeah, the tweet that went out, yeah, I tweeted about it, and of course I tweeted a picture, or the picture of the little, what if you would want to call it, the cover for my webcam, part of the overlay. I guess I could just, like, cover up that whole piece with just the background, but I was like, I want to have fun with this. Let's have fun and, like, truly indicate that the webcam is borked so that it's completely obvious. But yeah, it's a bummer that it borked, but I certainly enjoyed the manner in which it borked out, just because that was a lot of fun. It's just so silly and so absurd, playing a spooky game like this with, again, like, Lovecraft vibes and, like, sci-fi paranormal shenanigans, and then what starts to happen, but my webcam starts to like fizzle out. It'd be one thing if it just like died or like didn't get picked up by OBS one day, or it just went all black all at once. But no, it just kind of fizzled, and I think that's so much more entertaining and so much cooler and more menacing. And this game in particular is all about menace and all about the unknown and like eldritch horrors and all kinds of shit like that. So it's freaking wonderful, man. Yeah, cool effect, but a bad result. Yeah, no, I don't mind it though. I mean, I enjoy having having a webcam when I stream. At the same time, though, I am also taking the time to make sure I relish this, just because it is kind of nice to, like, if my hair looks dumb, or if I've got a ratty T-shirt on, like, who fucking cares, right? It's like they can't even see me, so, or if my beard's unkempt. I mean, not like any of those has ever stopped me before. Obviously, I mean, I've had some grunge looks when I've been streaming in the past, but I like to think that now I have even more reason to be in grunge mode and not have any shame. DSLR, yeah, man, just get the DSLR with like a cam link or something, man.
Visual tracking initiated.
There's a couple like professional streamers that I follow where that's like their full-time thing, and yeah, a few of them have like the really fancy, like several $100 DSLR camera, not a webcam, just a regular fancy cam with a cam link, and it's impressive to say the least. Now, I mentioned earlier that there's a webcam I've got my eye on. It's just the Logitech C920, I think is what it's called. And I'm probably gonna wait a few weeks just because I have a few family members who expressed ideas on what to get me for like holidays. And again, I'm my 31-year-old man. I don't need Christmas gifts or anything like that. I'm fine. But if I've always stated that if like people insist on getting something, then it's like, okay, well, at least give ideas if it comes down to it. But it's like, I don't need it. So if nothing else, I could always just purchase it myself. So, but it means we'll be webcamless for a couple days, or a couple weeks probably. Yeah, I think that's the one. Yeah, C920. Yeah, because the one I have is the one that I have right now is like the predecessor to that one. It was well, not the predecessor. It's like one grade lower. I want to say the C2 something, like a 200 something maybe. But yeah, the 920 is what I'm looking at. It was recommended to me by Black Magic's, who I think that's what he uses. And I saw there's also the 922, there's a 4K, there's several grades higher than that one. Yeah, the 270, that's it. The 270 was what I've been using. I keep saying it's what I use now, and well, clearly I'm not using it, but it's what I have now. But it's not, working very well. We got some zombified CDC people, which is, a little bit on the nose. I like how the tentacles are just kind of sprouting out of the helmet. Pretty fucked. At least, COVID is awful, but at least we don't have tentacles and lampreys being spawned from people's faces and people being turned into deep ones. I think these are what these are called, according to Lovecraft lore. They're followers of Dagon, and I think they morph into deep ones specifically. That's correct, Curator. You are correct, my friend. Yes. One of my favorite quest lines in the entire game, and a fan favorite for a lot of people. A lot of people, rightly so, rank the Tyler Freeborn quests as amongst the best ones. We did the... Oh, here we go. We did the issue 14 on Wednesday, which is to say the... yeah, no, we gotta follow him. The quest where you hunt down the source of the tremors and trace the roots of the jinns, or genies, I suppose. I'm slowed for another 3 seconds. And just how cool that was. And it reminded me how I hadn't done this quest yet. So I was like, oh shit, I need to go back and do Tyler Freeborn. Because as you can see, we're vastly over-leveled for it. So I probably should have done this sooner than later. Or earlier, rather. Yeah, things to be thankful for. Yeah, at least we don't have tentacles sprouting outside of our eye sockets. I know I've mentioned it before, but there is some really fucking wild lore in this game that describes in like excruciating and or disgusting detail about like some of the symptoms that the filth involves, and just how fucking wild it is, and weird and scary, but also morbid and fascinating. Like there's the one about the gas station dude. Like that one's like, oh, one of my favorite and also most disturbing pieces of lore that I've ever seen in the game. Dogs in the cave. Oh, really? Okay, so we'll want to go for like the Maybe just weaker attacks. That's good to know. Thank you, Curator, for pointing that out. Because, yeah, it occurs to me that I should have done this sooner. For some reason in my head, I had it that I thought we were supposed to do this, like, after you beat the main game. But no, it's clearly I was confused. Now, what's this? It's not a... Well, it is a person. It's not a guardian, and I don't think it's Tyler either. Let's take a look. It's in a book. Out of curiosity, TriStar, do you have a webcam recommendation yourself? Because the fact that you know about the 920 is like, ooh, TriStar is a webcam guy. Oh. Jesus. Inhumanly quick movements, TBH. So could that be Tyler? He's got an Orochi uniform rather. So that tells me he is a Orochi employee or soldier, what have you. Survive the battle. Just survive, or do we have to fight them? Oh, they're gonna fight the dudes for me, I think. I think I just gotta live. I'm not your enemy. I'm not your enemy. We have a common enemy, you and I. All right, okay, maybe you want to fight me, whatever. I'll kill you at least, but it says survive the battle. I think that means I can fight things, though, right? Gonna summon more of them. I mean, these guys are gonna lose. I mean, no doubt about it. Even though I can't target them, they're definitely gonna lose. This guy wants to fight too. I feel bad one-shot on them, man. That just feels weird. The Disney projects. I did hear about a Star Wars thing. I mean, there's always Star Wars things, obviously, but I did hear about. I almost don't want to say it just because I don't want to spoil it for anybody who doesn't know. But yeah, like a new, I guess, TV series. We already knew about Kenobi, but there's been new news about Kenobi. Yeah, there's several things really. We'll fight more of these guys. I guess I should help them out because I thought like these guys were destined to win the fight, the Guardians, and that the soldiers were gonna lose. Or maybe it's scripted in a way that I'm not expecting. So again, I feel bad that I'm just one-shotting these guys, dude. Yeah, it's no secret that I unironically enjoy Star Wars. I'm one of like the 3 individuals in this dimension that enjoyed the sequel trilogy, but I have yet to see The Mandalorian because I don't have Disney Plus, and because I don't have Disney Plus, I have no way of watching these other series. But I'm interested in them for sure. I mean, I could always buy myself a subscription anyway. You're excited for it, Treasure? Yeah, I mean they look pretty exciting. They sound exciting at least. I haven't watched any trailers, but it sounds pretty dope. And now we feast, says the Guardian dogs. They were a fun watch. That's how I feel about them too, honestly. Yeah, that's what I was worried about too, Kirito. It's like I didn't want to get too close to the guards because yeah, you couldn't target them. But yeah, that's how I feel about them too. I really love Force Awakens. I liked all of them, but yeah, like the thing I tell my friends that, you know, like a lot of us, some of us have friends that have very strong opinions about Star Wars, and so maybe we ourselves have strong opinions about Star Wars and the sequel trilogy and the prequel trilogy and any of them. And yeah, the way I approach the sequel trilogy is the same way I approach almost all the Star Wars movies, is that it's Star Wars. It's like fun, you know, to kind of turn your brain off a little bit and just enjoy them. I mean, there's always a lot of very fair and valid criticism to be levied against the sequel trilogy, but I feel like you could levy a lot of that same criticism to the original movies and to the prequel movies. So it's like, you know, I don't watch Star Wars for good cinematic, you know, like, oh man, legitimately good movies. You know, I don't watch Star Wars because I expect cinematic greatness. I expect them to be fun and you know, a little bit campy, a little silly, a little cool, and like just have like flashy moments that are fun and like look cool and feel neat with fun music. I don't know, like whenever people get super angry about Star Wars, or like they have huge anticipations and then they get disappointed when it turns out to just be a so-so movie, it's like, what did you expect, right? It's like Star Wars is never great. It's just fun though. So I don't know. I mean, it's watching grown fucking, you know, adults get like super bitter about it, and there's obviously the people that take it way too far. There are people that, you know, like harass people on like the actors on Instagram. It's like that. There's obviously people that take it, you know, far too much. But I don't know. It's interesting to me, but on the other hand, like, I get it. Like, for a lot of us, we have nostalgia about it. So as a result, it's something that means a lot to us. And as a fan of various things, and who also has nostalgia for things, and, you know, various movies and or TV shows or video games mean a lot to me too. I mean, I get it, the notion of like it wanting to be done right, you know. How they did some of the, yeah, exactly. There's very fair criticisms. I mean, yeah, there was some wasted opportunity with some characters for sure. The Palpatine stuff, yeah, that was like weird. I remember thinking like, yeah, what are they gonna do for like a big bad? Because you didn't really have, other than Kylo, you didn't really have a big bad for across all three movies. It was always like different big bads. So I was like, yeah, I wasn't sure what they were gonna do for this one. And yeah, with Palpatine, I was like, it was a little hokey. A little hokey, but at the same time, it's like we kind of knew that Palpatine could maybe come back, since, like, you know, there was that whole quote from Revenge of the Sith where he was like, you know, Darth Plagueis the Wise meme quote, blah blah blah. It's like there was always that kind of that thing where it's like, well, I mean, he really got fucked at the end of Jedi, but maybe. So I guess that part was kind of neat, but yeah, it still felt a little bit hokey. But again, Star Wars and hokey, I mean, what are you gonna do, right? Yeah, a lot of clones too. Yeah, it was just canon. Exactly. Yeah, like there's a lot of stuff where they decanonized them when the EU was you know, made illegal, and then they, I guess, slowly started to incorporate it in ways that, in phases, I guess, versus it being just one big blob. Which again, I get it, but yeah. Sci-fi drama, yeah, it's like, it's the what is it, it's the space opera, right? Space opera fantasy movie series. Yeah, like I was kind of hoping it would be Finn that would be like a big hero, and obviously he is a hero, and like he's force sensitive in the way that Leia was force sensitive, but and others for that matter too, but yeah, it's like it could have been cool, but not himself. Yeah, space opera, yeah, like that's like the, I guess, the official, more or less, term, because it's not, I guess, like the purists would tell you it's not sci-fi, it's more fantasy than it's sci-fi, but yeah, you know, it's the gray areas and such. Yeah, especially that last movie, especially the last one. It felt like he was underutilized. Finn was underutilized. I feel like Phasma could have been cooler. The Knights of Ren could have been cool. Like there were things that were like, there was a lot of cool setup, and that's our boy JJ's like specialty. Yeah, Poe Dameron could have been cooler. Yeah, it's like there were like, JJ is always so good at like, oh, here's a cool setup, but then like, yeah, the follow through is where things get weird. And again, cool, ambitious ideas with not so great follow throughs is kind of the Star Wars thing, you know. That's kind of what the prequel trilogy all was. It was like cool ideas executed poorly. So, you know, I mean, that's good. This is not an unfamiliar feeling as a lifelong self-described Star Wars fan. It's like, yeah, this is kind of on point. To that end, I would say the sequel trilogy was incredibly Star Wars of an experience. But again, I this is not to say that that these are unfair criticisms, because they absolutely are. They're all completely valid, and that's just how it goes, right? It's also awkward because you can't see me, so whenever I take a sip of my beverage, my caffeinated beverage, oh, that's right, you can't even see what I'm drinking, so I could be getting turned on like whiskey or something like that, and you wouldn't know. You guys would be like, man, Alex is so cool, he never drinks, he's so responsible, what a teetotaling nerd he is. And but I could be over here like fucking getting turned on some shit. Ooh, and I'll hydrate here. I'll drink water very close to the microphone, so maybe you'll get some water microphone noises. I'll make it nice and moist for you guys. Okay. All right. Sorry, I had to make it weird. So here we go. Here's a drinking water really close to the microphone. I'll make it nice and slurpy for you guys. Oh, God. I'm sorry. No, here we go. Drinking water in 3, 2, 1. Oh, yes. Hopefully that was a sufficiently satisfactory audio water drinking experience for you all. The Alpha Guardian. All right, guys, we got to be an alpha now. Yeah, still a fun watch. Yeah, that's 100% agreed. Yeah, like it's still enjoyable. I still had fun. I would watch him again. I would watch him again for sure. And I would say if, The Force Awakens is like, for me at least, one of my favorites of the what's the word for a movie series that has 9 things? Because previously it was a hexology. Or a sextology, actually. I think it'd be hexology officially. But what's the prefix for 9? A netology? Nenology? So I guess I can fight these with like regular damage. I'm just trying, like Curator said, I'm just trying to make sure I don't over damage the big guy. Which is why I brought the Living Flame in here, because he does significantly less damage. He just hit him once. Actually, crap, that might not be a good thing to, like, damage him when he's in that kind of cutscene. Non-knowledge. I think you're right, Raven. I think that would be it. A non-ology. It kind of sounds like somebody would be saying a non-hyphen-ology. Like, oh, it's not real. It doesn't exist. Yeah, those we can just over damage. We don't care about those guys. But the other dude, I want to be a little more careful about. So we can get some lore about the Guardians. The Gordians. Cool. Oh, wisdom flows. So sweet. Yeah, I think that's it's the first piece of the Filth Guardian lore. The eel mucus lexicon. We're not composed of altogether flesh and blood. Flesh and blood. They had shape, but that shape was not made of matter. Oh god. I want to keep reading. The strains of filth, yes. Like how it's leaking down from the cavern. Good little flame buddy go. Eventually he's gonna like disengage, I think, to do another warp thing. Oop. There we go. So we can probably hit them both simultaneously. There we go. I think he's still up there. So once he comes down, I think this will be the last phase, more or less. Alright, cool. So we defeated him proper. It didn't glitch out. There's an Orochi assault leader somewhere here. There's also pools of filth, not surprising anybody. I mean, you consider the Guardians that have gathered here. I mean, the Guardians are usually a pretty strong indication of some pretty, like, gnarly filth activity. Filthy activity, even. Let's see, can we jump up here? I'm gonna say we probably can't. I think that's where he came from, I think. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Also, like, I think this also is a invisible wall here. Yeah, I can't go through there. And of course the environment is damaging us. It's not, there's no water, it's just all filth. All black ooze. Like how our flame buddy's still over there, by the way. I guess let's go back the way we came. Maybe there was something else to it. Or maybe we're looking for just a corpse. Like a corpse somewhere. Oh god, I've got 7 stacks. Let's clear, let's cleanse ourselves. Under the, oh, he's right there. You're right. You're right. Thank you, Curator. Just chilling. Just vibing. Just being dead, you know, as one does. I can steal his iPad, though. His iPad that for some reason has a, like the DOS, well, not DOS, but like, yeah, a terminal prompt kind of deal. Oops, wrong part of the window. There we go. So let's learn about private cache first. Private cache was the person who was found in the Orochi base, I think. The sergeant, or the military personnel who went AWOL for a second there. Hey, King Horse, what's up, dude? Hope you were doing well. Is that mayonnaise? Ah, mayonnaise. Very good. Very good. My favorite. Actually, it's not my favorite. I really don't like mayonnaise. Hope you're doing well, dude. Yes, the private was transferred from the military. Transferred from the military. So they eventually they need to make a stink about it, but he's one of ours now. Cash is in peak physical condition. That his blood type conforms to the project needs. So does that mean he willingly subjected himself to, like, being under subjugation of the Orochi, or did they, like, capture him, I wonder? Commence subject 3 testing immediately and keep this file open until finished. I think they captured this guy, like, fucking kidnapped him, dude. Damn, dude. Because, yeah, he was a military guy and they just fucking took him or something. Maybe I'm wrong, but the signs seem significant. But yeah, Tyler Freeborn. That's the guy we're looking for. If everything means a sandwich. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Curator. It's like, this sounds like he got disappeared. But yes, Freeborn is right. There's a district difference between the mutations caused by the mist and the mutations caused by the filth. And this is something I was wondering a few days ago, or actually probably a week or two ago, where the filth and the fog are almost like two competing forces. I think the fog was caused by the filth, but there's other properties, other parameters at play here. I think that's the general idea here. Some kind of collision between two separate occult entities. One buried inside the island all along, which I guess would be the filth, and then something else which came from the sea, which is kind of the fog, but also tied to filth, because like because the fog was like surrounding the sword when that was brought in. Yeah, it's like infected with the filth. Yeah, it's like the sword was like what it all came down to. So the sword is like this arbiter of the fog, but also interacts with the filth because Belmont was able to use it to pierce the mountain, the heart of the mountain. Filth caused a plague. Yeah, the filth, I mean, it spreads as a pathogen. So yeah, a plague is not an improper way to compare it exactly. Yeah, the sword is Excalibur, that's correct, yeah. Yeah, the amount of lore in this game is always enjoyable and always impressive with just like how deep it goes. There's quite a bit to it, and I mean, as we collect pieces of lore, little like those little yellow glowy things that are scattered throughout the various zones, as you like gather more of those and unlock more of kind of the back history of various things. It's very cool and very fascinating. Yeah, exactly. I guess it can be wielded as a sword, but yeah, officially it's a key. Because, yeah, there was that cutscene where Beaumont was like, I've got the key, but the lock, the bloody lock. And I'm guessing the lock was the center of the mountain, was the key, the heart of the mountain that we eventually inevitably or inadvertently led him to. I'm guessing that's what he meant by the lock. Because by that point, he needed to get the key out of the Illuminati archives. But, yeah, the world engine's right, yeah, in which the heart of Blue Mountain is one of them. But yeah, he was able to, like, supercharge the filth with it. The movie Excalibur, I have not seen it. Is that the... Actually, I don't know which one that is. Is it, like, an older, like, live-action movie? Kingdom Hearts is real? Yes. What this game is basically telling us is that Kingdom Hearts is canon for IRL history. Kingdom Hearts was a documentary. Tell your friends. But yes, that's accurate. Yeah, King Arthur's quest is... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like the Excalibur that we see is in this game looks quite different, but it's pretty freaking cool though. But anyway, so Freeborn has dropped off the map, and we've been able to track his movements. Not been able to track his movements. So I guess that was because the military put him in that safe house. They did decrypt the video. It sent a second team to recover any further recordings from his residence. I think we saw that team when we went to his trailer, and they tried to fight us, but then they got bodied by the Drog monster, aka the Fog monster. Recover the filth samples from the local quote-unquote wildlife. There's a pack room in the area to the north. I think that's what we happened upon. Then we took out the Alpha leader. It's the movie from the 80s. Okay, cool. yeah, accurate, curator. Yeah, I've played a decent bit of Kingdom Hearts 1. I've never beaten it, but I played a decent bit of the first one. I have some friends who love the series, and yeah, it gets kind of convoluted, especially when you like start to play the sequels, and you know, you play Kingdom Hearts 2 and they're like referred to stuff that's like, oh wait, what are they talking about here? I've never heard or seen anything about this. It's like, oh, you got to play the DS game, or you got to play the PSP or the PSP game, or like there's all these side games and spin-offs that are involved with the main story and kind of required, but also have their own thing. It's like, it's hard to follow for sure. You almost need to like watch a YouTube video essay breakdown, like a 3-hour like breakdown of the plot to be able to like start the games and know what's happening before Monty Python's. Oh, interesting. Starts out with a sex scene. It's pretty good. I like it. It's 5 minutes in, you get some shagging. I mean, might as well, right? Everyone needs some cheesecake from time to time. Nothing wrong with that. I think there was one more case that was mentioned. Subject 3. It sounded like Agent Cash or Sergeant Cash was taken to something related to Subject 3. Live and ready for final testing. Is he the guy we saw in that test chamber, maybe? The live, presumably human person? Cross-infecting strains with various blood types, and the current combination is 83% likely to lure the guardian hound species. So they infected Sergeant Cash with some strain of the filth based on his blood type, against his will, to try to lure out the hounds so they could conduct some testing on the hounds. No one, it's good that the hounds fucking murder those guys, because that's fucking evil. Once we have one contained, we expect significant strides in Project Filth. Yeah, because they were trying to weaponize the filth. The Orochi, that is. They were trying to, like, contain it and weaponize it for their own gain. Sell it to the highest bidder. On ensuring we can subdue the hound once it comes in for the bait. Yeah, so fuck those guys for, you know, doing something awful like that just to a you know, just a regular human dude who did nothing wrong. Kidnapping him and forcing him into an experiment like that, man, that's fucked. If you're a noble and you're not fighting, then you're shagging. I mean, yeah, you gotta make babies. Gotta make Babby. How else would Babby be formed? The official word on Tyler, and any research you may have inspired, is that it's all wild theories and speculation. That's the official word. But of course, unofficial is need to know, aka Kirsten wants to know. Give Orochi credit for being so balls out in their filth research. Yeah, I mean, they kind of don't give a fuck, do they? But it's incomplete. We want facts and results, and we want to find Tyler. However, my inventory is full. Let's start combining some things down. As we got this guy, and once this one's leveled up entirely, we'll be able to do some dank shit with it. So, give it a bunch of these dilly boppers. Level 4. Love to see it. We also picked up this earlier. Faded Generalist's Belt. Whenever you activate a power ability. It's a pretty good one, but it's only a 1-tick. So I think I'm gonna combine that down as well. Oh, another one. So we got it to level 5. Once we get to level like 20 or so, it should overshadow this one power-wise. Although we'll want to bring the talisman over too, I suppose. In fact, maybe that's something I'll need to consider when it comes to time to merge these two. We'll want to make sure the talisman gets included, because we've been investing in the talisman that's in this one right now, at least. A noble who wanted to sleep with someone else's wife had a spell. Oh, very nice. Very nice. That's one way to do it, I suppose. A 3-pip normal is better than the 2-pip special. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I figure, like, for those for the special waste ones we've seen, like, you can probably tell, Curator, that I'm currently working on this one. I actually bought this one. I kind of jumped the gun on buying this one, but then I looked at the day later. I was like, oh, this one's way better. So, yeah, I'm trying to, like, only really invest in things that I see that are 3-pip. In some cases, the best I found are 2-pips. But yeah, I'm trying to, like, really emphasize that whenever possible, just because, yeah, I agree. Like, the 3-pips are seemingly just better across the board if you can find them. But yeah, so if I could find, like, a 3-pip special waste talisman, then yes, I'd be all about that. But for now, I figure this is probably a good one to invest into. Speaking of which, we also have... Actually, we do not have a 3-pip neck talisman yet. However, we are getting close to be able to merge these two down, because we got this still up to max level. So let's work on this one as well. In fact, we have a few of these guys. 500 XP. Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, let's get this. And I guess get that one to level 7. Let's get this one leveled up. Shotgun. Let's just get all 5 of them. Oh, that'll take it to level 20. Perfect. Alright, so then with that, we also need to get this one up to level 20 as well. You might notice that, yeah, this one already has levels on it, and I accidentally equipped it when I first got it by complete accident, and when I did so, it bound it to me, so we actually can't resell this back to the auction house. So it's like, well, I guess I might as well level it all the way up to merge it, but yeah, it's kind of a waste, just because it costs, like, I think 400 or maybe 500 marks of favor. Talisman, the pip, yeah, definitely, yeah, the pips and the talismans too, because yeah, this one's like a 2-pip, and I'm actually holding off on this one. I'm not merging in anything, or not wood chippering it, so to speak, because I want to save it off until we get this one leveled up to 20. That way we can merge it and put the talisman into this guy, because that'd be really nice. Because yeah, I recognize that the pip amounts are significant there as well. But yeah, for the 1 pip, so I pretty much just wood chipper those. The weapon pips wait, weapon pips only affect the special effect. Really? I didn't know that. So you're saying that the 3-pip hammer won't intrinsically have better stats necessarily than the 1-pip hammer once it's like at a matching level. Yeah, oh yeah, I've never found a 3-pip glyph at all. I've only found 1 and 2 pips, and I've only found a few 3-pip talismans. In fact, the ones that you see right now are the only ones I've ever found. The ones I have equipped and the ones I'm working on right now. Speaking of which, there was one other thing. Alright, here we go. Get this one. Level that up, and then the dice. That guy. So yeah, what's something that we need to spend a lot more on? Because we have quite a bit of experience here. I would say, as far as talismans that I want to work on, I would say this one's probably the top tier one. So I get it to level 13. Pretty dang good. So we're getting there. We are getting there. This one has a weapon here. Get that guy, and then hit rating. So do we already have one that has hit rating? This one. Yeah, level 19, which is almost max level for that talisman. 3-pip glyphs are expensive. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, 3-pip anything is going to be much more expensive when it comes to the auction house and whatnot. But that's just kind of how it goes. Never actually collected my bounty, did I? There we go. Nah, I don't want to do that all right now, at least. Alright, so back to the Orochi camp. Let's see if we can bust in and find some more deets about Tyler's whereabouts, and as well as I'm almost curious if we'll find out more about the whole Subject 3 thing, but that might just be the end of the story, is that they poured to this guy for scientific experimentation and whatnot, and now the guy's just, you know, fucked beyond eternity. So, who knows? And the fact that they've got him still, you know, tied up and whatnot, it's pretty fucked up. They did our boy dirty. It's weird how, like, I'm guessing eventually you can get like higher level. Oh, here we go. Yeah, there's the multi-level ones. Here we go. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, let's get some more expensive ones, man. I didn't realize I was picking the wrong ones. So here we'll do. We'll give this one to Faction Recruit. I just noticed her last name is Darling, Lydia Darling. Yeah, I never think to look at the other 2 tabs. So I keep having them do the intro level quests, which they have 100% likelihood to achieve all the time. So it's like, nah, man, gotta give them the harder shit. That one's gonna take 8 hours. That one's gonna take 4. That's fine. That's fine. It's worth the wait. Let's go over to Orochi. See if we can mess up their shit. Oh yeah, I mean, Illuminati are absolutely callous. Are they evil? I mean, they're not good, that's for sure. And they're not altruistic, you know. I always kind of, whenever I look at the Illuminati, I see them as saying, like, yeah, we'll save the world, but what's in it for us? You know, how can we profit off of this? How can we have this positively affect our bottom line? I mean, the Templar are all about like we must smite evil because it is our duty, and we must have discipline and be pious, and the will of lawful good and stereotypical paladin stuff. You know, that's kind of what comes to mind. And the Dragon are like, oh man, we just want to like be mysterious and understand the world around us and the chaos that ensues. And you know, they're kind of more chaotic neutral, I guess. But yeah, Illuminati, they're sometimes pretty evil and sometimes kind of neat. But they're always fascinating, always fascinating, and I love them for it. I love that they're so weird and like sinister and so I don't know. I like the moral, the ethical gray area. Exactly. Yeah. They like raise an entire village to smite a single demon. So it's like it's almost like lawful good to a aggressively like I don't know what a good word for it is. Like they follow the rules so hard for like their organization or for their actually I think I still have the password for this. I don't think I have to do this anymore. I still have this written down. But yeah, they're like so conscripted to their duties that they don't care like what happens to achieve their goals and to smite the bad guys and whatnot. Like it's like they just don't give a fuck. But there's probably a word for it. Overzealous, I guess. Maybe that's the word. Overzealous or cavalier. Just like we don't care how many innocents we have to murder to smite evil. You know, it's like we're the good guys, goddammit, and we're gonna and anything that impedes our progress is against us and must be dealt with accordingly. Yeah, I had this written down from a previous quest that we did, because we had a previous quest where we were busting in, actually several quests that we did from this dude over here, that little camp over there, and we were having to bust in frequently, so I just wrote down the code, and it still works. So we gotta find traces of our boy Tyler. The nutballs, yeah, I think dragon are interesting, and I would like to do, I mean, if I were to ever play this game again, I would make a dragon character. I definitely wanted to replay through rather the game, and I wanted to do the Illuminati stuff just because, again, I love the Illuminati stuff so much, and it had been so long I'd forgotten a lot of it. But yeah, like if I were to in some years in the future do this all over again, yeah, I would probably do this with the dragon, just to see what their cutscenes are like and what their handlers are like, because I know next to nothing about them really, other than just what people have told me. As a human person, like a human player person, they're probably doing the quest. Actually, well, I don't know. It's hard to say. They've got the CDC outfit on, so it's hard to say. But they might be doing the quest, the story quest, or the one that one of the investigation quests, maybe. So it could be anywhere. And yeah, I'll admit I don't exactly know where the stuff about Tyler is. I'm gonna guess it's probably in one of the buildings, actually. So I probably like shouldn't poke around too much, but I've actually never looked in here before in these shipping containers, so I feel like I might as well. But yeah, it occurs to me that it's probably not going to be in here. It's probably going to be in either one of the vans with like the open back, the open hatchbacks, or it's going to be inside one of the tents. However, I think we've learned that you can't go inside the tents with people in them because they will automatically find you and throw your ass out. Let me ride my motorcycle inside here. I don't think there are people inside of here. Just dead Draug. Nothing here. Look for a truck. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's go find a truckie. Well, there's a few trucks over here. There's this lady. We have to... Oh, I know what quest that guy's doing. Well, actually, I don't know for sure exactly. I could be wrong. But it would not surprise me if he was doing the quest that I think he's doing. Oh, this is his camera. Oh, that's his camera. Yeah, we steal the camera a lot of times.
Remember when I wrote about the Pale Men? Remember the stories? The pictures?
I didn't know that was Tyler's camera.
Okay. Check this out. That's one of them. One of the Pale Men. They are real. They came with the mist. I think they belong to the mist. Or maybe it's the other way around. I haven't decided yet. You know the story of the Pied Piper of Hamelin? He had a magic flute. First, he lured all the rats in town into the sea, and then, after they refused to pay him for his services, he played the flute again. Only this time, it wasn't the rats that came with him into the water. It was the children. I could swear I heard music when the mist took everyone away, into the sea. I knew it wasn't natural. I warned them, but they wouldn't listen. They wouldn't listen. So I plugged my earbuds in, turned the volume up real loud, crawled under the table, and shut my eyes. When Springsteen stopped playing, everything had gone dead quiet. Susie's
Springsteen.
was completely empty. The whole damn town was empty. And the mist had pulled back, out to sea. No more than half an hour at most. Those few days before they all came back were odd days. We lost a couple of people who tried to pass through the mist. We heard the screams, and we didn't know what to do. Why we were still here. Well, I knew. I know. I'm still here because I'm needed. It's my job, my duty, to find out what happened. What came with the mist, who the Pale Men are, what they're after, and what lies beyond. Beyond the mist.
I love that he was jamming out to Springsteen as his what's the word? Oral distraction. Oral, not oral, but oral distraction. But yeah, we'd seen this camera and a number of times because yeah, we did both of these quests here, and each time I would try to interact with it, I didn't even think that yeah, this would have been Tyler's of all things. This also had a laptop nearby, which yeah, we could click on, but we couldn't interact with in any of the quests we did for the Orochi guys. So yeah, it kind of makes sense. So this is presumably his laptop, I guess. Oh no, it's Orochi stuff. Never mind. Well, Project Filth. Let's learn more. Observations. Yeah. What kind of shit did you observe? Wide range and a wide degree of symptoms. Tentacles, oozing, pissing black blood. I remember pissing black blood. That's a big one. I mean, I don't remember it myself, but I remember reading about it just because it's, I mean, if you're pissing blood, that's one thing, but if it's black blood, oh, then it's time to worry. Anyway, nightmares, insubordination, tendencies towards ultra-violence, more so than regular violence, heightened motor functions, complaints of multiple consciousness, and then random kicking. Okay, sounds good, Curator. Thanks again for joining in, man. Thank you again for joining in, and also for providing some assistance. I appreciate you, bud. Let's see what else we got. Life form type and level of exposure appear to dictate severity of symptoms. So yeah, depending on how severe the symptoms are, you might take on a new form of some kind. Comparable symptoms have been observed among subjects that were not physically exposed. Not physically exposed. I guess it's one thing to like have the filth touch you or to like breathe in the vapors, I guess, because it's, again, it's a pathogen. A pathogen of 0 point. Testing. Testing. Oh! Get some blood samples. Compare blood samples of local human subjects who have not suffered physical exposure compared to those who have. Hypothesis. Physical exposure to the black liquid isn't the only way to get infected. I think that's pretty much assumed to be true at this point. Hey, Hazmatia, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Hope you are doing well. We're playing Secret World Legends. We are doing a series of quests right now where we're investigating the whereabouts of a gentleman named Tyler Freeborn who documented his research into the source of the filth and the source of the fog that has captured this whole town and caused all kinds of awful shit. So it's actually a quest I've done once before, a series of quests I've done once before, but it's been several years and I'm kind of replaying it just for old time's sake because it's really freaking cool. And while we're here, we're reading about the filth, this black oozy substance that causes all kinds of grossness. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, this game takes a lot of influences from Stephen King, from Lovecraft, from Edgar Allan Poe, lots of that kind of cool, spooky, creepy shit, and I'm all about that cool, spooky, creepy shit. So it is something I enjoy quite deeply, and there's a lot to appreciate for sure because this game is really good. And has some really cool storytelling and lore things that they do with the game. Let's see. Physically exposed subjects suffer 51% mortality rate. Oh, right. I think we've read this once before. And here it is. Yeah, so if you're exposed to the filth, 13% of those are exposed to the filth, this black ooze that causes tentacles to sprout out of their faces. 13% will piss black blood. 79% grow tentacles. 98% become ultraviolet. 97% have bad dreams. 19% hunger for chocolate, of all things. Alright, so if you're pissing black blood and or you hunger for chocolate, you might be infected with the filth. Where's my webcam? Oh, it broke. It broke. And which is sad. However, what's not sad is the manner in which it broke. It's pretty fucking dope, actually. We got a little clip there of like of the moment right when it happened. It happened just a couple days ago, actually, so it's pretty recent. But again, I'm playing this game. It's very spooky and creepy, has paranormal sci-fi vibes all about, and my webcam starts to kind of fizzle out in a way that it's like, oh shit, has it been infected by the like the Cthulhian forces or the filth? Like, what's going on, man? It's freaking great though, man. I mean, it's not great that it happened, but at least it was. Oh, whoops, wrong. Sorry, I was trying to enter the 2 here. Had the wrong window selected. But yeah, at least it was entertaining the way it went down. So airborne stuff is incomplete. Airborne research, that is. All right, let's find a some samples in, shall we? I know, dude. It like I said in the clip, it's like it's not something that I'm doing myself. It just kind of started happening. But of course, again, that webcam is quite old. I've had it for 7 or so years, and it's great. It has been great. At least it's been a very dutiful and reliable webcam friend. But all right, here's one sample that we need. It's been great, but yeah, it's not surprising that it would eventually need to be replaced. And I've already got one that I've kind of picked out to serve as a replacement. So I've got a few options. But yeah, it's like, it's much more entertaining having it go down that way. Because I was always worried that if the webcam were to crap out, it would just, like, not get detected by OBS one day, or it would just, like, kind of black out, or white out, like it did at the end of that video, where it just, oh, whoops, got too close. Where it would just, like, go one color all at once, instead of it being, like, in a gradual sense. This one was, where it kind of, like, frizzled, or, what's the word for it? I don't know. It just kind of slowly crapped out in a way that was visibly seen. It also happened on stream, you know, like it could have happened. I guess it could have happened anytime, literally, but yeah, the idea that it happened on stream while others were watching it go down was pretty fun, and being able to clip it too was nice too. 09. I've got this written down from earlier. There we go. Alright, so yeah, don't get too close to the sides, but don't touch the sides. And we've already gone there. I think what we have to do is go in the main tent, which means we have to sabotage their air filtration system, which is something we've had quite a bit of experience with already. Don't expect the military helicopters to have any more blood samples near them. Or any blood samples, really. Speakers went kaput, yeah. Looking for some new ones. Do you have some ideas on which speakers you might go for, Hasmati? Like I said, I've got some ideas for webcams, and since it's very close to the holidays, I'm actually abstaining from buying one because I have some family members who were expressing interest in, like, oh, well, we need some like holiday ideas for you, Alex. And I was like, again, I always tell people, it's like, I'm fine. I don't need people to buy me things because I'm a grown-ass man. I've got a full-time job. I'm fine. But if people insist, I can usually find some ideas, and this is one such example where it's like if people wanted to go in on a webcam for me. So I'm abstaining from buying one for a while at least, but I've kind of got one picked out. I think I'll probably go for the 920, the C920 from Logitech. Now it said gas leak detected, which to me indicates that hopefully it worked. Here, let's don our suit. Hazmat suit. Boink. There we go. That way we can breathe in the poison air. Or at least it should. Yeah. It says it's poisoning us, but the fact that we're not taking damage right now, I think, is indicative that the suit is working, but the area is indeed poisonous. So here's one such testing chamber with some tentacles that have sprouted. And of course, here's the PDA that has the person's password on it, in case we need it. Although I don't know if we really need that password, because that was for a different quest. In fact, we can't even interact with those laptops. So yeah, maybe there's no blood samples here. I was thinking maybe there would be, and we just missed it. Some stuff from Edifer. I'll admit, I don't know that brand in particular. Just going off the reviews, though. Yeah, if I were in your situation, Hazmati, I'd be doing the exact same thing, just reading the reviews. I mean, of course, there's like the name brands that people know and love when it comes to that kind of hardware. But yeah, I mean, there's probably there's probably companies and or names in the game that I've never heard of that are quite good. I'm sure there's also the, you know, the knockoffs from faraway countries that are a lot cheaper and look cool but are significantly less quality. So yeah, looking for reviews is probably the right way to do it. You want something that'll last for a while. I myself have Creative as the brand speakers that I have, but I got them years ago and they were admittedly quite cheap. But I mean, they get the job done though, so I can't really complain. But they're nothing special. So if I were in a position to upgrade, I would make sure to like go for something, or to replace them rather. I would make sure to go for some kind of situation where it's like a significant upgrade and not just a, you know, replacement. Now, are the people not here? There's a dude there. I think if I get too close, I'll get discovered. Ooh, speaking of which, well, let's remove our disguise. There we go. I like how we take our pumpkin mask off temporarily, and I put that shit back on. Oh, the ones that broke were Creative. Really? That's interesting. Yeah. Were they like 5.1 speakers with like the subwoofer, the 3 front ones and the 2 back ones? Because that's what I got. We might have the same ones, and I've had these for as long as I've had my entire computer. Oh, you can compromise multiple things. That's much better. Oh shit. But yeah, I've had these since 2012. So gosh, well over 8 years at this point. Right, so they've escaped, which means I gotta put the suit back on.
Gas leak has been neutralized.
Oh, not that one. Shit, not that.
Employees can return to their stations.
I panicked because I thought they were moving back already. Which one is it? Hazmat suit. Yeah, it was yellow and I got excited.
Laboratory atmosphere will return to normal in approximately 30 seconds.
There's one here. Probably one more we can glean from one of these places. Any lore back here? Nothing. Okay. Let's grab one more canister and hit this place. Oh wait, no, we've already been there. Grab another canister, hit that one over there. I've always wanted to go inside there, but now that we have the ability to do so, that opens up all kinds of possibilities. Hey, Bree, what's up, friend? Hope you're doing well, Bree. Good to see you. One left, one right, and a small subwoofer. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say it might be just a different version of what I have. Mine are quite old. Whoa, shit. But they've been pretty okay. I mean, it's not great audio quality, but I like to think they do okay. I'm not exactly an audiophile when it comes to, like, you know, needing the top of the line, top quality. But it's pretty good. It's pretty good, and again, it's reliable, which is the main thing I really need. Is that the sample we need? It is. So now we gotta check the results of these samples. And also, while I'm here, look for any cool lore things, or some filth samples that are propagating inside of this giant petri dish or something.
Air stabilizers activated.
It's gonna get back to normal in 30 seconds. More like 30 seconds. Got him. And that's correct, Bree. Yeah, I did. I'd mentioned before that I've, like, on a few different occasions, that I was like definitely on the market for like finding a different profile picture or a different, like, just picture in general. And at some point, I'd mentioned earlier, at some point I like want to like work with an artist or a graphic designer and design like a proper logo that I can use across all things, you know, social media, YouTube and Twitch and all that jazz. And I don't have that yet, obviously. I mean, this is just the only like decent photo I have of me that is like relatively recent, because this was just a few years ago. I don't take a lot of photos of myself, so I'm pretty much just reliant on photos that are taken of me, but I was like, it's an okay photo. I think it does okay. And I enjoy the afro pic. I mean, it's fun, but like I said, I know I mentioned before that's like I would sometimes worry of it like being taken the wrong way, of like I wouldn't want to make it feel like I'm giving people the wrong impression by having that photo. So yeah, there were never any issues with it. It's not like I would ever have anybody who was like upset or offended by it, but I would always wonder, it's like I don't want to give people the impression that I'm like trying to make fun of that kind of hairstyle, or like, you know, haha afro pick funny, like, you know, I don't want to be like, I don't want to make it weird, you know, I don't want to make people uncomfortable or just give that impression. So I mean, it's a fun picture, but you know, if I'm to be taken seriously as a content creator, as a serious internet professional, then I was like, surely I can do better. So I don't know, it was something that I kind of went back and forth on a lot, and I still want to try to like find help designing a logo, like a proper Super Hobbit logo, that I could use across all platforms. But for now, I figure it's a good stand-in, and it's a decent photo at least. I tell myself it's me looking very professional. Battle armor. Yeah, the hazmat suit, exactly. People that would take it. Yeah, it's like like I said, I've never had any problems with it. I've never had anybody be like, "Whoa, your profile picture is like fucked up, man." I've never had people like actually get weird about it. But again, I would worry of it giving somebody the wrong impression. The best kind of people onto it. Yeah. There are those that take those things in those directions. Not to say they would take it in the wrong direction, but there are people out there who, like, you know, I think that they like to meme on that kind of stuff. Be like, oh, her, look at this person. They're clearly making fun of, you know, that kind of hairstyle. Like, you know, they would see that as a style of a shitpost, and they would propagate the shitpost accordingly. And it's like, I don't want to like be involved in that kind of energy, you know. I don't want to like propagate that negative shit, you know. I want to be like all about the positive good shit, you know. Yeah, never had a problem with it. Yeah, and I appreciate that, Derek. Yeah, it's like I would hope that it wouldn't like offend a lot of people. Hopefully, like, to me, it's like if there's something I'm doing or something that I have on my channel that could potentially, like, you know, cause someone to feel like, oh, that makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Like, oh man, that's not cool. Like, I don't know. It's always like I could do better. I could do better than like have something like that could legit, you know, make someone feel sad or make someone feel uncomfortable. Because it's like, even if it's a small chance, even if it's like a small percentage, it's like I think I can do better. I think I can like do better than to just be like, well, I'm just gonna live with it, and, you know, for anybody who's offended by shit that I do or say, then they can get fucked. It's like I don't feel like that's a. I feel like it's worth, for me at least, putting in the energy to try to find better ways to do things. Shouldn't feel uncomfortable. I mean, like I said, it's like I could see where somebody would take it could potentially take it a certain way. That's kind of what I keep coming back to. Because like I said, it's not that anybody ever like told me like, hey man, your profile picture is kind of fucked up. But it was always like, well, like I could see how if somebody I could see how it could be, you know, how it could potentially go the wrong way. This in the profile picture. Oh, the suit's the battle armor. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's the battle armor. It was to deflect against. Well, it was that picture in particular is me giving the best man speech to my brother's wedding. So that battle armor, it's to protect against people who think that I'm, you know, a short little weirdo who can't give a proper speech. I mean, I am a short little weirdo, but I like to think the best man speech went well. So it's like social body armor or social projection body armor. Need a podcast. Oh, that's me to say, TriStar. People need to grow skin. Like I said, it's not that anybody has like approached me to, saying that it was off or anything like that. And maybe I'm being overly sensitive. Maybe I'm the person who needs to grow a skin, a foreskin. That's what that is, right? A skin that's in front of you, so it's a forward-facing skin. No, all jokes aside. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm just being. Maybe I'm the weird one out. You know, maybe I'm being a little cavalier about it, but it was just something that was always just kind of in the back of my head a little bit, where it's like I don't know, it's like, do I want it Do I want it to be out there and for it to be just a you know, silly, just a dumb profile picture, but like have it be out there in a way that like is like easy to associate with my channel, easy to associate with me and the content that I make and all that jazz. Or could I do something better? And it's like I think I could do something better. So it's something I'm still kind of ruminating on. But yeah, like I said, maybe I'm out of touch. You know, maybe I'm taking it in the wrong way, so to speak. No ill intent. I mean, that there's something to be said for that. I mean, yes, there are people that will like, you know, change. They'll like do or say something with the intent of it being offensive, and then, you know, laugh when people are offended. But then there are people that just don't know, and this is not to say that they're dumb or that they're stupid, but like sometimes like and I've done it too, I'm sure, many times in my life, you know, being a shitty teenager, like you know, I might think like a joke on the internet was funny, like her you know, racial joke funny, and then it's like, well, it's like, oh come on, it's just joke, you know, like the whole notion of it being like, oh, it's just a joke, come on, nothing meant by it. But the whole notion of like these kind of, I guess the term for them are like microaggressions or micro offenses, that they kind of add up. So even if nothing bad was meant, it can still make people feel shitty, and that's kind of what I kind of get at. It's like, yeah, it's like, even if I'm not, and this is, I don't think that the profile picture was, I'm not saying that, but like there's just that chance that I could see it going that way, or being perceived that way. And it'd be one thing if it was like, oh man, this profile picture is like integral to my channel, or it's like a part of my internet identity, or if like it was something I really treasured, then I would be willing to like, you know, find other ways to go around it. But it's just a throwaway picture from years and years ago that I like, but I was like, do I really care? No. So I mean, it was not at all like a hard decision for me to be like, maybe I should find a different picture, or look for a better, or try to find a logo. So it'd be one thing if it was like harder to replace. Like my screen name was a good example of that. Like if it was like your screen name is offensive, then I'd be like, I don't know, the screen name's a little bit harder, because that's, you know, that's kind of, you have to kind of like do an internet overhaul for a screen name. But a profile picture, it's like, who fucking cares, right? So, but yeah, your channel, yeah, and that's the thing too. It's like I try to like not go too far out of my way either way, but I don't know. It's tricky knowing the right way to handle these kinds of things, and I don't pretend to have all the answers. Go full Lord of the Rings, yeah. Well, that's the other thing too, Derek. There's another streamer on here on Twitch who I think his name now is the Happy Hob, or Happy Hob without the, but his screen name for a while was the Happy Hobbit, and my understanding is that he's a pretty popular streamer, and I think he's popular enough where the Tolkien estate caught wind of him, and they like sent him not a cease and desist, not a DMCA, but like something that basically said like, hey, the Hobbit is, I think, technically a copyright protected term, so, you know, just FYI. And he was like, oh fuck, and because he didn't really want to fuck with it. And yeah, I think he changed the name to the Happy Hob. So that's a good example where, yeah, like how hard on the Lord of the Rings theme do I want to go, man? Like I mean, obviously I'm small time, I'm sure they don't give a fuck about me, but, and I don't think that will become a problem ever. I don't think I'll ever get big enough for that to become an issue. But yeah, what if the screen name has to go or has to be changed? So, you know, it's like you almost don't want to get too married to any one thing when you have a YouTube channel or a Twitter thing or a Twitch thing, because yeah, you have to like be cognizant of these things. I don't know. I mean, I'm secretly hoping that at some point, I understand that the Tolkien estate has a reputation for being somewhat litigious over the years. I'm hoping that if that ever does become an issue with me and or my screen name, by that time they will have chilled out a bit and not be quite as like litigious. So we'll see. Worrying too much. I mean, like I said, it's not like it's keeping me up at night. And like I said, it'd be something different if I was like, if again, like the screen name is a good example of something that I'm much more clingy to, whereas like profile picture, it's like I don't really care. If Bandai ever, yeah, TriStar. Oh shit, yeah, that's a good one too. My friend Red Sonja, her screen name is Red Sonja, and obviously that's, I think, a Marvel character. So yeah, there's always the notion of being like, I guess it's one thing to have like fan art, that kind of thing, but yeah, like a person's screen name It's like, I guess you could, like, yeah, like, you know, some guy makes a YouTube channel, has 0 subscribers, they call themselves Jedi Dude 404, will Disney sue his ass, or, you know, or DMCA his ass? I would sure hope not, but I guess they could, I guess. I don't know, that shit gets weird. Like, you would hope that companies wouldn't do that, but again, it happened to the Happy Hobbit, or the Happy Hob, which is unfortunate. But it sounds like he's rolling with it, and like I said, he's still a very popular streamer, so I don't get the impression it harmed him necessarily. But I get the impression he was like, he kind of got spooked by the whole thing, and I don't blame him. So let's see, what exactly are we doing? We kind of gallivanted around there, collected a bunch of blood samples, and a number of things. Well, we have 3 to look through. Condition 12 was one of the 3 samples. This one came from the sea. The blood is most assuredly infected. Guess we're checking all 3 sequentially. Subject 3, this was the guy that we saw, I think, Sergeant Cash, who was stuck in that experimentation chamber thing. The blood is infected. It's infected in a different way, but definitely infected with the filth. And then the third one, oh, H. Bannerman. That's Helen, right? Helen Bannerman, the sergeant, or the police chief from Kingsmouth. So she was not physically exposed, but she is infected in some way. Or is it the doctor, actually? Maybe it's the doctor. I thought her name was Helen or Helena. So one of them is infected in some way, even though she wasn't physically exposed. So the filth travels not just by physical contact, but by pathogens in the air as well. Well, at least that's what I'm presuming. Let's go check the results. But that sounds like that's exactly how that went. Which we already kind of knew. This isn't news to us, the player character, but it's like, I guess, an official confirmation of our suspicions. Airborne exposure. Oh. I guess we have to say other exposure. I have to expose myself in other ways. Because you already read this one. Project Filth. Results. Oh, that one, okay. There is an airborne strain, which presumably is tied to the fog, which has been powered up by the filth. Counts for mutations found in the Draug. Right, yeah, because the Draug are coming in from the sea, which are also powered up by the filth and or corrupted by it. As well as the local zombies, yeah. They're infected by whatever's in the mist, not by the black liquid, so they're opposing forces, so to speak. Half-life opposing force. If you're exposed to the mist, you're 93% likely to be infected already. All personnel working with filth must be aware of the possibility of airborne contaminations. Wear a mask, baby. CDC class respirator. This game was made in 2012 and it was ahead of the time. Yeah, I said the word opposing force out loud, then I was like, ooh, Half-Life opposing force. I never played. It took me until like 2 or 3 years ago. That's not true. Probably 4 or 5 years ago to play Half-Life opposing force. Opposing forces, I think was the full title. But yeah, I hadn't played it. I played Half-Life 1 years and years ago, but I didn't play Opposing Force, nor had I played Blue Shift until about 4 or 5 years ago, and I was really impressed with both games. In particular, Opposing Force, because man, that's an incredible game. I almost liked it more than the base game, almost. Because yeah, it's so good. Holy shit, what an incredible game, or expansion, what have you. Because Gearbox made that one, right? I mean, of course, the first party stuff is great, and the original is always a classic. But man, was really taken with Opposing Force. We streamed Half-Life 1 about a year and a half or so ago, just a casual playthrough. And yeah, I definitely have ambitions to play through the whole series, both the expansions, Half-Life 2, just the whole kit and caboodle. Find ourselves a respirator. Now we already have one, but I guess the lore is that we must find one ourselves. Hello, Marianne. I liked Blue Shift, but man, Opposing Force set the bar so high. Like, it's hard to like get nearly as excited about anything that isn't Opposing Force, because good lord, that game, that expansion is just thebomb.com, thebomb.gov.edu. Oh, a respirator, not just a, yeah, not the full mask or the full hazmat suit. All right, so I think I've got it on. You can kind of see it inside the pumpkin mask. That's kind of cool. I can wear them both. Even the little respiration pokies kind of stick out just perfectly. Yeah, Half-Life 2. Yeah, dude, that's the other one too, is the Half-Life 2, the base game, and of course the episodes. Oh man, such great games, dude. Holy shit. There was a crumpled up note that I missed. Oh, there is a crumpled up note. Because yeah, those games are so good, man. Some of the best video games ever made in my book. So everything except for a bathymetric map. Bathymetric? Flashlight, knife, axe, earmuffs, question mark? Because he wanted to venture out into the mist, it sounds like. Into Whale Watch. Yeah, is that what we're ascertaining? That Tyler was, he like went to the CDC camp to like get supplies to go into the mist? Preparing for an excursion into the fog. A bathymetric map. The most likely place he would have gone in search of such a map. Alright. Yeah, 2005. I remember those days all too well, Hasmati. You're 100% right, my friend. Yeah. Such good games. Such good games and so, like... So, inventive and, I mean, every buzzword you can think of, obviously, to describe a game that was ahead of its time. But yeah, very inventive, very ahead of its time. Good lord, yeah, just so good across the board. Here, let's sell some stuff to the Apothecarian real quick. Sell that one. I think I want to sell these. Get us a little bit more monies. Okay, that's it for now. I think that he sells that I want to buy. And now they're all just temporary stat boosts. But yeah, so good and so ahead of the times. Ahead of the time, rather. Ahead of the curve. Was so excited. Yeah. No, I remember the exact same thing. Because I think I played Half-Life for the first time in like 2002, 2003. Like it, you know, I got into him kind of late, admittedly. But, and then Half-Life 2 came out just a few years later. And I remember attempting to, and eventually succeeding in playing those games on my family's, like Dell home computer that could barely run the games. I mean, it was like playing the games with a potato build, so to speak, where like certain outdoor areas, the frame rate would chug down to like PowerPoint presentation levels of frame rate awfulness, and you know, with graphic settings turned all the way down. But man, just the games were so cool. I wanted to play them so bad, so I didn't mind the fact that I was playing it with the practicality of a toaster. But man, those games are great. The X-Play days, dude. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember that. I remember the X-Play episodes leading up to Half-Life 2's release when they were, like, previewing it, as well as the review itself. I remember being active on the forums and the G4 TV, or I think it might have been known as G4 Tech TV at the time. Because I was I was a huge fan of Tech TV specifically. And I remember, like, in the message boards, people, I think, would vote on like the game of the year or like the shooter of the year. And I remember it was kind of controversial because the year that Half-Life came out, Half-Life 2, was I think also the same year that Halo 2 came out. And it was like kind of battle of the FPSs at the time, because you know, we had the Halo people and the Half-Life people who were, you know, always kind of at each other's throats as far as like, you know, which was considered better. And I remember the year that X-Play or G4 TV, what have you, did their like game of the year user voting type of thing, or maybe it wasn't even user voting, maybe it was just done internally. It was decided that Half-Life 2 was the shooter of the year, but Halo 2 got game of the year, and people were like, wait, so Half-Life 2 is the better shooter, but Halo is the better game? Like, what the fuck? So I remember that shit was like kind of deemed controversial back in those days, man. Yeah, surprised. Dude, I am too, Hasmati. Like, looking back, it's like it's a wonder that game ran at all. I mean, it fit the minimum specs, but only barely, and it really was only barely. But I was able to play through the whole game with that potato build. I see that as like a point of pride, being able to play a game like that with a potato build as like a 12-year-old or a 13-year-old kid. Actually, no, that's not true. I'd have been closer to 14 or 15 at that point, but still, you know, being a teenager, playing a game that on a computer that could, you know, barely muster it. With, again, you know, awful frame rate issues, but still able to make it work, and that's what matters. It was a fond memory, man. Fun times. That and Morrowind. Those are the two games that I managed to play through entirely with a potato build that could, you know, at times really struggle with it. Although in Morrowind's case, at the time, very few computers could run that game properly, just because it's great and I love Morrowind to death, but it's not known for being the most well-optimized game ever made. Exactly. But yeah, I have fond memories of like waiting multiple minutes for loading screens for both of those games, and just like, you know, like, all right, time to go to the restroom because it's gonna take like 2 minutes to load the next area. They are working on, yeah, some kind of G4 thing. Yeah, I've been following I follow the Twitter feed. I've been seeing like some internet people that I follow are like being involved with it in some way. I saw that I Am Brandon is involved with it. I think Alana Pierce is also involved. There's a few other like internet people that I follow that are like working with them in some way. So yeah, I think you're right, TriStar. I think it's gonna be like a streaming thing that's like more distributed, because it really doesn't make sense to then make a TV channel, right? Like, people don't really watch TV nowadays, at least for something like that. If you're like looking for internet technology stuff, then yeah, TV doesn't really make sense. And my theory is that that's kind of why Tech TV G4 really kind of tanked, because, you know, their audience wasn't very much of a TV watching audience after a certain point. Quake is better. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, that's the thing too, of course, if we're talking about like what kind of shooter I guess it is, because yeah, I mean, I love Quake as well, but I like Quake for different reasons than I like Halo or for Half-Life. Half-Life Halo feud. Yeah, it was kind of it wasn't like a widespread feud, I don't think. It was more localized to this one particular community of people, but yeah, I remember it was kind of a thing for a little bit there. The thing is, though, Halo 2, of course, so much of it was multiplayer-based. Half-Life 2 was very much a single-player game. Even though it ushered in the Source engine, even then, like, they're pretty different games with different goals. My first Bethesda love. Same here, TriStar. Yeah, really my only Bethesda love, admittedly, because it's the only Bethesda game I've really fully played all the way through, multiple times at this point, so I'm a Morrowind fanboy through and through, but it's the only Bethesda experience I've truly had. Taking a break during the long... Yeah, that's exactly it, man. That's exactly it. I remember those days all too well. All too well of it being like... I mean, again, like outdoor areas in particular. Indoor areas, it did a little bit better, where it would load those a little bit quicker, and like they would run a lot smoother. But then I would like exit to an outdoor area, and oh man, like you can imagine in Half-Life 2, the boat sequences were a struggle for my family's computer at the time. Hey, what's up, Whale? Good to see you, dude. Dude, I really do. I really do want to play Oblivion. I want to get to Fallout 2 so I can play Fallout 3 as well, and New Vegas. I've played Fallout 1, but 1 and 2 were interplay, whereas 3 and beyond have been Bethesda. Well, Bethesda and also ZeniMax, I guess. So, yeah, there's a lot of Bethesda IPs that I've yet to, you know, properly enjoy. But yeah, for sure, Oblivion is on the list, and eventually Skyrim. But I'm more excited to get to Oblivion for sure. Hey, that's good, Whale. How you been feeling, man? Yeah, I figure like, yeah, I mean, you're a young and healthy, strapping young lad, so I mean, I wasn't particularly worried, but still, you know, gotta take that stuff seriously. Gotta quarantine, even though I know it's a huge pain in the ass. I'm glad to hear things are doing well. What's the first thing you're gonna do once quarantine's done for you, Whale? I mean, I recognize, you know, we're all having to still be responsible. We're all having to stay indoors, so I realize that it's not like you're completely unshackled. But still, I hope you're able to like go out and do something, even if it's, you know, grab a bite to eat or something. It's the thing with Plankton, where he's like, I don't know. I didn't think I would. Honestly, I didn't really think this far ahead. I didn't think anyone would let me get this far. Anyway, so about the Draug, these guys, the deep ones, which are very much Dagon-esque, or Dagon-esque, according to Lovecraftian lore. Last check from Domino's, man. Oh man, yeah, that's a watershed moment for sure. Get some food, yeah, pick up the last check, dude. The end of an era, but beginning of a new one, my friend. A world tour shirt. I survived COVID, and all I got was a shitty t-shirt. You've experienced it? Yeah, you got it. You got the live experience, man. Experience that I'm sure wasn't a very pleasant one, but you lived to tell the tale. That's what matters. Oh, that's a word. Abyssopelagic signal. This game does such a good job with like introducing me to words and phrases I've never heard, or if I've heard, I've had very little experience with. So it's like this game is so well read and so well written. It's like several tiers of intelligence above my own, so it's like, if nothing else, it's a good experience for my lexicon, which could always use more experience. Could always use more entries. The Piscine dance, the lifeless eyes, black eyes like a doll's eye. When it comes at you, it doesn't seem to be living. Cycle of the Drow. Yes, we gotta kill more of them, by the way, so we can complete our little bonus questy we just got. The sense of smell. Yeah, I know. For some people, it takes a little bit to come back. Has it gotten better at all, TriStar, or is it, or what? I'm sorry, Whale rather. Sorry, I read the name TriStar when I said that out loud. As I know you said a couple days ago, it was annoying, but not like, you know, the worst thing ever. But still, it's like looking for this to get better, or at least get less bad. Because I know you said it also affects the sense of taste as well. Because I mean, of course, how could it not? The two are deeply entwined. The Draug who called them, the Deep Ones, worship certain cosmic forces, I think, i.e. Dagon, the dreaming entities. The vast vacuum of space is just as inhospitable to terrestrial life as the abyssal depths, and seems strangely familiar to the Deep Ones. They see the Draug as priests and prophets of the sleeping gods that bubble and blaspheme at the edge of their consciousness. They follow the lead of the Draug. And a hydrate, thank you, Ale, for the hydrate. Oh yeah, little bit by little bit, but you still have to, like, yeah, it's kind of like a weekend kind of sense. But oh, there's some stuff down here. Oh, that was the one I picked up already. Never mind. I'm guessing there's one up on this boat. I'm guessing. Like how this little lifeboat is, or little mini boat here is like just taking on water. I guess that zombie's truly a zombie. I didn't see the hydrate, Alex. Yeah, whenever I do the hydrates, I try to like take the drinks relatively close to the microphone, so it's like, oh yes, get them water slurping noises, Alex. Fill your slurping with in my ears. That way you too can experience Alex's ear inside of your tongue, or fuck, my tongue inside of your ear, whatever. Sorry, I was trying to make it weird, but I made it weird in the other direction. But we're all kind of weird. Yeah, just the map up top. So I'm guessing a bathymetric map is like the depths of the water nearby. I'm guessing that's what that word means. Yo, what's up, Arctic? What's up, dude? Don't want to lick your ear. Hold up, I know. Between the two of us, Arctic, we have a few lick emotes. There we go. There's that one. That's my best lick emote. There was another, I think Chrism had a lick emote, but I think he made it a tier 3 emote, so I was like, ah, fuck. That's such a good one, Arctic. Holy fuck. Fucking Baru with his licks, or just his emotes in general. Holy shit. Always top tier. So yeah, we can see it's like the shallower water. There's just east of Skull Island. There's a path leading upwards. Maybe that was the path that Tyler took out of the fog. Allegedly. Smallegedly out of the fog. But did it truly lead him out? Also, don't mind me, I'm just gonna ride my motorcycle off, my spider motorcycle, off of a boat into the water. And have it still work. And have me just ride off into the sunset like a boss. Actually, I'm not riding off into the sunset, I'm riding into a fog set. And I don't know if it'll be like a boss, but we're fucking doing it though, homies. Because we're trying to follow Tyler Freeborn. He's making... There are indications that he made a journey into the fog itself, into the mist, with a respirator and like warm clothing and whatnot to try to insulate him from the mist and its effects. But was he successful? Only one way to find out, friends. Some lower despawn. That's fine. That we actually already found it. However, there's some stuff up here that I definitely won't. It's what I want. What I really, really want. Which means I get to spend 30 hours trying to figure out how to climb this thing. And by 30 hours, I mean it probably won't take that terribly long. But I definitely wants it. I like it, and I wants you. I bet if we go... Oh, really? Oh, really? You wanna fucking do this? Bastard of the Brine, if that is your real name? In fact, I think we killed you earlier. The shadow. Oh, that sucks. I've heard of that happening. I don't know if it's happened with anybody that watches my channel, but I've heard of that happening for some people where it's like, whoa, apparently I unfollowed this person. What the hell? So I know I myself have been bamboozled a few times where I would like look at the little follow icon and I would hover over it and it would say unfollow the person. And I would be like, wait, am I unfollowed? I mean, I need to click it again. And then I would like be like, oh wait, no, that means I am followed already. But it's a little weird. Like I feel like the UI for some Twitch stuff is not the bestest. And I'm not a user experience expert, a UX expert, but it's like there's room for improvement. That's one such area where it can be a little bit confusing. Hey, there's another person. Who's the person? Or do they need my help? No, they're doing fine. They don't need help. They're doing good. They're doing God's twerk. That's the third one that's happened. Oh man, that is shitty. That is shitty. I'm sorry about that, man. And this is Bauer we're talking about, man. That guy's awesome. That dude's the coolest. The easy way or the hard? Yeah. Whenever I say that out loud, Arctic goes and he's picking up what I'm putting down. I almost like, yeah, I mean, you think about the subject of that reference, and it's like, it's a fun meme, but it's also like, I feel a little bad, joking about that kind of thing, because it's like, it's a little much. Yeah, you can hide. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, there's an FFC setting for it, which is nice. So if you see a button, yeah. So it's like, if nothing else, that helps to make it less of a gray area, so to speak. Less shenanigans, hopefully. Ooh, the twice nice. The nice, so nice, he had to redeem it twice. Or something, I don't know, it made more sense in my head. I like how this is like a fucking congregation. We got Spine Crusher and his faithful delegation down here. I bet Spine Crusher would give some pretty cool sermons, actually, in all fairness. Let's get some more lore fog lore. The guys, oh, the dude from that video? Yeah, the actual dude from the actual video. Not the episode of the Boondocks that I think of. Let's see. Oh yeah, so about the fog in general. The island is deaf and blind. The world outside no longer exists. We gaze at this wondrous petri dish, a vertical slice of isolated humanity. What will it breed? The only variable is me. Or you, rather. With the anima to walk here by the Agartha paths. But what will we do? What will we do, indeed? We'll gather more lore is what we're gonna do. Obviously. Yeah, exactly, because it's like an actual human person, not a cartoon character. Because yeah, exactly. It's like you consider the implications, and it's like, oh, I don't know how I feel laughing about this, but boy. But yeah, at least things are better now. The secret histories of the Draug, because yes, the Draug have a Norse origin story. Fought in the Darkness War. The Norsemen at least paid a great price for their victory. Some boats did not return. Lost with Excalibur in the Sargasso Sea, and we heard about like Viking longboats being found within this like boat graveyard or the ship graveyard around where Excalibur was found, the sword. No glorious death or funeral pyre for them. Only the cold sea and no death at all. So yes, the Draug being like waterborne zombies. Kind of like zombie monsters, specifically from the sea, that have like some kind of Norse mythological significance. So here's Tyler's camera. Let's see like what became of our boy. Yeah, that one exactly. Well, yeah. So there he is. There's our man, venturing into the fog like a madman.
I'm going in. I think I got it figured out. I think I'll be okay. I don't think things are the same inside as they are outside. I think things are twisted in there. If you breathe that stuff, it'll get you. Poison you. But it's the sound that makes you susceptible to it.
Right, the
Makes
song.
you do things you don't want to do. The music. Like the Pied Piper. We're children being lured into the sea.
So that's why I wanted earmuffs.
Into the nameless abyss. The ancient city beneath. Where they sleep. I'm going in. I'm going to try and push through to the other side. Wherever that is. I don't plan on coming back.
Well, let's find out how that went for him. He makes reference to the ancient city underneath, which, again, I keep calling back to Lovecraft and Dagon and R'lyeh, and I just can't help but think about the Call of Cthulhu game that we played about, I think about a year, actually, it was a little bit more than a year ago, but yeah, Dark Corners of the Earth, and how, yeah, we actually ventured into the subterranean city, the underground city, where Dagon resides and all that jazz. So, yeah, it continues. And we must continue to pursue him. Tyler Freeborn, that is. Enough evidence of a distant airborne strain of filth that came in with the fog, which could mean a partial or complete reformulation of what we know about the outbreak of Solomon Island. It's something we kind of suspected already, but yeah, it sounds about right. Maybe rethink our strategy for mitigating the infection, or maybe Ed for one's infected already. I mean, we know that Helena Bannerman, the sheriff, is already infected, even though she was not physically exposed and hasn't shown symptoms. Maybe we're infected already. It could mean a lot of things. Regardless, we gotta go in there. Level 50, baby! We're max level now.
Congratulations, closer.
Which is not to say that we're done leveling our stuff. Like, which is not to say like we're not gonna get any stronger, but now it's more equipment based. And less stat based. So now whenever as we like do stuff, we won't innately like get more health or get more power or get more blah blah blah. That'll have to come by unlocking more stat things with passive skills and active abilities, as well as increasing our ability, our equipment, that is, powering it up. But level 50, max level, right there. Yeah, that's a good way to like kind of view it, Arctic. That's kind of like how I kind of internalize those kinds of things too. Yeah, I would kind of thinking more about it. I mean, that's a good way to like recognize that, yeah, there was some shit that went down that this person was, responsible for sure. But yeah, at least it brings some of the stuff to light. Oh, and Sephiroth, yes, one piece of 2D art. Oh yes, the one scene from the trailer, yes, and there have already been some pretty good memes on it for sure. Yeah, lots of things to appreciate and to look forward to, and I for one welcome the memes that will be very enjoyable if they aren't already. Honestly, there's a lot to appreciate there. Will that bring it to 20? Oh, just a little bit more. A little more to get that to 20. Then we can merge that into a blue one and then get that one all leveled up. All fancy like. That'll be very exciting. That one's already max level. So get this one next. Bam, bam. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Level 10, let's also get this one upgraded. How we doing anime shard size? We're doing pretty okay for the most part. I missed this one. Boop. So let's get these two upgraded. These are both hit ratings, which would be this guy. Except that would make it in max level. Let's find another hit rating guy. I think we have one other hit rating. This guy. Cool. Alright, so we freed up some space. Also, we have this guy. Talisman Distillate. Let's give you to... Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lunatic Chef, what in the world? Thank you so much, man. Holy shit. Oh, man, that's very generous, Lunatic. Holy crap. Thank you so much, my friend. How you doing, bud? Sorry, I was just doing some menuing. Also saw your message just now. Yes. My camera did crap out. Oh, that's sweet of you to do that, Lunatic Chef. That's very sweet. I've said before and I'll say it again. It's like, I'm doing fine. I've got a full-time job. I'm doing fine. I can indulge myself on, new webcams and stuff like that. But it's very sweet of you, Lunatic Chef. Very generous. We received the blessed sneeze. Cloud only has one image. Only has one image. Well, I mean, I can think of a few, but I was thinking like the part of the trailer where he's got Mario on the, like, that's what I was thinking you were referring to, Arctic. Oh, I see what you're saying though. Yes, the fact that it's limited like how he can be presented, because I mean it's no secret that Square is very protective of their IP, especially Final Fantasy. Like when Cloud was added, it was like, oh, here's like literally 2 songs and some background elements for like the one stage you get, but like, not a whole lot of variety. Maybe we'll get more music with Sephiroth, but we'll see. Friends up, it's very sweet of you, Lunatic Chef. I feel like I should always clarify. It's like, we never expect or anticipate that kind of generosity. It's very sweet. And I've seen firsthand, Lunatic Chef, you're such a generous person, not just with me, but with all of our streamer friends that we kind of all have with our community of sorts, which is all very appreciated. But I hope you know that we don't want you to run because of your generosity. We just want you to run because you're a good person. We don't expect, the financial support or that kind of stuff. We're just glad to have you here. But thank you, Lunatic Chef. It's very sweet of you. That kind of thing is always above and beyond what any of us could ever ask. And of course, it's appreciated. You're a true homie for real. When you can start working again? Yeah, for sure, because it occurs to me that, you've probably been unable to start the new job while you've been in quarantine, Whale, and it's good that you've been in quarantine, it's the responsible thing to do, but it's probably a huge pain in the ass, because it's like, man, I'm chomping at the bit here, man. I want to get into it, because, I mean, starting a new job that's always so exciting and stressful, but exciting, it's the positive kind of stressful, so, yeah, it's not a position I envy, for sure. Oh, man. But for the cutscene we just saw, though, there's a number of things to unpack there. Because, he said that he was going in there, for better or for worse, and he doesn't expect it to go... He doesn't expect to be able to come back. I don't know if that's because he expects to die, or if it was because... whatever is in there would, like, twist him in some way. He said whatever's in there is going to be twisted. Going into the fog, that is. Now, we get to enter the fog ourselves. So now we get to experience on our own what it's all going to be about. He mentioned the song that lures people in there as well, or that commands the Draug. We've already seen a lot of lore about the song that is involved with the fog, and we got to experience it a few times ourselves. But I think this will be a little bit more involved as well. Yeah, there it is. So entering the fog ourselves. So you were okay. So you did start for one day, and then then the test had to happen. That's correct. Yeah, any revenue I earn from subscription revenue or cheers, that kind of thing, ad revenue, what have you, any revenue I get from my YouTube videos, which I haven't done much with in a long time. Yeah, any money I earn from like the content stuff that I do, I just put back in the Extra Life charity. And it's something I don't talk about terribly often because I don't have a lot of ways for you guys to hold me accountable for that, because last I looked, there was like a thing that said like I'm not allowed to show how much money like on stream or show like pictures of like my receipts that I've gotten from like Twitch payouts, that kind of thing. They would like violate their blah blah blah. So affiliate contract agreement thing, and it's probably not a huge deal, but like I try to take that stuff seriously. So yeah, I don't talk about it a whole lot just because it's kind of on the honor system. Like, I guess you guys just kind of have to take my word for it. And the other thing, too, is that usually if someone's like, oh, I want to support Extra Life stuff, usually I just say, oh, well, there's the Extra Life donation thing, which doesn't take a cut of it. Because, I mean, bits, obviously, I mean, there are ways to acquire bits that doesn't involve spending money. But I feel bad for anybody that does spend a lot of money on bits because it can be pretty expensive. Twitch takes a pretty big... cut of the money that is spent for that, and with subscriptions there's also a percentage taken there too, so it's not something I focus on a whole lot, but it is worth mentioning that any revenue that I earn after Twitch takes their piece of the pie, I just put it back into the fundraiser, and that accounts for a lot of money because somebody pointed out like, wow, Alex, you can see in the top right hand corner it'll show how much money from time to time has been like donated by the max donator person or the biggest donator person, and it's going to be me. because I just donated back to the Extra Life stuff, and from all of the sub revenue and cheer revenue and ad revenue that we got since the last Extra Life marathon, it was a little bit less than $1,300, $1,300, which is a lot of money. I mean, that's a lot of money. So, I like I said, it's not something that I focus on a whole lot, and maybe I should spend more energy on like trying to encourage subscriptions, that kind of thing. But yeah, like that was a significant magnitude more than I made last year, as far as like, you know, again, revenue earned from the streams and from like ad revenue and stuff. So the fact that it's been such a powerful fundraising vehicle for the Extra Life stuff is far and beyond what I was expecting. I mean, that accounted for at the time well over half of the money we've raised up to this point. And granted, you can see we're just a little bit over 3,000 total, but yeah, it far exceeded my expectations. So like, yeah, so whenever someone like Lunatic Chef, or anybody for that matter, like, you know, gives subs or cheers bits, it's like, dude, that's, regardless, it's helping us out. It's helping out the fundraising. And again, it's just so incredibly generous, because again, it's like, you don't have to spend money on the stream. You can watch for free. It's never expected, but of course it's absolutely appreciated.
You're identifying and
I'll wait for
actioning
Kirsten.
the win themes out there. That saves everyone so much time and energy. Except for the losers.
I like the win themes, but yeah, it's like, that's so generous. I mean, you know, we're in a global pandemic. People's economic bottom lines are affected right now. You know, people with jobs that are scary looking, or not scary looking, but are like, you know, not always super secure right now, or, you know, worried about you know, healthcare costs when it comes to trying to stay safe and healthy. It's like, I don't want people to ever think like, oh, I guess I have to support Alex's channel. It's like, no, you don't have to. I'm just happy to have people here. Can bring in far more than like a direct deposit. Yeah, and that's true too, Arctic. I mean, whenever there's like the case for me to like upgrade the stream in some way, whether it be buying a new webcam or when I upgraded my capture card a couple years back, or when I upgraded my computer for that matter. Yeah, I just spent my own money on it, because again, I got a full-time job. I'm okay spending my own money on this hobby to like empower it in some way. But you're right, Arctic. I mean, there's something to be said for seeing it as an investment for the future. Because yeah, if I had like, you know, a shitty capture card or a computer that started horribly and it was like kind of turning viewers off, then yeah, it's like, well, if I was bringing more viewers in, then, you know, if 5% of the viewers are subscribers, then, like, you know, more viewers means more maybe subscribers, which means more subscription revenue, which means more Extra Life donations. So it's like, yeah, you're right. It's like you could use these things to build for more stuff. But exactly, yeah, that's exactly how I see it, Arctic. It's like, since it's a hobby, it'd be one thing if I was a big shot streamer that like was able to earn enough where I was able to make it like a significant part of my income. I mean, $1,300 in a single year is a significant amount of money, but obviously it's nowhere near enough to, you know, live off of. And again, I've got a full-time job, and that takes care of me. I've considered, like, yeah, what if there was an alternate universe where I was able to build enough of a viewer base. And again, I don't say this because I'm like, oh, it's gonna happen, or because I've got like unrealistic expectations. I've been watching a lot of Devin Nash lately, and he talks a lot about this kind of thing from a streaming perspective, and how to build your stream and how to not have unrealistic expectations. But yeah, like, if that were to happen for some reason, you know, years down the road, then where I was making enough money where it was starting to look like, well, maybe there's something to this, maybe I could focus more energy on that, then it is something I would consider. But I would have to like really make that abundantly clear. If I were to change that up, the whole sub revenue going to Extra Life stuff, I would have to like make sure that was abundantly clear to people, to say like, hey, this is how I used to do it, and here's how I'm doing it now. And if you don't want to subscribe to me because of that, that's totally fine. But like, you know, here's like the line in the sand that I've crossed into like where to focus on this. Because I mean, again, I realize I'm just blabbing right now. I'm not playing the game because I'm being a weirdo. But because I've been watching a lot of again, like Devin Nash, I've like been watching a lot of stuff like this that kind of gets into what it takes to like build a platform properly, because you really can't just do like the one channel thing or the one platform thing. You have to like do Instagram, you got to do YouTube, you got to do Twitch. You kind of have to do everything, and that takes a lot of time. So like, if you were to be able to focus those efforts, and like it's like Arctic said, it's like you take what you've built so far, what you've earned, and use it to kind of invest into your other platforms. Use that money to hire an editor to help you make YouTube videos. Use that money to I don't know, to like there's the obvious things like upgrade your computer, what have you, but like yeah, there's ways to kind of like build upon that if you wanted to like take it to the next level beyond just a hobby. But I again, I don't want to make it sound like I have unrealistic expectations. I don't think I'm anywhere close to that point. I do acknowledge that the viewership has been very nice this year, thanks in no small part to Lunatic Chef, who brought many very nice people to the channel through Grovana, through CD, through all of these streamer friends we've made that has enriched my life and with like just cool friendships, but has also you know, I can't ignore the fact that it's also brought a lot of new people to the channel. So, you know, I am endlessly grateful to Lunatic Chef, as well as Priority, who brought Disnoff to us for what was the largest raid we've ever had. So like, you know, I recognize those things are significant. They have an effect for sure. But I'm not under like, I'm not like, yo boys, I'm about to quit my job and do a full-time affiliate. Like that's not, you know, realistic right now, obviously. But it's interesting that the whole notion of like how and when that next level step is taken it's an interesting, not a science, but an interesting like exercise in marketing and like economics, in like how to like wrangle an internet hobby into a, not a business, but into like a, I don't know, into a sustainable platform of sorts. I don't know, it's fascinating, but again, I'm not like building it up in my head like, oh, it's gonna happen because I'm a fucking pro. The personality skills, yeah, well I mean that's sweet of you to say, Arctic. Yeah, like it can be a grind. It's a lot that's involved. You're 100% correct in the sense that like there's a lot to be done, because yeah, I agree, like there's a lot I could be doing. I would be lying to you if part of me changing my like profile picture and part of like me looking into things like Instagram and YouTube wasn't at least influenced by these things that I've watched and read about lately, where it's like, yeah, diversification of your platform is not, or of your content is a good idea. I keep name dropping Devin Nash, but he did this interesting discussion. I think it was a video where he like taught an hour-long session to a college group, where he was talking about how one of the things you want to make sure you have is some kind of way to have an evergreen place where your content can stay, and Twitch is not very good about that because the VODs obviously, you know, can only last for so long. So having some kind of way, whether it be Instagram, whether it be YouTube or Facebook, or you know, there are ways to do it, but like having a place where you can like put stuff where people can discover it after the fact, not only when you're live. The Bush baby, yeah, dude, that edit was delightful. Arctic. Also, Ogasa, good to see you, buddy. Yeah, that was fucking good, and I love seeing shit like that, man. That is unironically one of like the most like flattering things, is like if I post something or if there's something relating to me and or the channel, and somebody like shops it to meme on it, like when Off-Road Devil made the booty here, this booty right here. This booty right here. When he made that booty happen, I was like, that I don't like to use the word fan art because I don't like how it intrinsically puts me on a pedestal. Yeah, I'm just some fucking dude. But like, we'll say community art, like a you know, a valued member of our community making something fun and silly based on a dumb thing that I did on stream. Like that's the most flattering thing ever, I think. And when Arctic, yeah, he made the fucking Bush baby edit, I was like, holy fuck. The idea that somebody would spend more than 30 seconds on making a dumb meme image on something on me or the channel, it's very sweet, and like I realize now, especially more than ever as I get older, that, you know, your time is precious. So it's like the fact that people watch the stream, of course, is awesome, and then like off stream they do these fun silly things. It's like, oh dude, what the hell? That's so freaking kind. And in Off-Road Devil's case in particular, I understand that took him quite a while to make that image. I don't know if he said how long exactly it took him, but I mean, he made it in MS Paint, and he did a really good job with it. All jokes aside, it looks really good, and I'm not just saying that because it's my own booty, but I mean, I'm not saying it, but no, it's fucking wild though. The full-size image? Ooh, that's a good question. Do I have the full-size image? I think I do. Yeah, let me actually double check that, Arctic. I might be able to get you. Let's see, let me go double check. I know I have a full-size image of this thing. Is it the full-size image? In fact, I can give you like the full scene. Yeah, here. We'll do that. What the fuck? What the fuck am I about to do? I'm opening up Pandora's box here. Yeah, here. Let me post this in the Discord server. A full size. All right, here. I got you, Arctic. I got you, homie. Yeah, I'll just DM it to you because now I'm curious. So add. This is a fairly large image, but I'm a fairly large boy. A large image for a large boy. Spelled B-O-I. Actually, wait, which one is it? Are these the same image? I have two of them. I think it's either two different images and I don't move when I talk, or they're the same image. The files are too powerful. It's more than 8 megabytes. All right, I'll find a way to get this to you. Because this one is enormous. Oh, wait, can you see what I'm looking at? Okay, no, you can't. Okay. How big is this file? Actually, I'm kind of curious. 8.97 megabytes. Okay. Oh, you can kind of see. Yeah, you can kind of see some stuff. Yeah, when the folder's up. Yeah. Why can you see that? That's weird. I wonder what window is being captured. Yeah, for a brief moment. I know what to do. I know what can be done. I was actually just using Dropbox the other day, so I'm still logged in. Hey, yeah. This is a big one. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Like, I was thinking of like looking to see which scene it is. Not that I'm concerned about showing anything I don't want to show. There's nothing that I'm opening has anything dox-worthy or incriminating on it. Share. Yes. Read link. All right. And then it's this one. In fact, I'm just gonna post this into the Discord. Full size image of that I used for my profile pic. Nothing bad could come from this at all. Nothing bad at all. There we go. There we go. There it is. But yeah, if you unlock the scene, yeah, exactly. It's like you can kind of trace where it came, where like what scene is being called upon. There we go. So now we're back in the game. A nerd, yes, dude. We love it, man. We love the nerd stuff, man. We love the nerd stuff, and I really appreciate you, Lunatic Chef. Again, you and your family are so freaking kind. Always a pleasure to have you here, my friend. Thank you again for the kind words and for being far too generous. Like I said, man, you've already done so much for me, man. I still think very kindly, very fondly back to the first time GV rated us and how it was specifically directed from you, and it was because of that. Not only did it bring viewers, but it brought like a whole slew of new internet friends that I'm like so grateful for. I sometimes catch myself wondering, like, dude, it'd be so fucking cool if like the group of us could do like a meetup after COVID times have ended, like at, I don't know, like a TwitchCon thing in the future or something like that. I've never been to like a big convention and whatnot, and I don't know if I would want to sign up for something quite that enormous necessarily, but like, man, wouldn't it be cool if at some point down the road we could all like do a big meetup or something like that, because they're all such cool people, and I have you to thank, Lunatic Chef, for introducing me to all of them, because man, oh man, it has been a life enrichment, especially for this year, man. It's been a shitty year, but like that's a glowing, like a very bright and positive thing, and I have you to thank for so much. Got the little scat person wrestling folder. There's a what's it called? Turkish oil wrestling. It's something I've never heard about before. Well, I know about it now, but yes, this was a YouTube rabbit hole that some friends of mine introduced me to. They were like, "Oh, Alex." Well, it wasn't with me specifically, but somebody was like, "Guys, are you aware of Turkish oil wrestling?" And we were collectively like, "What the fuck?" And it's like there's a lot of YouTube videos. It's like a lot of content on YouTube that I don't know if it's only in Turkey or if it's a thing nowadays. Probably not so much in COVID times, but yeah, like Turkish oil wrestling, where like the two dudes get like very lubricated up. They wear very little clothing. And they just like try to wrestle, and it's fucking weird and wild and awkward and everything you would expect. And Yeah, like there was like a good half an hour where like it was supposed to be a board game night, but it turned into an internet fucking meme night, and at like one point like we were going through and just trying to find the weirdest instances of this phenomenon, and at one point where the dudes kind of stood back and was like, guys, what are we doing with our lives on a Saturday night? We were supposed to be degenerates playing board games. Why are we being like degenerates looking up weird shit on YouTube? What are we doing with our lives? But it didn't stop us, obviously. Wrestling. yeah, it's, I guess, I mean, yeah, I'll take Turkish oil wrestling over, like, yeah, like the way, I guess you would just call it, yeah, professional wrestling here in the States. I don't know, I mean, I don't want to shit on American wrestling or professional wrestling here, because, I mean, I know people that really enjoy it, but, yeah, it's a different experience, a different vibe, so to speak. Yeah, just to me, yeah, nothing weird, right? Nothing weird. Yeah, just a couple of out with the lads. Out with the boys, having a meme night, watching some weird shit on YouTube. You know, it's not that strange. Just yeah, some cooks are delicious. Yeah, dude. And I've mentioned it before. I do want to play those games. More of 3 specifically. Oh yeah. That I can't remember the guy's name, but yeah, I know what you're referring to though, Whale. Because yeah, I guess that's kind of what he's based on, right? Professional show wrestling. I need to turn up my audio so I can hear this better. The stuff that happens behind the curtains, and I'm sure there's a lot that goes on for sure. It's the same song we've heard before, by the way. We're following the song. Hakan, yes. Now I can't run anymore. We're only walking. And our respirator is doing the work. The Lord's work here. Noxious gases and fumes. There's a lot of that around right now. But yeah, the stuff that happens behind the curtains, yeah, I mean, it's a production, right? When it comes to like show wrestling or, you know, whatever you want to call it. It's a production. It's not just like, you know, memeing with the lads. It's like it's a whole deal. There's a lot of work that goes into it. A lot of choreography. I mean, people joke and like meme on it, but like it's legit. And it involves a lot of hard work and a lot of like professionalism. Oh shit. We're following this, but either we're getting lost or it's working exactly as intended. Taking a fucking... Oh, God, yeah. That's the thing, too. It's like, people say, like, wrestling is fake. And it's like, yeah, it's orchestrated and, like, pre-planned. But, like, you know, people, like, the dudes and dudettes are, like, you know, putting their bodies in the line for the sake of entertainment. Also, our guy just passed out. It's like, there are real injuries and real stresses and real, like, harm being done to their, you know, to their being, to their bodies, so... Like, you can't fake some of that shit, man. There's lots of improv. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's stuff that's planned out, and yeah, there's like, you know, here's your motivation, here's like the direction your character's going in. But yeah, I mean, yeah, of course you can't literally choreography everything. So yeah, some of it's gonna be improvised for sure. Based on like audience reaction, that kind of thing. Right, yeah, what if they get dazed? What if, yeah, they take a hit, they fucking take a chair to the noggin and they're like a little bit dazed from it, you know, can you blame them? Yeah, it's like you receive like a moderate concussion. It's like, oh, the show must go on, so I'll try to continue my thing. All right, so we've ended up on an island.
Stop. No. Don't stop now. More words, please. More memories.
So we were in the fog, wading through the water. Stop. Or slow, at least. He says more words. Can I climb up here? I think we just jump down, friends. Oh my. So yeah, this is I remember little bits and snippets, little vignettes of memories of playing through this years ago, and it was some of the coolest shit I'd ever seen in video games ever. This is pretty fucking metal. Oh man, let's kind of take in the sights though. I can't run very fast. Oh, that was just temporary. Can I use my motorcycle? Okay. I'm actually kind of glad I can't use the motorcycle. It would kind of take away from the vibe.
Mommy, What will Daddy bring back from the sea? Whatever his heart desires, my sweet. They rowed their boats through the Sargasso Sea. Merrily, 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 soon we'll all be free.
It sounds like the same voice. It wasn't like a child and a father or a mother. It was like just one dude. Is it Tyler's voice? Oh my. Reminds me of that one of two dream sequences from Max Payne. Ooh, even with the camera zoom out too.
Welcome to the Red Sargassum Dream. Follow it down, down, down.
When they talk about the Sargasso Sea, they talk about the red kelp that was found on the fishing boats that it came from. So I wonder if Sargassum is a type of kelp or a type of seaweed that's red by its nature or something. I don't know. But whenever we hear the word Sargassum, it usually is red tinged in some way. You're thinking the same thing about the Max Payne stuff? Yeah. Beyond the Sargasso Sea. And again, it's worth noting, we came here by walking through the fog. Tyler had theorized that it was twisted in some way. That beyond the fog, things were twisted. It's like a twisted version of reality.
Peekaboo, we see you. Look around. This is what will be. We're dreaming it all together. Impressive, isn't it? You see, nothing has to change. It's all the same as they remember it. It's
Now,
happening already.
hold on, let's stop talking.
The dream is inside all of them. There's no disinfecting the dream. Exodus won't save them. No, no, no. It's too late for that. Besides, save them from what? Themselves? This is what they are.
So when we beat Beaumont and we went through that dream sequence where we were going through the mountain inside of Tibet, or outside of Tibet, we eventually arrived in an outdoor sequence, like a starry sequence that was kind of similar to what we're seeing in the glasses and the windows here. I don't know if that's significant, and I'm not saying that because I'm trying to be like mysterious because I know the answers. I legit can't remember, but I can't help but notice the similarities of those areas, the areas like outside of space and time, and we're seeing inside these areas here.
I think you're looking for me.
Who said that? Oh, Deputy Andy, Helena, Bannerman. Yeah, that's the sheriff. Oh shit. We gotta fight these people, don't we? So, are these little bunnies? What are these? They're cats. Oh, Andy with the cats, right? Yes, we know that Andy and his cats, the ones that his dad killed, put them in a trash bag and drowned them. Yeah, we'd heard indication that Sheriff Bannerman, at least, was confirmed to be infected and hadn't exhibited symptoms yet, and she wasn't physically exposed necessarily, but might have breathed in the pathogens from the fog. And it's presumed that actually everybody might be infected. Man, the cats. I forgot about that shit, man. Yeah. What a wild throwback. Can I jump the fence? I cannot. Oop. Norma. Oh, it's Granny. Aw. She was so chill. I have to kill her. This is like the shadow version of her though, so it's not the real Norma Creed. Hopefully. So this whole area is like a shadow version, or like an like ultimate infected version of the town, but like still in like a dream state, a dreamlike state. And it's like it's conjured up filth versions of all the villagers or townspeoples. Or at least the key ones. Oh my. Alright, that's definitely the right way to go. I see the church up. I think that's a church. Maybe not. I kind of want to explore this way more. Although the construction yard is kind of looming, isn't it? Let's just run. Just speed things up a bit. So I think there's quite a bit to go over here. I think this leads back to where we came from, doesn't it? Oh, no, it does not. I haven't been here. I think that leads to where we came from, I think. Whoa. And oh, it's Hayden. Don't expect him to tango is the name of that move. Oh, he summoned some friends. Yeah, the headmaster from the academy. So it's not just the people from Kingsmouth, but the surrounding areas as well. It's from Solomon Island. Yeah, that's the place where we have to go, I'm pretty sure. Let's come back to that in a second. That was kind of cool how it, like, yeeted us upwards after crossing over the manhole. Okay, I think this is... Wait a second. This shouldn't be floating like this. It's either a glitch or just a artifact of this game being... this whole area being weird. Maybe a little bit of both. Yeah, okay, there's the area we came from. Okay, so I'll go ahead and go towards the proper direction, because we definitely came from there. I can think of a couple of sequences near the end, but of this whole series of quests here, but or like kind of what we're following here, but there's a lot I don't remember kind of in betweeny weeny. Yeah, the construction yard. It looks like it. Actually, no, that's just a regular house. Never mind. I thought it was a church. Or it's not a construction yard. It's a junkyard.
Let them inherit the kingdom.
Those cranes are enormous. I mean, I guess they're normal size, but it feels like the scale is so much larger. Everything's so large and scary. It's like I'm playing Limbo again, where you're so small and insignificant and the world is so big and scary.
Yeah!
Oh, Edgar. Oh, I don't want to fight Edgar. He's a cool dude. Except he's got a scary, awesome wrist thing. He's gonna try to stick the dogs in us, but I think we stopped him before he could. I feel bad, like, fighting these NPCs that have, like, done cool stuff for us. It's like we did quests for them, and we were all friends. Now we have to fight them. I think we have to go the other way, but I just want to see where this leads. I think there were two entrances. Okay, yeah, never mind. Yeah, there were two entrances that we saw previously. Alright. Here come the big ones. Yep. Oh boy. It's so ominous.
We can make the rules together. Bring them home, Rosie. A pocket full of sailors. Ashes. They all fell down.
I'm trying to decide if that's Tyler's voice we're hearing. Oh. We want to get them all lit, right? Lit AF. Oh, that's not true at all. Okay, we just have to make sure that they all line up. So that's all. That's the first three. I think the last three are not lit. So what's this one do? This one moves the first 3. That one does... It's kind of hard to see past it. I feel like we need to focus on the back ones first just because they're the hardest to see. Actually, if we do that and then this... Will that do it, or is that all but... I think that might be all but one, actually. Yeah, all but one. So close. So close. Okay. So this is... How many is this? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 total, I think. But I think the 7th one doesn't move. We definitely want to move that one. No matter what, we want to move that one. Oh, it like swings it from... Wait, one more. Okay, I see. So it moved that. Those other 2 move. Is there anything that moves just those 2? Does not appear to be so. It's gonna be a bit trial and error no matter how we shake it out. I keep ending up in that situation where it's like all but one. That looks encouraging. There's still one in the back though. How do I move that back one? Back one. Not that. Okay, that moved it. Just those 2 now. I think that... Oh, that would moved it out though. Shit, yeah. So we're back in the same situation. This is a tricky one. Whoops. It's a little bit tricky that it's hard to see certain things. Ooh, that looks encouraging. That might be it. That's it, baby. Oh my. Yeah, this is a scene I remember. The vines of the filth along the ground, along the road, and this glimmering halo in the distance.
Freeborn. Freeborn.
Whoa! Okay, well, we can't quite reach it just yet. Was he saying that voice is Freeborn's? Or is it the voice saying that he knows of him? I don't know, man. It's hard to imagine any normal person going through the fog and coming out unscathed from it all. So we can try to go the opposite direction, but I was gonna say, yeah, invisible wall for sure. Some drama specifically. The bush baby is done with an added touch. Oh my, what could this possibly be? I'm very excited, Arctic.
This way, they'll live forever, free from civil trappings. You're in our dream, and we are in theirs. We're all in this together. See, nothing has to change. Not really. This is how they dream each other. What could be more real than that? You could be the mayor of this place. A new monarch. New god. Interested?
So it's like the filth is trying to like actualize like an ideal version of the town or something. What it considers to be ideal, maybe. An extra touch in the general tab. Oh my. Oh dude, that is good. I see many touches that are good touches. Well, Arctic, now, if I were to ever, like, make a, like, the anti-Hobbit or the anti-Alex, this would absolutely be his profile picture, because that is very disconcerting. Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I appreciate it, and the more I fear it. That's, trying to think, like, what would I call this Alex? Or that super Hobbit? That's Supper Corbonk. Slightly, yeah, just a little bit like fucked up. It's not overly messed up and not like Uncanny Valley, but it's a little uncanny and a little bit unsettling. You done good, man. Yeah, it turned out delightfully cursed, Arctic. You know, I legitimately enjoy, unironically enjoy, like, weird cursed shit like this, and this is something I'm definitely down for. The general store was here, apparently. Ooh, we can venture down this way. But should I? Should I keep going forward? Let's go down this way. You clearly have a talent for these things, Arctic. I am both impressed and am slightly fearful of your skill set. Oh boy. Oh boy. Scenic flights. Municipal airport. Yeah, I want to go this way first. I'm thinking of, like, what I want to do with this image. I can make that my profile picture. Talk about, you know, a unique image to celebrate. Oh my, one's brand. All right, so we definitely want to go that way eventually. Although I don't know if we can right now because there's a giant motherfucking sinkhole, which might be a little problematic. We may have cool jumping abilities and a cool motorcycle, but we can't scale that one. Would we take a scenic flight, perhaps? Actually, this might be the intended way for us to go. Got a dude. Got a few dudes. We'll get that way in a second. I kind of like it. I kind of like the face fucking. That's a good sentence. That's a good quote. I kind of enjoy the cursedness, the additional curse. That tells me we're probably going the correct way. Oh, so that's what the shaking is. I kind of like the face fucking, yep. Yeah, I was gonna say, if Arctic doesn't add it, I'm gonna add it. I have no shame. I ain't got time to feel shame. Whoa. Okay, yes, it's probably a good reason for me to explore around and not just go right for it. This is Dufresne and Shun, Marine Supplies. Dufresne and Sun, rather, not Shun. Let me guess. Sinkhole right in front of me. No. Oh, wait. We got a big boy. That's fine. We can take these guys. Yeah, we fought those guys plenty of times. They ain't nothing but chumps. I want to explore more, or should we go ahead and commit to this? That's such a cool shot. Hold up, here we can do this. Control Z. There we go. Yeah, we get the full cinematic experience. Sadly, I can't. If I move the camera around, it does bring it back. There we go. That's so cool. Yeah, let's see. Let's have the UI off for a little bit of this, just so we can really take this in. Explore a little bit, but yeah, well, that's obviously the place to go. Yeah, Cry of Fear. Yeah, based on what little exposure I've had to Cry of Fear, I would say that is pretty on brand. Just the overall, like, just the houses themselves. Yeah, less that and less the filth at least. But the dark houses, the spooky fences, just the setting without the filth and without the hellscape. In fact, I don't even know if we can go back very much, just because there's been so many sinkholes that have opened up. In fact, we probably missed a few sinkholes, didn't we? Yeah, I say let's just go ahead and go for it. I think we've seen what we need to see. The co-op. Oh, I didn't realize that there was a co-op for Cry of Fear. Was that for the first one or for the sequel? I almost wonder if one of those two games influenced each other. Oh, well, not influenced each other. This game and or one of those games would have influenced each other maybe. Or if it's just a coincidence.
Tell all your friends to visit. It sharpens the dream.
Sharpens the dream, he says. I think the implication here is that the voices that we're hearing is probably that of Tyler. It's like he's seen the light. The anti-light. It's a second project. Oh, okay. Afraid of monsters. But they are not canonically related. Okay, cool. That's so fucking cool. Well, it just leads into this portal. It's worth mentioning that whenever we interact with the filth, we get that camera effect where it shows the veins around the screen, and you can kind of see. It's a little bit hard to see, but yeah, we're definitely getting the vein effect right now. So the implication here is that we're definitely deep into the filth right now. Not terribly surprising, given all this leads right into the mine. And we know that the mine, at the core of the mine, is the heart of Blue Mountain, and the heart of Blue Mountain is a filth engine. That propagates all kind of awful terrors. So let's see where this will lead us.
Remember us when you wake, and we will remember you.
Well, that's reassuring. Is there a minecart that's gonna spawn and like pop behind me and Donkey Kong Country me or something? It's just gonna drop off.
Row, row, row your boat gently through my dream. Terribly, 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 terribly. This is all I've seen. We want to see more. Release us. Wake us from the sea. Wake us all, and you can live the dream forever.
Oh. Get to higher ground. Oh, we're awake. Okay. We were surrounded by boats. I think that was like a visual of the ship graveyard we'd heard about. There he is. Where are we, for that matter? We're actually not too far from where we started. This you, Tyler? He looks to be quite dead. Not bloodied. Well, maybe a little bit. Listen to his last recording.
It's not the monsters I'm afraid of. They're not very bright. And they're practically deaf and blind and easy to avoid if you've got half a brain. There are things worse than monsters. Much worse. Dreams. I don't know what's up with my dreams. I mean, they're so vivid and intense. Like I'm wide awake. And when I wake up, I'm exhausted. Like I haven't slept a wink all night. But I know I had. And I think sometimes, even when I'm awake, I'm still dreaming. Because I keep hearing the whispers. They're always whispering. Always. All the time. I've got so much to whisper about.
Interesting stuff. We heard a lot of the like voiceover as we were going through that whole sequence, talking about dreams and talking about being like inside of their dream, there being presumably the filth. And again, we see this like scene at the very, very end where we see this graveyard of boats. I think that was like supposed to be kind of a demonstration of what the the Lady Margaret saw, the people within the Lady Margaret saw, when they first found the artifact. Cry Fierce, good shit, yeah. I remember you were saying, Arctic, yeah, there's a point near the end where it gets kind of bullshitty, but playing on the easy mode difficulty might be the way to do it. Yeah, but like easier normal mode might just do it then. Hey, Fufnuga, what's up, dude? Puzzle Agent, yeah, I've heard those games are pretty cool too. I've yet to play them, but I've heard those are pretty good. So we found Tyler. He appears to be quite dead, but again, he's not bloodied. It brings to mind what killed him. I mean, he might have drowned and just washed up to sea. It's no secret that venturing out past the fog probably drove him insane. He, of course, wasn't breathing in any awfulness because he had the respirator. And he had earmuffs to protect his ears from the song, although he probably still heard it. So I bet it was just in a general sense the mind alterations that got to him. Did we fall asleep on a dinghy? What did we see or what did we think we saw? Having trouble confirming any of it, though. There are various strains of filth, each the product of a unique though related source. Two such sources we know about here. There's the fog as well as the physical filth that emanates from the Blue Mountain. Don't get attached to anyone on Solomon Island. Yeah, sounds about right. We also unlocked a respirator, which I will apply to ourselves, and as an added bonus, we can just have it on forever now. So we have a respirator over our face and also a pumpkin mask. And you can still see our glowy eyes, the void eyes into the respirator mask past our pumpkin mask. So we've made quite a weird combination of things for ourselves, I like to think. A purple strain of the filth. I think it's always like a black ooze. However, that would be like a really cool, way to expand upon it more. Like other like flavors of filth. Yo, is there a grape flavored filth maybe? Alright, so that was Tyler Freeborn. I really like that sequence at the end. Just how spooky and creepy it is. I realize it's not like the most amazing thing ever, but I really enjoy how they presented that. And I think it was done quite well. So we already have critical rating. We have a second one there, and then a hit rating. I think that one gets hit rating. So get that one powered up. Boing. And then we already have crit rating. We already have a second crit rating. We're just kind of holding off on. I'll power this one. Very good. Then we have one of these. This is all we need. Then we fuse that shit together with this guy to make a blue 3-pip. And then we start powering this up. Oh, wait. And after so many levels, it will eventually over-encompass this one. Eventually, but it'll be a bit. Oh, from Billy and Mandy. Okay, yeah. I did watch Billy and Mandy a little bit back in the day, but I'll admit that was one of those shows that I didn't catch a whole lot of. There's a lot that I've missed. Whoa. Where'd it go? We didn't drop it, did we? What the heck? It went away. What the heck? Where'd that one go? Aw. We lost it. That sucks. Well, I guess we can always find more, but still, it's like, oh, dang, I don't know where it went. That extra, glyph that we found. Oh, well. We can find where that came from. Just kind of a bummer. Right, so now that we've done the Tyler Freeborn stuff, and that's the end of that quest line. It was a lot shorter compared to the stuff that we did with the quests on Wednesday, the Tremors and all that jazz. However, that one was pretty good, though. I like that one a bunch. Let's teleport back, and let's continue into Egypt, and I think we might just go to the very end of Egypt, actually. Not that. It would be Shift T. There we go. It's kind of shifty, if you ask me. T-pose. It's like a glowing T-pose. We got more peeps. Oh, this guy's wearing a mask. He's being responsible. These people have such cool outfits, man. I'm so impressed. Alright, so let's go to Egypt proper, which would be I wish when you rode a mount over these little jumpy things, it showed you jumping while riding your mount. So I could be like flying through the air on my motorcycle like a cool dude. I mean, I still have it. Oh, was that guy not? He's Naruto running. That makes me so happy. It helps him dodge the bullets from Area 51. All to help him see dim aliens. That much better. That much more gooder. Yes, we're on the final approach. Final approach to the Egyptian stuff. The sun god specifically against Aten and the Atenists. So wrapping up the Tyler Freeborn stuff and possibly wrapping up Egypt tonight if there's time. That is the goal. There's one other thing I want to go back for, and that would be to try to do Polaris. But I think I want to wrap up Egypt first. So we'll mainline this, but then I think I might want to go back and try Polaris just as a solo dungeon. And maybe even, and if I stomp that one, we could try the other dungeons, but Polaris will be the first place to start. Speaking of which, so we got to get right here with the melody of the Sentinels. The Song of the Sentinels. See if that'll be enough to let us past the defenses of the pyramid.
Special assignment received.
Kill some mop slosh risers. I promise I know what words are. Oh, we don't give a flying heck about experience anymore. Oh, that does make me a little bit sad because it was kind of nice, like having just some organic growth. Now our growing of like improving our numbers is going to be a matter of like spending skill points, and of course, you know, upgrading our equipment. Golemetry was associated with Kabbalistic images. Practice is spread to cultures all over the world, as it always does. Materials from every practitioner to practitioner. Mud, flesh, stone, sand, forest, cement, metal, all that jazz. They all walk. I think we determined that fighting that one for whatever reason doesn't work. I guess because it's outside the circle. But these ones do twerk. These guys have not a ton of health, but we just don't do a ton of damage to them. Not enough hammer energy. Although part of me is I think it's just that I'm like spoiled because we were in Solomon Island there where we could just one-shot almost everything that we could fight. So these guys are it's a little bit more involved and not quite as like easy mode. So I didn't know how good I had it, honestly. Rise from your grave. From your mud. Rise from your mud. Oh, Living Flame's almost dead. That's okay, we can always bring him back. We will live again. Reborn anew. In fact, let's bring him back now. Ouch! Ouch. Stop that. Gotta get my boy. Ouch! Let me summon my boy. My boy. There we go. There's one more that remains. Who's gonna be my last victim? You will do. Pizza but not hungry, and it's 11:30, yeah. I had a fairly light dinner. Just some leftover pasta, and it was quite good, but it wasn't like a huge serving of it. See, I'm actually a little bit hungry myself, but I will, for the time being, abstain from the snack attack, but we'll see how long it lasts. I did just pick up groceries earlier today, after I came back from an off-site work location I had to do earlier. And I didn't like go crazy on like picking up snack things, but I definitely did pick up a few snack-related things that I am a little bit excited to indulge into eventually, but, you know, gotta be responsible. Or I have to pretend I'm responsible, at least. I have to put on a responsible face to make you guys think that I'm responsible. And be like, oh wow, Alex is he has so much self-restraint and willpower. Bad decision pizza. I mean, it's been said that there's no such thing as bad pizza. That, you know, well, I mean, that's questionable. There's the awful, like, cursed pizzas that people have made as memes. But those would say that's not real pizza. It's just, you know, a nightmare. But bad decision pizza, the notion of, like, yeah. extra large, or like large pizza, extra pepperoni, and extra regret. None pizza left beef is real. I mean, it's a real thing that happened, but it's like the purists would tell you that it's not real pizza. I mean, it's real in the sense that it was willed into this world for better or for worse, but it doesn't count as bad pizza because it's not in the same realm of pizza. Oh, here's Big Explosion Man. Explosion Man is a scary dude because he does so much damage. It is a problem. Because the best value, yeah. Go eat 2 slices, go to bed, then you got leftovers for like 4 days. They're like 2 or 3 days. Because yeah, like I think it's been proven that like whenever you have the deal where it's like, oh man, I can get 2 mediums or 1 large. Well, depending on the sizing spectrum that they use, but most times the 1 large is actually more food, more pizza than 2 mediums, which sounds counterintuitive, but yeah, you actually get more bang for your buck with the 1 large usually. Done pizza left beef. I still marvel at the pizza wonder that is done pizza left beef. It's like they just wanted to see, could it be done? Like, will they actually make it? And I mean, some would say it's a waste of money or a waste of, you know, the possibility of a good pizza. But the legend is priceless. The legend lives on. This big boy. But we want to fight? Alright, he wants to fight us. I'm not one to deny him. A ritual death by combat. Yeah, I know about the candy corn pizza. I know about the, what was it? Banana and bubblegum pizza. There was a candy cane pizza. I mean, there have been some... I don't even think cursed food porn is the right word for it. I think it's just sadness. Sad food porn. But yeah, people have done a lot. 2 and 4 pizza. For the sake of the maymays. For better or for worse. These are all things that have been willed to existence. Ooh, fell in the lava. The environment is damaging you. It sure is. Like a shithole. Oh, and it was amazing? Yeah. Dude, that's kind of how it is, man. The greasiest, like, cheapest bullshit could just be wonderful, dude. That's how I've frequently... That's how I often find about, like the hole-in-the-wall, rinky-dink Chinese food places. And I like really nice Chinese food, or really just any kind of Asian cuisine that's, like, really nice. But there's also something to be said for, like, dropping $6 and getting a giant fucking serving of, like, chicken fried rice, or egg fried rice, what have you, and just having that as leftovers for, like, a week. Not literally a week, but, like, 3 or 4 days. It is a particular vibe that I do appreciate. The worst the pizza place, not always. I mean, there are some pizza places near me that like are really nice and like, I wouldn't say like classy per se, but like you can tell from the outset it's gonna be like legit good stuff. But there is a particular vibe when it comes to the really cheap shit that scratches a very particular itch. Oh, I have to sing the song over here. I will agree that yeah, there's like, you can usually tell like what to expect. And yeah, if the answer is that it looks lousy, then as long as it's a particular kind of lousy, like if it's a particular vibe that gives you like the cheap but heartfelt vibe, or the cheap but, you know, kind of greasy vibe, then yeah, it's gonna be a good time. Oh yeah, like at a diner. Oh, dude, 100% agreed. Yeah, man. I mean, I think we've all experienced Denny's at like 4 a.m. or fucking Waffle House at 4 a.m. But I mean, even like the onesie twosie, like the mom and pop diner that's, yeah, open all night, very few people there. It's like super small, Maybe not the most tidy place ever, but like, yeah, you just get a fucking dank ass burger or some like hash browns and eggs or like bacon that just revitalizes your soul. Dude, I live for shit like that. It's been a long time since I've gotten to experience it. It's like $4 for like a, I don't know, like bacon, egg, and cheese, like sandwich thing, like, you know, toast sandwich thing. And it's greasy and disgusting and amazing. Or a really fucking good burger, yeah. There's a few locations in St. Louis, but there's a specific, I guess you would say a chain. There's only 2 of them, but there's a few locations called City Diner here in St. Louis that are like known gathering spots for like college students or just people who just, you know, they're out too late and they needed to like drop by somewhere and like just sit down and have a bite. And it's nothing special, but it's very chill and very good and very cheap. So like the City Diner, throughout the 2 locations here in St. Louis are perfect examples of that diner vibe. Yeah, late night, yeah, like you're out with the boys, or like you're out with the friends, and like, yeah, people have been drinking, or like, you're just, for whatever reason, you're like, man, I'm kind of hungry, and everything's closed, but fucking, like, greasy-ass diner food. It really does a good job of scratching that particular itch. You have to be in the right mood for it, and sometimes stomachs don't always handle it particularly well, but yeah, it's good shit, dude. This is 7 out of 9 about the pyramid, by the way. Whosoever entered that chasm never returns save for one. The chasm, which chasm would this be exactly? I'm curious. Oh, maybe the chasm in front of the pyramid. Akhenaten bathed in the blackness of aeons and climbed back out. When he expired, the sarcophagus of the Black Pharaoh was placed within the pyramid. The city of the sun god was sealed. Egypt returned to the worship of their old gods. Right, they pretty much shunned the whole Aten deal. There Akhenaten abides, waiting for the return of the whispers. He abides much like the dude, much like how the dude abides. The behemoth eyelids tremble, may they never open. May the eye movements always be rapid. Let us pretend the whispering is only the desert wind. Chasm. Oh, did I say chasm? I probably did, didn't I? Yeah, because it's with a single, like the sound of a single C. Sometimes I'll catch myself saying that word weird. I said it like 4 times. I probably did, didn't I? Yeah. Sometimes I'll do it without really thinking about it, and it's like, wait a second. Yeah, I need to get good. Oh, whoa! What in the world? Oh, they're urns. Oh, okay. I feel like there's a quest at some point where you could like dance around the outside, but I can't remember. Maybe we have to like approach from within. Because now it is open. I feel like, yeah, it's not just a straight fight, straight shot to the boss fight. I think there's like other stuff we have to do leading up to it, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong once before. Actually, more than once. Slightly more than once. The antechamber. Ooh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is gonna be like a big thing already. I thought there was like stuff we had to do before we get to the big baddie, but maybe it's just gonna be like, get in there and spank his booty. Give me 1 sec, guys. I need to pee really bad because I drank a bunch of water and I drank a caffeinated beverage. So I need to take a urination station vacation for like 2 minutes. So give me 1 sec. I'll put up the BRB screen. I'll be very brief, and then but I will not be that brief. I will wash my hands. I'll be responsible, and then we'll play more games. The webcam sad makes Alex sad, but like I said, that's okay. It's only a temporary setback. We will have pro webcam times again. Eventually. The antechamber. Or the anti-chamber. Oh, he's still alive!
You. What arrogance to think that you can defeat a prophet. That you can fight
He's the dude we suplexed off the train.
Look around you.
He's a little bloody.
Say your last prayers to your deceased deity, and prepare to face the eternal fire. The black sun will scorch the flesh from your bones and burn you to ashes.
Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, the game crashed. Ah, shit. Hopefully we don't lose that cutscene. I mean, the cutscene is probably him saying, hey, I'm a bad guy. I'm gonna get you, or something. I don't know. I'm not very good at bad guy dialogue. Bad guy dialogue, also known as bad guy-alogue. Also, I can check the Discord server. Yeah, the collective reaction is like, oh fuck. Bush baby was not the first thing I noticed, he says. Yep. Holy fuck. Yeah, it fucking just crashed the game, man. That's pretty overpowered. Big boss guy was like, hey, you think me hitting you and like doing numbers, doing damage to you is one thing, but crashing your game is something else. I was watching Vinesauce a few nights ago, and he was streaming Puyo Puyo Tetris 2, which just came out, by the way. And somebody else, I think it was one of his streamer friends, had been playing the game. And there's like, in the story mode at least, I'm relaunching the game, by the way. In the story mode, there is like, there's a bunch of dialogue. There's like lots of like sequences where the various characters are talking, and you hear the voice lines, but you also see the text on screen. And there was a point where they were like in a spaceship. The characters were in a spaceship or something, and it was like malfunctioning, and they were like, "Look out, we're about to crash." And then the game gave a unexpected or unknown exception or unhandled exception error that popped up on screen. So you had an unhandled exception pop up, and behind the error message is the text, "Look out, we're about to crash." So he screenshotted it and sent it to Vinny, and he was like, "What the fuck? This is so prophetic." Alright, so let's try this again. I'm not too terribly worried. I mean, if nothing else, it certainly would have auto-saved as we entered the temple. I'm hoping it wouldn't have, like, skipped that cutscene, but like I said, we probably saw most of what there was to see. Survive in the Great Hall until reinforcements. Reinforcements? Do we have some bros to help us out? Bros and or brodettes? So we didn't indeed lose that cutscene, but that's okay. I'm not really that worried. Are you the bad guys? Bunch of evil cultist peoples. Alright, well, I guess we'll just kind of fuck them all up then. Unless it's borked, but I don't think that it is. Nah, it's not borked. We'll just murder them horribly. We've got a pretty good amount of, like, area of effect crowd control stuff, which is helpful. I like how this guy didn't even really notice us. It's like, I'm just gonna look over here. It's fine. I saw some people coming in from this side. Are we just to kill all the peeps, or are we just kill a bunch of them and then like wait for some homies to arrive? This said we're waiting until backup or reinforcements. I guess it could be the Moria guerrilla fighters, made from 100% ethically sourced gorillas. That's where Gorilla Glue comes from, clearly. I'm just gonna keep respawning indefinitely. You know, some people prefer their Gorilla Glue to be freshly squeezed, and I can't take credit for that joke, but it is a good one. It's a good one for sure. My friend Face Guy came up with that one. Freshly squeezed Gorilla Glue. Oh, there we go. We can have our jammies, but still be safe about it. Socially distant jammies. Powered up by something. I'm just gonna back up a bit just because I'm taking a lot of damage. The Great Hall. Just survive here until some homies pile in. There we go. Once I get this, I can do this. I think we're doing good. Oh yeah, they just keep piling in. Maybe we should like go that way. That way we've like, we'll have fought every wave at least once. So we'll fight this lady, and then not go for this particular direction anymore, because they're just gonna keep respawning indefinitely. What if that crash might have screwed something up though? Here, what's the thing say? I just want to make sure I'm not, that nothing's screwed over. Okay, yeah, nothing, no other details really to be seen. We got a little reward there for killing a bunch of bad guys, which is neat. would make sense for us to want to go this way, just because that's like the central location. Oh, and there's stuff down there. Yeah, I don't think people are respawning here. I think this is the place to go. Except it says to just chill. Well, I'm kind of curious. What's down here? Oh, I remember this room. Oh, yeah. I remember this room. However, will I bork it? I mean, it's letting me fight him. Poor guy looks a little worse for wear, but again, I guess we kind of like kick the shit out of him by knocking him off that train. Doesn't have his cool little rocket launch anymore. But he does have being a punk ass bitch. Now what happens if I kill this guy out of sequence? Will it like make the game sad? Or will it just respawn? I don't want to make the game sad. Akhenaten the Black Pharaoh. Am I fighting you? I feel like I should get a cutscene or something, but I guess we're just fucking fighting. Oh, he killed my buddy! Like, instantly killed my dude. Oh. So he like sent me kind of to the Shadow Realm. But Horus is being a homie and brought me back. Oh, he's like powering me up too. I'm getting big and I'm like big enough to stare him down. So eventually I think he's gonna do the like instant death thing, because that was not something I could like protect against. Oh god, I gotta get the fuck out of dodge for this. This guy's got some wild abilities for sure. Alright, so allegedly I'm shrinking back down in 2 seconds. Oh wait, no, Horus is still giving me the power up. Alright, so yeah, so there's the instant kill. But we have a few more lifelines. This is Sekhmet, I think. Sadly, he doesn't get yeeted. Ooh, that is very purple. Hurts the eyeballs a little bit. I really hope when I kill him, not if, but when I kill him, Death awaits. Yeah, that's the one that gets you. That when I kill him, that we get the credit for it. Because it still is a little bit out of sequence, but I think it'll probably work. Probably, maybe. So it's worth mentioning, we're not fighting Aten. This is Akhenaten, the Black Pharaoh that worshipped him. That has been, like, brought back and empowered by the filth. So, one thing oh, okay then. Well, I guess I'll just take the hit then. Will it instantly kill me? Okay, might as well fuck him up. It was a lot of damage, but it wasn't actually that bad. I can cleanse the filth. 2,000 damage though. Now we get a cutscene. I don't think we killed him though. I think he had a little bit more health left, didn't he? No, what? So we can fight an eternal pharaoh dude and filth-imbued pharaoh dude and get all kinds of horrible explosions that hit us, but an Orochi guy just sneaks up and bops me in the head and I get knocked unconscious. Ain't that some shit? After I did all the hard work. So that's a second artifact that we've lost. Do some bullshit. Whoop. So at first it was gonna put us in... Uh-oh. Shit. Oh no, I think it's really messed up. It's still showing this piece. Enter the antechamber. Yeah, I think the game might have... Oh, okay. That's actually not that weird. We've seen that happen once before. I think the game really got messed up because we were in Egypt. Now we're in Blue Mountain and Solomon Island. What the hell is this? So, this spot right here when we respawn, this is similar. I think the exact same spot where we spawned after we encountered Beaumont inside the mountain for the first time. This is before we like had the blessing of the locals in that whole sequence. So like we first encountered Beaumont inside of Blue Mountain. He imbues the fog or the filth with his key, with a sword, and he sends us out here. And we would like wake up. We have like the cutscene with the natives here. I think that's where we spawned up here. Hey, what's up, Mikey? Yeah, definitely not supposed to happen. I think it got confused because my game crashed in the cutscene with the bearded guy, the prophet guy. It says into the antechamber, so this actually might be a chance for us to try again. I'm gonna see if we can just go back to it and see if that'll do it. Inner voice think we might need to petition it. I'm almost worried, like, should I push ahead and try to re-enter the antechamber and see what happens, or should I try to contact an overseer to be like, yo, my shit might be a little bit borked. I don't want to break things further by trying it again, but maybe it'll work. Guess we could find out, because yeah, I agree. It definitely glitched out in a very strange way. It'd be one thing if it glitched out, like sent me back to the beginning of the pyramid or something, but the fact that it like sent me to the conclusion of a completely different cutscene is pretty impressive. What if it would have like sent me to a cutscene I've never been to before? Like what if it would have like sent me to Transylvania or some shit? Wouldn't that have been wild? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, Mike. I'm thinking we'll just try it again. Cause I bet it'll kind of catch itself now. Cause Enter the Antechamber is right before the cutscene. Whereas previously we had the thing that said survive until you get reinforcements, but there were no reinforcements. So we fought a few waves and nothing seemed to be happening. So we definitely like did some of that out of sequence, but that's fine. In fact, what I might just do is warp to right here to save ourselves some time, just because it takes a while to get there. We've already used the zone to open up the gates, open up the pyramid, so we got what we need. So I think it'll all work out. Hopefully we'll get to see the cutscene again, and I'd be willing to bet it will not crash this time. It will be a very well-behaved good boy. There we go. And of course I want the lore. Thank you very much. That is 8 out of 9 on the pyramid, I do believe. The REM signaled to a place where Leviathan eyelids hang heavy. Yeah, we want it to sleep. That's good. So many eyes, scabbed with coral sores. May they never open. The annihilation signal is trapped, bouncing off the triangular corners. But if the angles should ever bend or break... ... Oh, hot foot. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, there we go. Still a little bit of lava. Just a little bit of lava, Stan. Just gotta fight our way through this one. Although I'm just gonna do this. Just get them all together. Everyone pile together. There we go. The soul defiler. The only defiler. Not that kind of soul, I don't think. Stone blooding cultist. How does one stone blood something? Well, if nothing else, we've proved that we can fight Akhenaten. Not surprisingly so. We're kind of over-leveled for this combat. For this combat sequence. We've shown that we've demonstrated that we're able to deal with it. And we'll get the cutscene a second time where we'll have a second chance to claim the spear, only for the Orochi to tap us in the back of the head lightly and give us the big sleep. Not the big sleep, but a big sleep. Do I get the motorcycle? Oh, no motorcycle. Okay, so we get the cutscene again. Please no crashy.
I remember you.
What a coincidence, I remember you.
That you can
like it was yesterday. Or 10 minutes ago.
That you can fight a god. Look around you. Say your last prayers to your deceased deity. And prepare to face the eternal fire. The black sun will scorch the flesh from your bones and burn you to ashes. Go forth, my children, and devour this blasphemy in the name of Aten! For the sun! For the Black Sun!
Yes, there wasn't much more to that cutscene, but hopefully this will trip whatever flag was necessary from earlier. So oh yeah, previously there were barriers preventing us from going forward. So there was indeed very much a trap that, or not a trap, a trigger that we were waiting on. So now we are like actually fighting some waves of dudes. And I could try to go these directions, but I have a feeling that we're supposed to like wait for dudes to come towards us. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, that's what I was hoping to see. That makes me feel a lot better. Just another one of those. Yeah, I'm guessing the reinforcements will be akin to the Marias. I also feel like I have to enunciate the name of that organization very well to make sure that people don't think I'm saying the Marios. Although, a backup team of Marios would be pretty dope too. Keep moving deeper. Yeah, so we have backup coming, but I don't know what the backup looks like or the reinforcements. Oh, there they come. Oh, fuck, there's a lot of them. So it's Marias as well as Orochi, who are kind of on our side. Just gonna fight each other for a while. Alright, cool. So we'll use this distraction to sneak in. Deeper and danker. Also, I just want to help this person. I think that's the person that knocks me out in the cutscene, so maybe if I offer some favors, they'll be able to, like, be nicer to me when the time comes. Alright, Akhenaten, you big fucking nerd. Where's my goddamn money? Oh wait, no, we gotta fight this dude first. And a cutscene. There it is. So yeah, we definitely screwed it up earlier. But the fact that it sent me to Blue Mountain's fucking wild, dude. That was weird. Yeah, tentacles on the ceiling. Yeah, I remember this shit. It's a cool statue. Kind of reminds me of the final boss from Perfect Dark. The very first Perfect Dark, where like you had the statue at the end with the Skidar. I killed you once before, Abdel. I'll do it again. Or at least I kind of did earlier. It was presumed that I killed you. And we like smacked him a million times with the hammer and kicked him and like suplexed his ass off of a moving train. So it was pretty damn good. He sure looks like his landmines, doesn't he? Right, he's dead. And there's Akhenaten, there he is. Fighting him for the first time ever. We've literally never fought him before. It's the first time for everything. I'm dead. Yo, Horus, you want to give your boy a lifeline? Oh, what a homie. He's looking at my living flame. Oh, and I'm biggened. 25% bigger. ... ladies. Yeah, we are definitely over level for this fight. Although that thing's gonna happen. So let's get the fuck out of Dodge. Is there only the one bridge? Looks like there's multiple bridges actually. But I think you lose more of the bridges as the fight progresses, so eventually you just have to take the hit. I'm on my way, flame buddy. Let's move a flamey inch. Eventually he'll do the auto kill thing, but until that happens, I can just wail on him. Oh, here comes the auto kill thing. When that completes. And tag in. Yeah. We'll be sad now. I think we'll need maybe 2 songs total. That is so purple. Like burns the eyeballs slightly. Here comes the big one. Right, cat lady? I can't remember who cat lady is. His voice, I mean, I know it's like a dark and like deep and menacing voice, but it sounds a little bit silly actually. I'm having a hard time taking him that serious. It's now this bridge is still active. Yeah, earlier when we fought him the first time, it was weird. It looked like there was a point where I got him down to like pretty low health, and then he just fell over. I was like, what? He wasn't dead. Seemed like he still had some hit points left. Oh, he's doing the big charge up thing. Okay, now we definitely killed the shit out of him. And we got the little ding from the kill notification. So that's the second time he goes down. And we just have the death curse effect on our chest. Now that we're good. Right, so don't get your head knocked out this time. Oh, he got head knocked out again. Do you think after experiencing this twice, our guy would have been a little bit more perceptive? It's a little bit hard to see past the pumpkin and the gas mask ventilator, but we were definitely knocked unconscious. Alright, so don't auto-warp me to Blue Mountain, please. Alright, that's much more encouraging. Oh yeah, it's this place again, baby. Love this place, these types of places in the game. Alright. Alright, well, you know how I said earlier that Dexter Dog did not want to go outside earlier? I think he has changed his mind because he is doing his thing where he's like getting all excited and he's like spinning in circles and he's giving me this very hopeful look in his little doggy face. And he hears me saying his name and the word doggy. And I said the O-U-T-S-I-D-E word earlier. So give me 1 sec, guys. I'm gonna go take the doggy out and just kind of stretch my legs. Alright, guys, let's check out this cool area. And similar to what we've done previously, I'm going to disable the UI so we can really drink in the sights. Because man, I love these parts of the game. And for the most part, we only experience them really, like fully, after fighting an area's boss. But there's a few other sequences that involve these areas, and I won't spoil them, but there's more to be experienced. Man, oh, we got the tentacles in the background. Yeah. Oh, check that out. I remember these things too. Oh crap! Yeah, I forgot that re-enables the thing. But yeah, I just wanted to appreciate these fucking space cubes down there, man. That's so cool. I love this shit, dude. It's like you get the surreal landscapes, so you get the fucking Roger Dean floating islands, you get the asteroids, the moon that's been exploded, you get the fucking space cubes, you get the tentacles. This shit is firing on all cylinders as far as I'm concerned, man. The ground is covered in snow and or ice, but also it's raining forever from clouds that don't exist really. Shit's wild. I just want to leave that hidden for the time being.
We gave you gifts, you accepted them, and then you turn on us. Ungrateful child. How dare you come here expecting our mercy and generosity? You are pathetic. Leave, and never come back.
And yet you turn on us. What is this? So does that confirm then that this is the filth? I mean, we see there's a filth flyer creature right there, right above my head is right there. I don't have a pointer right now. But there's also tentacles on the bottom. I mean, maybe the anticipation is that the gift was like the power that comes with the filth. Or anticipated to be the power that comes with the filth at least. And the fact that we've been like fighting against it. Is that just 100% a thing we've been doing? Maybe that is what has angered the voice. He says to leave and to never come back. Let's explore around though. Can't go up there. We see lots of floating islands in the distance. Can I bring my cool motorcycle? I cannot. It's probably for the best. We got more vignettes and like scenes ahead.
After all this time, I'm close. So close.
After all this time, she's close. And that, again, that's Ami from the Blue Mountain area. From Kingsmith, or Solomon, that is. Solomon Island, and we know that she has powers. I don't know if she's like considered a secret worlder like we are, but we know that like she has like special powers, and that there's more to her than meets the eye, apparently. I don't know her full lore, and I don't remember a whole lot of it, but there's something to Ami that she keeps reoccurring in these cutscenes. I think at the end of the Solomon Island stuff, we saw that it looked like she was about to accept the gift, whereas another person we saw rejected it. So it's assumed, I think, that she might have accepted whatever the gift was. Hey, what's up, Mikey? I know it kind of well. I played through this game back in the day when it was just the Secret World, but I never played through it as Secret World Legends. And there's a lot that I remember, kinda, but a lot of it's pretty fuzzy. So I would say I'm trying to like kind of like unpack it myself, but there will probably come a time where there will be like expected revelations that I may or may not pick up on. So past a certain point, I might request lore explanations for things. I know that after Transylvania, there's like some kind of pretty strong indications of things that I remember, and after Tokyo is like a whole nother ball game. At the end of Tokyo in particular. But yeah, I recognize that there's a lot that I don't remember, or things that I might even might have misremembered. Yeah, I just want to drink this whole scene in, man. It's so fucking cool. Like the like world, the fucking space pool that's inside of that volcano of sorts, the mountain at the top there. I just love stuff like this, dude. So surreal. We got the guardian dogs up top, gazing upon us, watching with bated breath.
You are nothing but a parasite. You are insignificant. If I thought you were worth another thought, I would destroy you. But you are unworthy of our attentions.
Oh, it's not very nice to say. Really made this guy mad, didn't we? We'll come up that way, not that we really want to necessarily. Says we're not even worth him killing us, him or her, or this entity, Nicolas, this collective.
Nicolas, t'es où? Je t'entends pas.
It's one of the, I think one of the voices of the explorers that arrived upon this place, because in the first mountain excursion vignettes that we saw, we like read and listened to reports of like hikers, like mountain hikers who were exploring these mountains and happened upon the gate that opened up into this whole big area here. Whoa. Whoa. Who is this? I legit don't know who that woman was. There was the wraith behind her.
You pathetic, fragile thing. Undone by mere molecules, by things so small they cannot even be seen. You are a ridiculous creation, weak and brief.
Silently in a dream, she had come to him, her wasted body within its loose brown grave clothes giving off an odor of wax and rosewood. Her breath bent over him with mute secret words, a faint odor of wedded ashes from Ulysses. So it was presumed the woman we saw standing, oddly standing on this stretcher, maybe it was this woman. I've not read Ulysses, I'll confess. So I don't know the significance necessarily. Oop. Wait, is that some Secret World random material? Yeah, there we go. So it's like I guess it's like the doctor's office, more or less, the reading materials at the doctor's office.
Where is he? Where is Nicholas Belmont? Is he still here?
Nicholas Belmont, and she had the sword. She had the sword in hand at one point. Nicholas Belmont. Beaumont or Belmont? I think she said Belmont. Beaumont was the last name. Frederick Belmont was the bad guy from the first area, from Solomon Island. Nicholas Belmont, I think is who she said. With sword in hand. Like, the sword. Couldn't tell what she was doing.
You think you can trust those around you, those you love and hold dear? You believe friendship to be anything but an illusion? They are all ours. Their words and their actions. We whisper in their dreams and we make them do our bidding.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I think when I think the name Belmont. Even the name Beaumont, that was like what I thought of when we were first introduced to that character in the first part of the game. And of course he uses a sword. I mean, there's not really a lot of overlap there, but just his like kind of old-timiness. That's exactly what came to mind. Have I figured out who Beaumont is? I probably don't know. I don't think I do, and I don't think I ever have known. And we know that he was involved with like the settlers of Kingsmouth, you know, back in the day. But I don't know why he lived hundreds of years, and I don't know, other than like him wanting to become ultimately powerful, what his like main motivation was. I mean, I think there's more to him than just I want to become powerful and become like a god. I think there's like more to him, but yeah, I don't think I know who he is necessarily. I think I know who Cassandra is. I think I remember. I think we learned more about who she is after we beat near the end of Tokyo, I think. But it's been a long time. Or maybe it's after Transylvania. I can't remember. They never say it directly. Yeah, I don't know. I could maybe like venture some guesses. I don't think we learn much more about him though, do we, Mikey? Because I know that other than the stuff we read about him in the archives, I would say unless there's more stuff to be known, Mikey, like if there's more stuff that they'll tell us, again, directly or indirectly, about him, if we've learned all there is to know about Beaumont, then yeah, I'd be happy to hear it. But if there's more we could learn organically, then I would maybe ask to hold off. So I would trust your judgment. I would trust your discretion. In the meantime, though, yeah, for this painting here, Socrates presumably wrote this. Scholasticus, dragging her from her carriage, they took her to the church called Caesareum, where they, oh boy, stripped her, murdered her by scraping her skin off with tiles and bits of shell. After tearing her body to pieces, they took her mangled limbs to a place called Cineron and there burnt them. Who and why, though? So many questions. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't, like, I think it's, like, indicated that he was taken to Arkham, and that's like the last we hear about him. So yeah, I don't think there's any more that we learn, unless there was, like, lore that, like, hints at stuff with him. Oh, here's Ami again.
Who are you? Stop whispering.
So she hears the whispers as well. Oh, so we don't hear anything else about Cassandra? I thought we learned more about Cassandra, but maybe I'm thinking of something else. The memory to inspect.
We can enter your mind, and we can wreak havoc. We can leave you an empty shell, or we can instill you with fear and anger, like those you have seen and fought in the world above.
Isn't Cassandra the name of a... Oh... Who is it? It's a... I don't know if it's mythology necessarily, but I feel like Cassandra is like a... Is it maybe a biblical character? I can't remember exactly. And of course we know that she has superpowers as well, like some kind of superpowers. But yeah, I really don't know about Beaumont though. Other than, yeah, him like being involved with starting Kingsmith and having ties to the Illuminati at the start, I think. But yeah, he began to stray. I mean, kind of a Luciferian vibe to like how he was like, I sought the truth, or I sought power and I was cast away for it. Is Cassandra Greek mythology? I thought for some reason she was from the Bible, but maybe not. I might be thinking of someone else. I think I get my wires crossed sometimes when it comes to different mythos. I slept my sleep, by the way. From deepest dream I've woke and pled. The world is deep and deeper than the day could read, says Nietzsche. Thus spoke Zarathustra. The Zarathustra. Yeah, that's how you pronounce it. Or I think it's how you pronounce it. Was able to... Oh, okay, so no one would believe her. I don't think that has any ties to this Cassandra. I don't think. Hers are... That sounds like a... You know... That's a vulnerable position to be in, whereas this Cassandra is anything but vulnerable. She is like the very essence of like... Someone in a unique type of position of power. Not what we would typically associate as power. But in her case, it is kind of special. At least that's kind of my takeaway with Cassandra, from this game at least. Here's Ami again.
There must be a way out again.
We're getting closer to something. I think I remember what kind of happens. I think that's our ultimate destination right there. Here's some guardians. Oh, kind of, yeah, kind of like a retelling of Loki. I could kind of see that actually. It's presumed, I guess, then that there's no Thor in this particular case, because yeah, you're right. The sword is Excalibur. They like directly state that a few times, I think, or at least very strongly hint at it. But it's not like King Arthur Excalibur. It's like a, I don't know, it's like a Norse Excalibur or something. I guess it's just a name given. Oh, in fact, yeah, the mythological Loki wouldn't give a shit about Excalibur, would he? He would be more about Thor's hammer or something. Because this guy isn't much of a trickster. He's, you know, very much evil. But yeah, I would have never made that connection. That's fascinating. So Ami was there and something exploded? Blood everywhere. Is this her house? I don't think it is.
A mere thought from us, and you would vanish from this place and enter another. You would see sights that would destroy you inside and out. We would leave only enough of you to mourn the loss of your soul.
Making references to chasing a hammer. You know what? I think you might be right, Will. I think there was a passing reference to that, come to think of it. Yeah, a fucking hammer. That's correct. Yeah. Thinking what he was after was a fucking hammer. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. And I didn't really, like, put two and two together. So he thought the artifact was a hammer. It turned out to be a sword, so... He thought it was going to be a hammer, yeah. Yeah, I think you're right, Mikey. I hadn't even thought about that, but yeah, I think you're 100% correct on that. So let's see. So Mary Reeser died in 51. Which she had... So Ami clearly knew this person. We saw the ghost pop up, the spirit. I'm not sure what this is, though. Is it like someone's remains? I mean, there's blood everywhere. Cannot conceive of such complete cremation. Cremation, yeah. So these like the fiery remains of somebody. Cannot conceive of such complete cremation without more burning of the apartment itself. In fact, the apartment and everything in it should have been consumed. I regard it as the most amazing thing I've ever seen. As I review it, the short hairs on my neck bristle with vague fear. Were I living in the Middle Ages, I would mutter something about black magic. Well, we know that Ami has had powers for a long time. Is it possible that she accidentally killed somebody? Also, there was notion that her mother's no longer with us. And that she was, like, at least partially raised by her brother and maybe her grandfather. Oh man, did she actually take out her own mom, I wonder? Loki, Cassandra, Excalibur, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I was hoping, is that we would, like, learn more about them, since they're deeply involved in Morning Light. Or at least they were at one point. So I was thinking maybe since South Africa gets into Morning Light lore, apparently. I haven't played it myself, but apparently there's more of that. I was hoping that we would, like, get some more background there. Because it begs the question of, like, if they were, like, partly leading the Morning Light movement in Solomon Island, then, like, what's their tie-in with the filth and the sword and whatnot? Because Morning Light, well, I don't want to spoil. I know a decent bit about the Morning Light based on what happens later on in the game, but yeah, based on what we know so far in the game, it seems like it's a weak link, but that link grows stronger. But yeah, I wonder if that's kind of what happened here with this particular memory with Ami. Interesting that we learned that we, like, get more scenes like this with Ami specifically. She seemed like a relatively insignificant character. I mean, she's significant, but no more significant than other NPCs. But she gets a lot of special attention here.
Forgiving. Choose correctly, and we may allow you to make amends. The world can still be yours if you simply accept our path. This kindness will not be extended to all who defy us. Only you.
Oh, my man Grolvana, what's going on, dude? Good freaking lord, another giant GV raid. What's up, man? GV, you're a freaking legend. Thank you so much for that gigantic raid. Normally I would have I do have a big smile on my face, and you would be able to see it, dear viewer. But you might, oh, thank you, RJ, for that follow, man. You may think to yourself, Alex, your webcam looks a little weird. So, I've been playing a lot of this game lately. This game is called Secret World Legends. It has lots of cool, spooky Lovecraft vibes. In fact, yeah, let's get rid of the overlay, so we can really take in the cool vibes here, man. This game's great. Thank you, Ozzy, as well, for that follow. GV, how was the rest of your Cyberpunk stream? I was lurking a little bit earlier while I was doing some work stuff. And you've been doing Cyberpunk, and you were doing something else earlier, I think. What was the other thing you were doing? Or maybe it was yesterday. I feel like you were playing a few different things. Oh, you were doing Call of Duty the other day, or yeah, Call of Duty, or Modern Warfare, I suppose. And some Twitch sings. Dude, any bangers tonight, man? I know you love the singing, man. It's always so fun. I love how, like, into it you get, and I love the enthusiasm you have for the song choices. But thank you all for joining in. Grolvana is our fearless leader with the Kingdom, the stream team to which I belong. He's a very kind dude. He's rated me far too many times, man. You're so freaking generous, man. I have Grolvana to thank a lot for. Lunatic Chef was in here earlier. We were reminiscing on, like, the first time GV rated us, and it was because of him and GV that I've been introduced to so many wonderful streamer friends and so many just awesome internet people in general. Because GV's community is so freaking chill, and I'm so grateful for all of you guys. Thank you all for being here. Of course, as always, I do recognize it's late, so if you have to hop off, I totally get it. No shame, no expectations whatsoever. But thank you all for being here, guys. Yeah, at the end of that's right. Yeah, we were talking about, since my webcam is a little bit borked, I need to come up with something. Yeah, for anybody who's curious, by the way, here's the clip for when the webcam crapped out. Because again, we've been playing this really cool game. It's called Secret World Legends. Lots of cool, spooky vibes. I love this kind of stuff, man. I love these kinds of, like, otherworldly, surreal landscapes. It's like a Pink Floyd album cover, man. I love this shit. And this game has, again, lots of Lovecraft vibes, lots of Edgar Allan Poe and Stephen King references. And my webcam in that clip, you'll see it, like, kind of starts to glitch out a little bit. And I was like, oh shit, is it the tendrils of the filth that we can see down here? You can see, like, these little whipping flagellas down here, flagellums that are, or I guess flagello is the proper pluralization there. But yeah, it's like, what's going on here, man? Like, what's going on with this spooky shit? And eventually the webcam just shits the bed entirely and just stops working. But for a little bit there, I was like, oh man, the game's infecting my webcam, dude. It's too real. But yeah, ever since then my webcam crapped the bed. So now I have to get a new one, which is fine. So for the next probably few weeks, I'll be in like sad webcam mode, but that's okay. You'll just assume that I have a big giant smile on my face, and that my hair is perfectly combed and my beard is perfectly maintained, and I'm not at all a big shaggy mess right now. Oh man. But like I said, Grovan is an incredible dude. He is a variety streamer of a variety of games, a lot of newer games for sure. I know Cyberpunk's been the latest one. We're doing some kind of Call of Duty, the Cold War game that I know that a lot of people have been playing a lot lately. Or wait, no, was it that one or was it the other one? I thought it was the Cold War one, because it was like it had some old-timey isms to it. And I'm trying to think what was some other big ones he's done. I know you were doing some Nier Automata a week or so ago. Man, I'm always impressed by like the sheer variety of games that you play, many of which are in parallel. I've mentioned before, I can only do so much. I can only like play so much simultaneously. I only have so many brain cells, so I feel like I don't have the dedication necessarily. Okay, you did finish. Yeah, you're doing the single player stuff. Were you thinking you were gonna do some multiplayer stuff as well? Because I could see that doing really well for your like, when you like bring in George and CD and like and Scarlet, like or like whoever else owns these games, so you can do like the multiplayer co-op types of deals, because those are a lot of fun to watch too. Too impulsive, man. No, man, I like the variety, man. It works well for you, and it works well for the type of vibe that you curate with your streams. I've mentioned before, GV is he's a very good role model as far as like how one wants to build their streams, how they want to conduct their content. He does a really good job with all of it, and I don't just mean like channel size necessarily, but just the overall vibe, just the positive energy and the incredible kindness and generosity towards everyone in his orbit. He treats everyone around him well, and it's really shows. He's a good dude. If anybody was on the fence, you were like, I don't know about this Grovana guy. Maybe I'll follow, maybe I won't. I don't know. I just need to hear one more positive testimony. Let mine be the positive one that says like, all right, I'm gonna hit that follow button. I'm gonna fucking do that shit. He's a good guy. Thank you, Duro. I'm glad you enjoyed it too, man. Yeah, get some zombies in with the friendos. Yeah. I've seen a few other friends do the zombie streams. Those are pretty fun. Hey, yeah, there's Lunatic Chef. It is there's the man himself. It's sweet of you to say, GB. Like I said, man, it's always a pleasure. But what the heck is this game? So again, it's called Secret World Legends. It's actually a free-to-play sort of MMO. The official term is a shared world RPG. I'm doing finger quotes right now, if you could see my fingers. And it has lots of, like I said, Lovecraftian vibes. There's 3 factions you can join. We joined the Illuminati because they're very secretive and weird and creepy and spooky, and I love that kind of stuff. And we just beat the second main boss, and we've been teleported to this surreal realm where we're being given a choice to accept some kind of gift from some ominous voice. And there's this woman here. Her name is Ami.
I'm close. I can feel it.
We keep getting these vignettes from Ami. I don't want to talk over her, but we keep getting these like little moments from her where she apparently hears the voice as well. And again, this voice is not necessarily altruistic. There's indication of this thing called the filth that permeates this game. This black ooze that has tentacles, and whatever it infects, it empowers but cause them to go insane and cause them to become violent. And we literally saw a list of symptoms, one of which was 13% of people exposed to the filth piss black blood. So, there's some negatives, but there's also some positives, and there's, I think, indication that this voice might be somehow tinged with the filth, but it's still unclear. And I can tell you, actually, hold up, I'll stop talking for a second, because we'll probably get some voices.
Kneel before us. Show us that you are with us, not against us.
Whoa. What was that? What was that noise? Was that a certain handsome Duro J gentleman gifting a sub to somebody like a homie? Thank you so much, Duro J. That's very kind of you, buddy. I always want to make sure people know, I'm just happy to have people here. No money spending necessary at all. I'm just happy for your presence, but thank you. Thank you so much, Duro. It's very sweet of you. Everyone's time is so valuable, and I'm grateful to have anybody share even a few seconds of your time with me on this evening. So it's like you're already spending time. Time is money, man. Time's expensive. And we only have so much on this green earth. But thank you so much, my friend. Following GV on YouTube. That's I'll be honest. I discovered GV specifically through Twitch, but yeah, I know he has a very strong YouTube presence as well, which is also impressive because I mean that requires a lot of time and effort to keep those plates spinning as well, to be able to keep it all moving, man. Like I said, man, GV's got it figured out, man. He's got like a way to run a great stream for sure, but just a great series of platforms. It's a very involved process that I deeply admire. Okay, yeah, sounds good, Inferno. No, thank you again for being here, guys. We're being given a choice to kneel or to fight this thing. Here, I'm gonna re-enable the overlay here. So I can tell you this is not the first time I played this game. I played it back when it was called The Secret World. This is the free-to-play version that was relaunched years ago, but in the original version, I defied the voice, and I did not accept the gift. But this playthrough, I'm accepting the gifts. I have no idea what's going to happen. Probably nothing immediately, but something eventually will happen. So I have accepted the gifts from the voice, and I will deal with the consequences whenever they might happen.
You stand with us. We will grant you another chance.
So we'll see if this comes back to work against me. I don't know. I have no idea. I remember kind of what happened when we rejected the gifts in the original game, but it's been so long. I don't know how much it's really going to play into the actual story. It probably won't matter that much, but I am kind of curious though. Lunatic Chef is a true homie for real. He is absolutely, yeah, definitely worth expending the generosity that he has shared with so many of us. So yeah, I'm 100% down for the generosity train towards Lunatic, because that guy is the freaking coolest. And again, I have Lunatic to thank for introducing me to GV and all of you wonderful people. It was because of him that we got introduced to GV for the first time, and that was a shining moment for me for this year. In what has been a categorically awful year, that was a wonderful, like that's been like one of the most positive things for me this year, is being introduced to so many great internet friends, streamer friends, or just people just within kind of GV's orbit of very nice viewers and just people in his chat and in his Discord server. It's been quite a trip, and I'm grateful for all of you guys. Cause yeah, it's been a rough year for a number of reasons, obviously, but all good stuff, man. All good stuff with the good vibes tonight, man. He has, man. Yeah, I know that correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you had mentioned that you had discovered CD through Lunatic because you rated her. Yeah, and like that, like got introduced to her from a Twitch raid and that kind of thing. And yeah, I can think of a few other instances. I know Praise That Moon, I think was brought on by a Lunatic Chef raid, so it's like, holy shit, man, he's such a freaking cool dude. But anyway, we're now in Egypt again. This is the main area where we have been previously. With the Eye of Sauron above. We actually just killed the big baddie that was in this Egypt area. However, since it's a shared world RPG, kind of an MMO, whenever you kill a big bad guy or any bad guy at all, they just immediately respawn because, well, you know, you can't just kill Satan, because then the next guy has to kill Satan. It's like, well, shit, no, I need to do that quest. So none of your things ever really like stick, so to speak. But we got the quest completion, and and now we need to get back to our handler, or the fixer, so to speak. Her name is Kirsten, and she's our boss with the Illuminati, because again, that's the faction to which we belong. There are 3 factions in this game. There's the Templar, which you can kind of think as like stereotypical paladin or like cleric character, like lawful good to a fault. Like Templar are all about discipline, and we must smite evil, and kind of British stereotypes, kind of sorta. And then there's the Illuminati. The Illuminati they're not evil, but they're certainly not good. They're more of like, yeah, we'll stop the bad guy, we'll like stop the apocalypse, but only if it benefits us. Like, how can we like have this benefit our bottom line? Okay, so yeah, she was random, but yeah. Oh, Lilia, yeah, Praise That Moon, yeah. So many others, man. Yeah, no, it's a wonderful thing. It's been noted by many, and accurately so, that for Twitch it's hard to like propagate to new channels just on your own. I mean, you know, of course, when it comes to raids and whatnot, that's one thing, but it's hard to have like organic growth on this platform. But as far as like community-driven growth, that's like the good shit, man. Like making friends on here, like you know, not just going into a stream to be like, oh, hey, I hope I become friends with this person so they'll raid me, but like genuinely becoming like getting integrated in with communities, getting to like know people's streams and like seeing how they run their show and seeing the games they play and like, you know, enjoying their moments with them. That's like the best thing, because not only do you, of course, there's the immediate thing where it's like, oh yeah, like the numbers are nice, but then like, oh man, I get to like make these new friends and I have like people to play games with, and I have like a lot more streams to follow, because like, holy shit, I'm never like out of people to watch. I like, there's always people online now that I can watch, and it's so great. If anything, it's a good problem to have, because it's like, shit, I want to watch all of them, man. How do I open like 12 tabs? 12 tabs simultaneously. Oh, by the way, you might have noticed I have a spider bike, by the way. I didn't really make notion of this. But yeah, we have a spider, like a tarantula motorcycle, which is the fucking wildest thing ever. This area that we're in right now is called Agartha. This is the Hollow Earth, or Gaia. Well, there's a lot of words for it, but it's pretty much the hub world upon which all of the areas you investigate live and breathe. Let's go back to the main area. It's gonna be a little bit laggy, just as an FYI, because Agartha is a little bit weird in that there's no restriction on how many characters or like human players can pop in. This is a guy with a jetpack. This is a guy walking around over there. Agartha like just loads in everybody, whereas the like little hub areas, the overworld questing areas, those are usually a little bit more instanced. But yeah, it usually takes it a little bit to like download everything, so it sometimes gets a little bit laggy. Why is it raining? Oh, it's the like this little shimmering light effect. Yeah, it's a good problem to have, where it's like, oh man, how do I follow everybody? Because yeah, Fuzzy streams, Duro streams. I'm sure there were probably other people in the chat that I missed earlier, but yeah, like there's a lot of people that are, you know, very much kind of in this community of people that, yeah, we all stream ourselves, and we all like to like pop into each other's streams and raid each other. It's a really nice and positive and like encouraging kind of system that we all have here, and it's a wonderful thing. So we need to go back to the main hubs. Now, since we are a member of the Illuminati, our hub world is going to be based out of New York. Oh, I mentioned two of the three. So there was the Templar, based out of London, Illuminati, based out of New York. There's a third faction called the Dragon, which are based out of Seoul, South Korea. And I have very little experience with the Dragon's lore. The Templar and the Illuminati, historically, according to this game, have always been at each other's throats. They're like rivals against each other. But the Dragon kind of stay outside of that whole conflict, and they're kind of in their own little world there. Yeah, 12 streams at once. Yeah, it's tricky, man. It's like, I want to watch everybody, especially on like certain evenings or certain weekend days, like at like 3, 4, 5 or so p.m. It's like, oh shit, man. It's like, how do I choose? It is. Like I said, it's a good problem to have, though, because it means I've always got friends to like check in on, and there's always a wide variety of games. I mean, right now Cyberpunk just came out, so a lot of people are streaming that, but generally speaking, there's like always a wide variety of stuff. I mean, GV does lots of new stuff. Sometimes they'll bust out some older classics, though. I know Duro does lots of. I know last time I've watched Duro, he was doing some truly inspiring Tetris Attack. By the way, for anybody who likes Tetris Attack and/or puzzle games, Duro is a freaking licensed master. They gave him licensed. They gave him a badge, a gun. Okay, they didn't give him a gun, but they tried. I know that Fuzzy's been doing a lot of Subnautica lately, and a few other things. I've been lurking with Subnautica lately. I've been creeping like a creeper. Used to lots of noise. Well, yeah. Just a cacophony of everybody talking over, well, not talking over each other, but yes. Like, all tabs active. I think I read something that, yeah, for a lot of tabs, for like whenever you have like multiple streamers up, if you have them muted, it doesn't always count as a view count necessarily. But yeah, that's the strat. It's like, if I like, when I give someone a lurk view, I'll like, if I'm doing other stuff, I might like, I'll like lower the volume a little bit, but still leave it up a little bit, or maybe just turn on my speakers. That way it still counts. Oh, by the way, these are the Illuminati headquarters. We just kind of wandered into it, but yeah, nothing too fancy. Just lots of business, just lots of office buildings, pretty much. Also worth mentioning that, yeah, we have a weird character we've made for ourselves. Since it's sort of an MMO, the whole notion behind MMOs is that you're supposed to kind of make your dude or dudette look as weird as possible. And I think we did a pretty good job with this guy. But we need to go have a meeting with our boss after we had that little sequence within the the Outer Realms. Let's see what Kirsten has to say about all that.
Remember the brief about making messes, not pinning it on us, all that stuff? Guess it was Opposites Day out there. Don't say anything. I'd have to act like it wasn't incriminating. Well, I understand. Things get out of hand when you're all up in an insane, undying tyrant's grill. Happened to us before with Ozymandias. But we are so off Orochi's Christmas card list. Our agenda for absolute global influence can accommodate some wiggle room, but this is a blip. A significant blip. In time, when these events have been redacted, we'll look back and make office jokes. Right now, the high-ups want you terminated. Renelle, it's rude to point.
Oh.
Lady, way to blow the element of surprise. Do you know how hard it is to kill these guys?
Oh yes, intimately. I take responsibility for calling it off. I just freed up your day. Go catch a movie, or polish your anti-tank rifle. Whatever you do to chill out.
You have no authority over me. You know that, don't you? The magician's only answer to the committee.
Honey, would you say this looks like my care face?
Well, okay.
Kirsten's a little scary.
I bet you're having balls under that skirt. No hard feelings.
I think we could both use some me time. Don't go off the grid.
So there's a few things to unpack there. I'd mentioned that we just came from the Egypt areas, and the whole notion of what we were doing in Egypt, we were there to investigate some missing artifacts. And according to the Illuminati, they were missing, aka because they didn't have them and they wanted them. Because Illuminati in this game, it's kind of like what you'd expect. They want global influence and eyes everywhere, and you know, their tendrils everywhere. And we arrive at Egypt and we discover this cult that's trying to resurrect this evil god and all that shit. So we stopped the cult, we killed the big bad guy, we won the day, but we were unsuccessful in retrieving the artifact. And we also got whisked away into that dream world where we accepted a gift from a, some dark menacing voice. So I think that's why they're mad at us. However, I think there's more.
Your favorite elected
Senator
official
Cicero,
here,
okay.
Senator Cicero. Little Bird just told me you're in danger of spending some time in the doghouse, or possibly the cemetery. Take it from me, Gary's not gonna catch another bullet for you, so you might want to get proactive. And show him you're someone they can't do without. Or put down. Come by my office. I'm sure we can agree on a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Awesome streamers interacting. Oh, that's sweet of you to say, Leonard Chef. Seriously, it's very much appreciated, my friend. You're a good dude. A good duderino.
Hi there.
And of course, yes, the Illuminati would be involved with politicians, because how could they not be?
I heard you the first time, Aaron. I see. Miss Mollard, my apologies. Look, I am not a child, all right? You don't have to fucking... She put me on fucking hold. And I have a meeting at the club with a 30-year-old single malt and a 22-year-old bombshell. But then Aaron fucking Mollard, that tight-ass bitch, decides she's gonna be that big infected pimple on the diseased cock that has been my day.
Oh my
Orders me
God.
around like I'm some fucking pool boy. With all due respect, Miss Mahler, what is it you think I do? I can't get access to those files. Okay, I am going to explain something to you that I quite honestly thought a woman of your intelligence would have a solid grasp of already. For every me on the Senate, the Orochi have 10. We can't direct the Orochi to do anything they don't want to do, and any bill to the contrary would get voted off the agenda in a second. They own our collective asses. They play with a different set of rules than the rest of us. I wish I knew how they did it. I could learn a trick or two. No, I don't. Short of sending someone into their offices and physically lifting the files off the Orochi mainframe, I don't see how that's possible.
Ooh, that sounds like a job for us.
No. We certainly wouldn't like that. All right. Look, I'll see what I can do. What strings I can pull down in Washington. Well, fuck me. I am fucked, bitch. Okay, silver lining? I think I just found a way to get both our asses out of the doghouse. Maybe for good this time.
Yeah, I think the reason they're so pissed at us is because the first mission we went on, where we went to Solomon Island off the coast of Maine and dealt with the fog and Beaumont and that whole series of missions where we were chasing down like the source of like what was causing all the zombies to attack the town and all that jazz. Once we took out the big bad guy who was wielding the artifact and who was, you know, all powerful and unleashing the filth upon the whole village, the whole town, really. Once we dealt with him, we got winked out of existence to like the dream world before we could retrieve the artifact. And this is the second time that's happened. Kind of, so we're 0 for 2 on retrieving artifacts that the Illuminati wants to reclaim. And that's why I think the higher ups want us to be body bagged, I guess is the idea. So anyway, so he doesn't directly like say like, oh, go do this thing, but it's kind of hinted where he's like, well, I'm gonna not say that you're not supposed to do it. So yeah, it's weird how, like, you know, you do all the right things, you save the world, you kill the big bad guy, but the Illuminati is all about like, no, we don't care about all that. We care about like what you're doing for us. Like, you know, it's all about our bottom line. Who cares about stopping the apocalypse if you don't deliver? So that's why they're like pissed at us. But the Orochi are kind of a like multi-tech conglomerate corporation that has their tendrils in pretty much everything, and we heard the Cicero over this phone say like, yeah, they have like much more influence in Washington and like with the government, so their multimedia influence, multifaceted influence is significant. And in addition to their like occult sensibilities, they have power pretty much everywhere, but they have a very obvious office presence, and we can probably crack in there pretty easily. So we got some IDs and some uniforms. We'll need help with the biometric scanning though, but we'll figure that out when we get there. So let's, sounds like we're gonna be infiltrating some Orochi stuff. They're kind of a competitor to Illuminati, but Orochi are more like, oh, hold on, we got a phone call.
I want to encourage you to take a hands-on approach with data theft. From your end, it's just plug and play. We'll handle the details.
The Illuminati is more under the table, whereas Orochi is like, by day, they look like a squeaky clean, you know, regular little company type of deal, but by night, yeah, they definitely have some shady bullshit that they're dealing with.
Have 2 minutes or 5 minutes?
Okay, so there's no other cutscenes here with Kirsten. So it sounds like, yeah, we're going right to Orochi. And then, I can tell you that the next area that we're going into, so the first area was New England. It was a fictional place called Solomon Island off the coast of Maine. The second area was Egypt. We just wrapped that up. And the third area that we'll be going after this whole sequence ends will be Transylvania, which means like vampires and shit, which is going to be pretty dope. But then the fourth one is Tokyo, and Tokyo is where the headquarters of the Orochi Corporation is. So this is kind of like instance 1 of doing like direct Orochi infiltration. And oh, what freaking lunatic chef! Freaking gift in the sub. Lunatic chef, not one to be outdone, is like, wait, I've spotted a target. Thank you, lunatic chef. Good lord, you have done so much, man. That's so generous. Holy shit. Thank you very much, my friend. I feel like I always need to make sure people know, like, spending money, that kind of thing is never expected. Again, as I get older, I recognize more and more people's time is so valuable. The fact that you're sharing... Darn it, what was I just saying? The fact that you guys are sharing your time with me is all I could ever ask for. Thank you so much, though. Going for yet another gift sub. Thank you, Lunatic Chef. And of course, GB and Lilia, feel free to enjoy those emotes and use them as much as you want. Yeah, we don't want to leave yet, yeah. Oh, look how like normal we look. We got our cool sunglasses. Oh wait, no we don't. We don't have sunglasses. We have the void eyeballs from our costume. So we still got like the spooky eyeball things. I think that's gonna disable our weapons. Oh, nope. Okay, I guess that's okay. We just set off the metal detector, it's fine. We just have a very obvious hammer strapped to our back. So we're in one of their office buildings. It's not their headquarters. Their headquarters look very, very different. Like the bingo cola machines. Next to the server room. I think they said not to get too close.
Do you have an appointment?
Because people would be able to... Actually, I don't know. Let's find out. What if I, like, just walk up to people? Okay, so I guess it's okay. I think they did say that biometric stuff's gonna be a bit of an issue. Yeah, that's why. We have glowy hands with our magic elementalism abilities because we because we have a medical condition, that's why, and we have the hammer strapped to our back because we work in construction. Actually, if we wanted to be a real, like, badass, we would throw this guy on, which looks a lot cooler, although we haven't powered it up yet, so we can't really use it yet. Right now, this one has much better stats, but eventually we'll be switching over to these guys instead, which I'm pretty excited about. Alright, so let's kind of explore around here. We don't know, well, it's gonna be up top. So I'm kind of curious. Also, I can't ride my motorcycle inside of here, which is probably to be expected. Yeah, I'm here to single-handedly remodel these whole offices somehow. There's a drone there, so the drones would definitely notice our bullshit. Can I pop into here? I can, but should I? So it's assumed. Okay, we need a code or a key card, but it's probably going to be a code. There's an area that way, and then there's also something this way. I'm gonna guess that they probably all wrap around, so let's start that way. It's also worth noting that I can't use any of my weapon abilities, which is probably to be expected. So Manticore is one of the 8 subsidiaries of Orochi. And I can't remember what their specialty is, but like there's a biometrics division, there's a like genetics engineering division, there's weapons processing or like engineering, there's multimedia. Like a lot of them have very different stuff that they focus in on, and all of them have like by appearances they do this, but under the table they do this, and the under the table shit is the sneaky shit. So I'm looking for any kind of hints to that key code. Any kind of like notes that are or like stuff left in the garbage. I need anything that could be like interactable that pops out. I'm just browsing, trying to make myself not look overly suspicious. Oh, and it's not working. Ouch. So the guards are an issue. So if I get too close to the guards, they will spot me and zap my booty right off my ass or something. However, we just restart, so nothing lost really. What is this? Disguise the player. No weapons. Right, that's what the notification threshold is. Probably not a shabby idea. Alright, so I need to watch out for the guards. If I get close, they'll zap me right off there. Doom Eternal with all the DLCs. Oh, dang, dude. That's a sweet deal, man. Was it from a bundle, McMagic, or was it like just stuff on sale on Good Old Games or Steam? Oh, man, they kind of did taste me, didn't they? They did taste me, bro. Jesus. It was like an auto-tase thing where I just kind of walked into it unknowingly. But maybe I should have known it. Alright, so now I'm gonna like be watching everywhere. So the guards cannot be fooled. Oh, there's something over there. Oh, it's just the door. Okay. Can I not? Oh, there we go. Looking for the sweet spot. On Steam? Yeah. That's the way to do it, man. I know that we've got a holiday sale coming up pretty soon, probably. Or a winter sale, I suppose. So, there was ever a time to, like, be like, ooh, man, there's a game I kind of want. Now's a pretty good time to keep an eye out. As I would imagine, it'll probably start in a week or two. No card registered, so we need a card. An ID card, right. And I don't have an ID card. We do not, okay. They have a bunch of guns in here, by the way. Just a bunch of gun lockers. Got the cool futuristic guns, too. Monster Sanctuary. Oh, they have a pet snake. That's cool. Hope they take care of him. Hope they feed him well. And I hope they don't feed him pizza. I mean, I like pizza, but I would imagine it's probably not recommended for snakes. Also, they have, like, barracks in here. I guess maybe they're... It's like Black Mesa. Everyone is expected to, like, live, eat, and sleep here. It's like, this is your home now. Oh god, he's going through the wall. Here, I can just jump over this. Okay, I can't. That's fine. Let's just go out this way. We've excavated this area pretty well. But yeah, Monster Sanctuary. I'll admit, I don't know if I know that one specifically. They can eat just about anything. I'm not that surprised. I would assume pizza wouldn't be a particularly nutritious diet. Although, this is not to, you know, shame pizza, but I would assume that it's maybe not the most nutritious thing out there in general. But yeah, I would imagine they can eat pretty much anything they have a mind to eat. So yeah, just looking for any kind of like indication of of loose papers or a key card that has been left astray. Any kind of instance like this where you see a desk light that's still lit or something like that, it's like, oh, maybe. So this is where we just came from. Let's go back this way. This area is unlabeled. We went into there first. This area appears to be unlabeled, so this might be something cool. I always hope secretly that I might, like, stumble upon an employee who's, like, playing Tetris or something on his or her monitor. Like this guy just stewing. Ooh, an ID card, you say? Oh. I picked up the ID card and it knocked me out? What in the world? Oh. Oh, shit. Why did the ID card knock me out? That's weird. I'm just gonna sneak out this way. I'm not sure what that sequence was, but that was very strange. I'm gonna go back this way. There was the terminal over here that we get that it was keycardable. Oh, wait, do we not have it? Oh, shit. Let me go back. It was right here, right? Did I not pick it up? Maybe I did pick it up and it doesn't show up as a quest item. Maybe it's just automatically added to my inventory. But that was very strange. Ooh. Oh, he still zapped me, man. I know, I got excited, but it's weird that it didn't show up in my quest inventory. Oh shit, hold on. Let me go grab my water. I left my water in the other room when I took the dog out earlier. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna BRB. I'll be so fast. I'll be right back. Okay, water acquired. Hell yeah. Much better. Yeah, in my head I was like, I feel like I forgot something. $75, yeah, that's a pretty good like amount or a budget to work with. Cause yeah, when it comes to the holiday sales, comes to like scoping out them good deals, that's you could get a lot of bang for your buck that way. I mean, of course, Cyberpunk just came out and a lot of people are super hyped for that game, completely justifiably. Actually, maybe I should try this first. But yeah, like spending $60 on like a game that's just came out, it's brand spanking new versus it's like, oh man, there's like stuff that's been out for like less than a year that's also super hype that I definitely want to get to. It's like, oh man, there's so much cool shit out there, dude. So where was the ID card? It was, I think, somewhere over here, right? Is this right here? But it knocked me out. That was so strange. Let's try this again. We pick it up. It knocks us out. I don't understand, though. The guards charge in. What is this sequence? That's so odd. Look at this guy just running back and forth. Sometimes the game gets a little bit confused with some stuff. What are they like? Oh, it's because I like picked up the wrong card or something? Because now they zap me. Maybe I was supposed to go to that guy's desk and take that one? Or maybe it's because they saw me. Oh, maybe that's it. Maybe I have to find like a completely unguarded or unnoticed key card or ID card. Maybe that's the issue. They're like calling in security or something like that. Because it's weird if they just kind of run past you. I think maybe that sequence might be a little bit borked. Hundreds of, well, yeah, there's that too. I mean, there are ways to overdo it, and I don't want to lie to you, dear viewer, and make you think, oh, Alex is so responsible and he's never splurged on bullshit video game purchases, because oh yeah, I am just as, if not more, guilty than others. I think the tricky thing though is that there's nobody immediately around here. Let's test the theory one more time. Let me just steal this one from behind this guy's back. Okay, same thing. The dudes are gonna zap me. So that confirms it. So we have to find a key card that is completely unattended. Yeah, anybody who's friends with me on Steam, and I'm happy to friend anybody and everybody, presuming I always have more friend slots, and I think I've got plenty still. But yeah, my backlog is positively disgusting. And a lot of it is that I've had my Steam account since like 2004, so I've had it for very long. And I've gotten a lot of humble bundles, and I've had a lot of people very generously just buy me games for me, which is far too generous and mind-blowing, honestly. There was something I actually bought off of Steam not terribly long ago, and I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it might have been Doom 64, the re-release of Doom 64, that is. So yeah, it's like my backlog is pretty disgusting, and it just has been growing over the years for a long time. And then what do? I stream games that I've either played before, or I stream console games. It's like the backlog just continues to grow like a monster that is one day going to uprise against me. I feel like if I just keep adding to the Steam backlog, eventually it'll grow sentient and, like, I don't know, register to vote or something. I don't know. I don't exactly know what to expect. Use my money. I mean, I would say if there was ever a period in human history, or at least in modern history, to encourage hashtag treat yourself moments, it has been the entirety of 2020. So far be it for me to judge anybody for things to give them the slightest hit of dopamine, because, man, I totally get it. I totally get it, man. Yeah, I think that was the most recent, like, direct purchase I've made off of Steam. Because, yeah, like I said, I get a lot of the humble bundles. I'm a sucker for the charity bundles, man. I get, like, the charity stuff because, I love to do the extra life stuff. So I'm always down to, like, encourage fun, like, gamer-centric charity stuff. Because it's, like, I always like the idea of gaming for the power of good and, you know, for the greater good of, like, you know, making the world a better place and all that jazz. And it's like, hell yeah, man, I'm down to, like, support that. Let's see if I can steal this one sneakily. Maybe. Will this count as being sneaky? It did. It did count as being sneaky. Or something, because I'm not knocked out, but again, I don't have, like, the quest item still. Hopefully that's good enough, though. Let's go to that other computer terminal we saw and see if that's enough to make the thing happen. In fact, yeah, this is the end of the line for this particular quest, or this particular direction here. That's correct, yeah. How many digits are they up to now? And by the way, like I said, I'm happy to friend anybody. I'm not like particularly guarded when it comes to Steam stuff. Maybe I should be. I don't know. I'm pretty much an open book when it comes to that stuff. But yeah, I'm happy to friend out anybody who wants it. Level 2. Okay, so I think the one we found is only level 1. Let's go back this way and use it on that other terminal. See if there's something else that it will provide to us. Let's go this way. But yeah, Doom 64. Yeah, I've only played Doom 1 and 2. I've never played 64. I've never played 3. I've not played 2016. In fact, I don't own 2016 yet, but you can best believe that's on my list. It's a series I enjoy deeply, but yeah, there's a lot that I've yet to experience. And there's, of course, like lots and lots of custom WADs that have been developed over the years that I've yet to play, so there's a lot that I've yet to experience. Does that mean the computer is usable now? Set to clearance level 2. Okay, there's definitely more, though. It's greenlit, though, so that's, I think, good, right? Unclear what else needs to happen here. Let's go back this way. There's this little bonus path this way. Mental illness. Like I said, man, I'm not in any position to judge. There's a gaming is a, you know, can very much be a positive thing, can be a good way to be a distraction from the shittiness that sometimes is the reality of our surroundings. And like I said, 2020 has been a heck of a year for that. And we're not out of the woods yet. I mean, it's obvious that there's still quite a bit more over the next few months in particular. It's been warned that, you know, the COVID cases are going to be bad for a while, but if there is a light at the end of the tunnel. You know, things will improve eventually. We just got to get there. So it's shitty. 4's unicorn. Oh, really? Yeah, I was gonna say. I'm sure. Like, yeah, three digits is unrealistic. 4 is like there's far and few between. Obviously, 5 would be pretty crazy. So yeah, I think it was 2004 was when I got my Steam account for the first time ever. A day that will go down in infamy. So this is the area where we have these. There's this card here. Does it say like the clearance level? It says here. Let me zoom in. Oh, he walks away from it. Oh no, he doesn't. Never mind. Can I not zoom in? I guess I cannot zoom in. Oh, there we go. There we go. Hello, I just want to see your key card. Nothing suspicious, I promise. Oh, it doesn't say. It just has the insignia. So let's zoom back out again. Maybe the thing is that we do have to steal the one that we saw. This one, that is. But in a way that no one else can see. I don't think it's a matter of like standing in the right place, is it? What if I'm like right here? Is it still like in view of that guy? There must be something else I'm just not seeing. Can we keep going upwards? Oh, don't get that guy. Aggressive soap suds. Yeah, I didn't rinse. Sorry, I get like the little misty soap suds. Vapor soap suds. We'll see that's what that is. Hey, Physics Cat, what's up, man? Get another awesome streamer friend. Good to see you, dude. Physics Cat. Speaking of, dude, we were just talking about Doom, actually. We were just talking about Doom 1 and 2. I was saying how I've only played Doom 1 and 2. I've never played 3 or 64. Or the newer games, don't matter either. But thank you very much, Physics Cat. My goodness, that's so generous. Hide the loot. Oh shit. Yeah, Physics Cat is an awesome dude. He does well, I say this every time, Physics Cat. I don't mean to typecast you, Physics Cat. I'm sure you I know for a fact that you do other stuff. But the main thing I associate with Physics Cat is his Doom 2 expertise with custom WADs and the super difficult ones that are infuriating and difficult and challenging and awesome. And watching Physics Cat stream them is an experience in and of itself. Thank you very much for that very kind raid, man. How you doing, buddy? Got a Steam ID finder. That's good to know. Yeah. Yeah, I think I've seen my Steam ID before. I think it shows up in your URL maybe for your Steam account, but I don't know exactly. Hey, what's up, Market? Yes, that's right, for my friend. Yeah, Golden Souls 1 and 2, both instant classics, man. Those are so fun. Can I just hack the computer while these guys are standing right in front of me? I can, apparently. Incubators. Yeah, how are these incubators being used? Typecasted this week in particular. Doom every day, all day, every day, man. How's Sunlust been? Now, that was the big one you were doing last time, right? Oh, the Castlevania one. I have it downloaded. I have it ready to go at a moment's notice. I haven't streamed it yet. But yeah, I'm pretty excited about it because it's by the same guy, right? Batanandi, and I'm super excited because anything that guy does is so incredible. It's a UID format. Oh, okay, so that's what shows up currently. I gotcha. That's sweet of you to say, Market. Yeah, for sure. It's on my list because it looks incredible, and anything that guy does is so good. I know he's working on Golden Souls 3 right now, and he's spending a lot of time on it. I hope he takes his time, and I hope he really has like a chance to polish it and make it the true experience that he wants, because that guy's quality is truly impressive. And Sunless, the 24th one, man. I know you said the one you were stuck on previously was really a humdinger for a while there. And but then you cleared like the next night, I think, because I remember I raided you one night, and you had been bouncing off it for a while, and you were like, it's driving me nuts. This map is crazy. And I've seen it before, man. Especially since you're doing the pistol start. So, you know, there's no carrying over of health or armor or anything. So, your dedication is impressive. Like I said, for anybody who in the chat right now watching who is not already following Physics Cat and enjoys some good Doom 2 action, then please follow this man. You will not regret it. He's a good dude, and his Doom 2 skills are inspiring and a little bit intimidating. And again, I especially if you like the old school stuff, because that is always a good time. He does other stuff too. He does Battle Brothers. He's done some Factorio. A few other games as well, but yeah, that's the big one when it comes to the Physics Cat brand. Watching him completely body Doom 2 maps, or have them body him and have him slowly lose his mind, but Sunlust in particular seems very difficult. Oh, does it really? Oh shit. You're right, I just noticed that. Yeah, here, I can fix that right now. Thank you for pointing that out. So it's like, oh man. Thing is hecking me over with that extra dot, the period. Because yeah, I would expect like a Like a here I'll do a exclamation point SO, right? Yeah, I can fix this right now live on stream. Live tech support. Here we go. Yeah, let's have a dot after that. There we go. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. All right, that should be good now. Thank you for pointing that out, TriStar. It's probably been like that for months, and I had no idea. It's a tough one, man. It's a really tough one. It's like, I've heard of Sunlust before I saw you streaming it, Physics Cat. I've seen other people make mention of it as being like a really hard one, so I know it has a reputation. Tech team, baby! Let's learn about the incubators. By the way, we're playing more of that same spooky, Lovecraftian kind of MMO sort of game. It's kind of an MMO, but not really. I guess shared world RPG is the official term. But we're investigating this, or actually we're infiltrating this this conglomerate, this like big corporation called Orochi that is they're based out of Tokyo, and they're this giant organization that does like, oh, by day we do this and this, like, oh, we do investigation, or we do research for bioengineering and weapons research and multimedia, but then it's like under the table they're doing like some seedy shit, some creepy stuff, and we're here to like we're trying to infiltrate their systems to actually, what are we after ultimately, come to think of it? I'm trying to remember from the cutscenes. I think we're mainly doing a favor for our organization, which is the Illuminati, since we're kind of in the doghouse with them. We've technically failed 2 missions of theirs. We haven't really failed them per se. I mean, we completed all the objectives, but it's based on the storyline. You know, no matter what you do about it, you will fail to complete a certain objective that's like scripted. It's a scripted failure, so to speak. So as a way to get yourself out of the doghouse, to basically do a favor for the Illuminati, to get them back into your good graces, we're trying to infiltrate the Orochi, and I think trace some more of the artifacts that they've lost track of. I think that's the basic thing we're going for, because that's the Illuminati's main goal right now, is to like recover some artifacts that have been taken from them. So anyway, so for Incubator 1, whatever was there is stable. A synthesized substance does not emulate the Gaia source. Tank and remap Tokyo results. We don't really know what any of that means necessarily, unless by Tokyo they mean the events that took place there. Synthesized organism was introduced to the Sargassum muticum, and then it grew rapidly, but then it was terminated. Still don't really know what any of this means necessarily. High pressure levels. Yeah, the lights are just off on this one. Entire sample becoming entirely unstable. It thrived in a high sulfur environment which was provided within the incubator. Opening it was no longer an option, as the toxic environment within would set off the hazard sensors. Can we flush the incubator? Oh, that gets the people to run away. Good. Now we can steal a bunch of shit. I like it, we just did that while they're standing right next to us. Quick, let us stand right next to it. So yeah, they were doing some like weird experimentation on some kind of organism, some kind of synthetic organism. There was mention of sending stuff to Tokyo. Again, Tokyo is where their HQ is. But in the prologue to the game, there's mention of a bioterrorist attack that took place in Tokyo that involves somehow this awful substance called the filth that we've seen a little bit of in this game so far, but there's still a lot we have yet to experience and yet to learn about the filth. So maybe they're trying to study it themselves on a first-hand basis, perhaps. Yeah, maybe I just need to get good. Yeah, because like whenever the basic gist of what's happened so far is like we would fight one big bad guy, like one boss for a particular area, and then like the bad guy would die, and as we're about to pick up the artifact that they were wielding, we would get like sucked into a tunnel and like through a cutscene, get sucked into like a wormhole, and then we would be in those sequences we saw earlier where we were in the big open surreal areas that kind of, I mentioned earlier, they kind of look like a Pink Floyd album cover. It was like this big surreal area with floating islands and impossible architecture. We found another keycard, by the way, but again, nothing added to our inventory, so it makes me think we're not finding the right thing yet, at least. Oh, thank you, Ninja. Yes, here, I'll do the Illuminati sign as well. Thank you for that. Perfect. Alright, so anyway, we counted a few things. I don't think it drew the other dudes from below. I think those guys have remained unmoved. find out though, because yeah, there was that one area that we couldn't quite pierce through yet. Let's go around to get past that robot. There were dudes standing in that room guarding a... I think it's... Was it this room? Yeah, it was this one. Oh shit! Oh shit! I walked right into them like an idiot. Well, so yeah, these guys are still here. That room's unchanged, but we did pick up something. What's this button do? Yeah, and I guess nobody saw us like typing on the keyboard. I guess since we're disguised as an Orochi employee, it didn't really stand out as anything weird, but I guess it wasn't considered suspicious necessarily. Let's go back up top. Actually, hold up. Let's try that door. Let's try that door, and there's another door I also want to try while we're here. Yeah, the fact that we have a giant sledgehammer, it's not a little bit weird, right? Giant sledgehammer, and we have like the elementalism focus that makes our hands all glowy. It's not suspicious at all, right? Yes, there was this thing here. See, it glows green as if it's gonna say the computer's unlocked, but it still says clearance level 2, so it's like we haven't found the right kind of keycard yet. Yeah, and we're the only ones sprinting around like a madman. No, it's not suspicious at all, right? Doesn't make us stick out like a sore thumb. And to make things weirder, if we swivel the camera around, we have like these weird glowy eyes. It's one of the cosmetic items we have right now. So even though we're in disguise, we still have the glowy eyes for whatever reason. So there's a number of things that are tells for our suspicion. But they don't seem to mind, and them not minding is our gain. Alright, so we've infiltrated that area. We like grabbed a key card. I don't think there's anything else. Whoops. I don't think there's anything else with that computer to be done. The key card we found is over here, I think, right? So make sure I don't have to re-pick it up. I think we're good. It usually pops out pretty well, so I think, yeah, whatever we picked up, we're good. But still does not appear to be the thing we need. Let's keep poking around. There's got to be more where that came from, right? Used to be an MMO. So the game is still... It's kind of a weird one. It's just all very strange. But yeah, it's kind of a strange beast. The official term for this game is that it's a shared world RPG. So it is multiplayer, and there's a lot of stuff you can do multiplayer. But it's definitely balanced around the expectation that people will mostly do it single player. There are dungeon quests that are balanced to expect a full squad of like 5 people, I think. 4 or 5 people. But... the entirety of the story can be played single player, and it's expected that you'll be doing it single player. You can share quest progress with others, and you can do quests like in parallel with others, and the game is like built to handle that too. But the encounters and the bosses and whatnot, they're not expecting it to be like multiple dudes. So the raids and the dungeons are totally optional, and they have stories and lore that feed into the main story, but they're not required at all. So yeah, you can play the game entirely single player with nary a assistance to be gained from others, or you can play the game mostly single player. There are instances where the game will straight up tell you this is a sequenced solo area only, and you can only do this by yourself. Like the area we're in right now, this area right now is a sequenced area, or an instanced area that is solo only. So there are some times where they will kind of railroad you, but for the most part, yeah, it's kind of loosey-goosey as far as like what is and is not considered restricted. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird, and it's no surprise that this game was not terribly popular. It's still around, obviously. I mean, it doesn't generate very much revenue for the company for sure, but I guess it doesn't cost much to just, you know, keep the lights on. They do content patches sometimes, and they did a pretty recent update to rebalance a bunch of combat stuff for several of the classes about a month or so ago. So I mean, they do have some development hours in the game, but not much. So yeah, this game was never that popular, and like Elgaso just said, I mean, it's no surprise really. You think about how for somebody who wants a good MMO experience, this one probably would come up kind of short because, again, there's not much community stuff. There's not much for raids and dungeons, that kind of thing. There's a little bit, but not much. So, for people who like a really cool, enthralling MMO experience, this will be disappointing. But what this game does really well is the very fascinating story with cool lore and, like, awesome writing, very well-written characters, and I think the quests are constantly quite interesting, have a lot of variety in them. So, like, there's a lot to appreciate here. But the people that like those things wouldn't necessarily be drawn to MMOs. In fact, I like this game specifically because I don't like MMOs, and I like that this game takes it in a very strange way. Oh, excuse me, I'm yawning. Ooh, good. Sorry, that was rude of me. Jeez. Yeah, it's so exciting. I'm yawning. But yeah. So I don't know. It's kind of a weird middle ground. But yeah, again, I really do appreciate what the game does well, and I appreciate that it stands certainly different from the rest. I'm not going to say above the rest, but certainly different. Funcom, the developer for this game, they're the same developer that made Anarchy Online years ago, as well as I think all the Age of Conan games. So there's Age of Conan, or the Age of Conan. There's another part of the name, I think. But this was an MMO from the early 2000s. There was Conan Exiles, which was not really an MMO, but definitely a multiplayer shared world game. I appreciate that they do that this developer, Funcom, does lots of weird stuff, but sometimes the execution is not the bestest. So they do great work a lot, but yeah, sometimes their lofty ambitions can get the better of them. Whoop. So this door is open, but I can't go through it. Close the door and then open it this way, maybe. There we go. That was a little bit glitched for some reason. Yeah, sometimes glitches happen too. It happens. To the best of us. And again, we've picked up a few keycards, but they don't show up in our inventory. Which is not encouraging. It's not like a sign that it's a glitch necessarily, but it makes me a little bit concerned. Ooh, however, there's a thing here. Especially in the darkened rooms where there's like nobody there and you can just loot it freely. It's like, oh shit, I just walked into him. I think there's a key card on that desk too. Alright, well, let's try some of the key cards we've gained because we've got a lot of stuff to try maybe. It seems like what you pick up stays with you, so I don't think we have to go back and re-pick things up. I think we're still in good shape. It says we need clearance level 2 though. I think we'll eventually find a way to up the clearance level, actually. We could try this real quick. Oh, that brought us right in. Okay. Well, never mind. I'm full of shit. Alright, so before we go into there, that's clearly where we want to go. However, I like to go the wrong way first. And if I go the wrong way first, there's an area over here in Manticore. Not this room, but the next room over. I need an ID card. Oh, okay, so I guess it didn't. Okay, so it's a one-time thing then. Okay, never mind. So we are going indeed to go the right way first. That is not the last key card to be gained, by the way. There's still more. Learn about some security measures so we can thwart them and or compromise them. Office security, and just, yeah, I want to get learned. I just want to learn a little bit. There are turrets that are offline, that's good. I mean, I think of like the portal turrets. Yeah, I was hearing it ring too. It's like, guys, you don't just answer your phone, what the hell? Easy turret friend or foe TM technology. They'll respond to alarms and can identify and destroy unfamiliar targets while leaving familiar targets unharmed, those drawn from the Orochi employee database. Okay, so yeah, which means that they would sniff us out pretty easily. But the Prometheus initiative, what the hell could this be? On a separate secure server on the 3rd floor. Sounds like a little something for us to investigate. You've caught my attention. This is the 2nd floor. we go up anymore? We cannot. So this is the top floor then. So there's 2 keycards we need to acquire. Trying to remember what Anasi does. I know that Plethron, I think Plethron is the agricultural wing. Kind of like a Monsanto variant, like oh, what's the word? There's a word for it. So like foods that have been genetically engineered in some way. I think that's what Anasi is, or Plethron is all about. As if like a plethora of food, that kind of thing. Nothing there though. Just like I said, I always get like excited whenever I see these areas that are mostly unguarded as far as I can tell, because that's prime for the pickings as far as being able to steal things without too much attention drawn to us. Well, nothing here. Okay, well, I do want to get to the... Oh, shit. It's like between a rock and a hard place here. I do want to get to the other side. I'm gonna take a contemplative drink of water, too. Consider my options here. What time is it, by the way? Oh, man, it's well past midnight. We'll go a little bit longer. It is getting kind of late. Well, it is late, actually. There's no getting late. It's arrived. But I do want to stream a little bit longer. I would like to resolve this particular mission if possible. This guy moves so slow. It's going to be in one of those rooms, though, for sure. It'd be nice if those rooms wrapped around in some way where I didn't have to wait on this drone, because it's very slow, but... here we go. So again, we're looking for completely unguarded... security keys. It's tricky. There's the guy in there. What if it's weird where these people are studiously working at their desks, working on projects, making spreadsheets, what have you, and then I bust in a person they've never seen before, and I'm just like looking from office to office, just standing over their shoulders, menacingly, standing on their desks, standing on top of them, being a public menace. Oh. See, I want to open the door. I don't think we've explored everything, though. So I think this might be where the guards were earlier. I keep actually double tapping, which causes me to like go into dodge mode normally. Normally it would be dodge mode. Ooh. Hey, we got it, cool. So I guess they didn't see me grab that one. That's one half. And okay, so we'll just have to wait. Oh, we'll go up this way. Oop, almost, we got it though. So we got to go to the Plethron wing. I think I might have seen where their keycards are, because there were the two guards standing at the desk that I just kind of ran into earlier. I'd be willing to bet that that's probably the one. Alarm is still alarming. I'm still alarmed by it. Alright, so I'm not gonna just run into the guards this time. In fact, I think they would have moved with the commotion. Oh, yes. The Prometheus office and learn about the Prometheus initiative. Yeah, I'll confess, I'm not sure I remember what the Prometheus initiative is based on the existing lore of this game. Once again, it's worth noting, I have played this game before, but it's been several years and it was the original version of the game, and they have changed up quite a bit, and there's stuff that they've added, so still quite a bit more to it. Also, I'm still thinking about like that other area. I'm guessing you don't use that other area in this particular quest, maybe? And when I say other area, I mean the other terminal. This one down here. Oop. I am curious. I'm curious to see what'll happen, but I think the answer is probably not much. Oh, I went the wrong way. Oh shit. That's my fault. I misclicked. I looked over chat and I didn't see where I was going. That's okay though. We still have the stuff in our inventory, I think. Yeah, so it still says enter the office. So yeah, we haven't lost any progress. It's also weird that I'm hearing like almost like a tribal drum track in the background. And I don't think of that kind of vibe for a like hyper futuristic office space like this one. Seems a little bit strange. This ain't it. I'm not gonna not run into the drone this time. I'm gonna be good. On my best behavior even. Okay. So I'm just curious to see what this other room does. Not this room, but this one over here. The guard guy. And he can zap me, so I'm trying to be careful. Okay, so he is moving. Now's my chance. And again, I don't have the key cards added to my inventory. Still says you have to use an ID card. Yeah, so I think that's just the game's way of saying that like we have ID cards, but we don't have the right kind of card for this machine here. So either it's for a different quest or for a different part of the quest. Hard to say, but we have what we need to proceed forward, and proceed forward I shall. Oh, what the hell? I guess walking behind them, maybe I was just too close to him. I've noticed they're not necessarily line of sight based. I think there is a line of sight in front of them, but there's just like an aura around them, or aura is not the right word. Some kind of rays around them, though, I think. And if you cross that threshold, it's not always abundantly clear, though. But yeah, I think that's my theory for what's going on there. Okay. That siren's still going, by the way. We have 1 and 2. Okay. They have it like pretty well advertised, don't they? Is this a map of like the lobby, I guess? That's hard to say. Let's hack into the mainframe then. Hack their computer. Their Prometheus computer. Initiative. Oh, interesting. So we get to learn about the fog, the Ankh, and the breach. So the fog was related to Solomon Island. Very much the like Innsmouth inspired area. For anybody who's read Call of Cthulhu or played in the games, Innsmouth is kind of the fictional town upon which a lot of Lovecraft stuff is based, and the fog took place in a very, well, again, the name of the place is Kingsmouth, so it wears its references pretty well on its sleeve. However, yeah, I am kind of curious to read about what this Prometheus initiative had to do with the fog, and or what their findings were. Station at the art. Okay, yeah, so that was just the notion of the Orochi having their placements. We know about the one in Savage Coast. Actually, no. Well, yeah, one in Savage Coast, one in Original Town, and then I think one in Blue. Yeah, definitely one in Blue Mountain as well. So one was logistics. One was for experimentation with samples from Tokyo. Interesting. Specifically, filth samples, I guess, from Tokyo. Another Orochi team is stationed at the bridge. And it says their clearance level does not allow them to interfere with Prometheus operations. And I think that would explain a few things. It was during the Tyler Freeborn stuff, it was mentioned how like they arrested Tyler Freeborn on the spot and charged him with trespassing, even though I mean he probably wasn't actually trespassing, but yeah, they were like definitely like throwing their muscles, their weight around, so to speak. And then the fog, 2 teams on location, 1 at the airport for logistics, and 1. Oh wait, that's the same thing. There we go, the Ankh, that's the other one. It's weird that 1 and 2 shifted around, it seems. 2 teams dispatched under the guise of the plethron contractors. Yeah, so a lot of these times, they'll send out what appear to be people from the subsidiaries, which are like doing legit stuff, but then under the table, these supposed plethron contractors are actually Orochi infiltrators or secret agents, so to speak. We'll just say double agents to kind of seed out their own agenda, I suppose. Doom Eternal. Yeah, I definitely want to play 2016. I've heard 2016 is incredible. Doom 2016, that is. And yeah, I've heard Eternal is good. I know that Eternal wasn't everyone's favorite. It seemed like 2016 was a top tier game from just about anyone who played it. But I know that some people did have issues with Eternal, but I understand it's still very good. Even if it has some issues, it's still quite good. Yeah, the games are definitely on my list. But like I said, I try to avoid from going for spending, for like buying too much for me specifically, at least, just because, you know, it does get expensive over time. And again, my backlog is wild. And it's my own damn fault. Part of it is that, like I said, I get a lot of bundles whenever those charity bundles pop up, but I also subscribe to Humble Monthly, which I like quite a lot. I know not everybody likes it, but I find those to be quite enjoyable too, and that has been definitely a boon to empowering my backlog further in case I wanted to be more irresponsible. It's been, I say this a lot, but it's been a good problem to have. Take a drink every time I say that, I swear. But anyway, yes, so this notion of them sending out supposed plethron contractors, but they're actually Orochi agents under disguise. Artifact retrieval continued as expected. Yeah, these are the guys. And in fact, there were some Orochi guys that helped us out in the at the end of the previous adventure in Egypt. Although this is the Ankh specifically, so I'm guessing that's the that one scientist excavation. Recent sounds from Egypt leads to the conclusion that the operation has been compromised. Egypt is yet to be retrieved. Oh, instructions regarding Egypt. I was like, wait, how do you retrieve the entire area of Egypt? That doesn't make sense. And then the breach.
Perimeter defenses activated.
Since the acquisition of the new asset from Vali, another one of their subsidiaries, great strides have been made in the Carpathians. The power source has been breached, and already the science team has been drawing comparisons between it and the one stored at Redacted. Prominent board members have scheduled a tour of the facility, including additional security measures have been put in place. Now, it's worth mentioning that in the cutscene earlier, where there was that girl with the gun who held us up instead of Kirsten's office, and she mentioned that she was not an Illuminati operative, presumably. Well, maybe she was, but she didn't answer to Kirsten. There was a word that she used to describe that person who had like kind of had a hit on her for a hit on our guy, that is, I can't remember what the word was though, because there's something about the Carpathians. There's also the Phoenicians and the Venetians, or the Venetian Council at least. So there's other factions at play that are still kind of lurking in the background that we haven't had a whole lot of deep involvement with. So we gotta get back to the exit then, with this information about the breach, specifically with the Carpathians.
Perimeter defenses activated.
The breach, that would be... I can't remember what that's from. I think that's from the second part of Egypt, which is a breach into hell specifically, so it's like a hell portal. Classic Doom running gun. Yeah, for sure. Oh, you're saying, oh, Eternal is kind of separate though. Oh, I see. Rip and tear until it is done. Yeah, I know that Eternal is a tough game apparently. I've heard it's like quite challenging and a lot of expectation. And sometimes gets a little bit, not grindy, but kind of like you have to bounce off of certain bosses or certain enemies a bunch before you like kind of learn how to really deal with them. So it tests a lot. Oh shit, we have a laser grid now. So I guess they figured out that we've kind of breached their shit. We got information about the breach by breaching their shit, so I guess that's part of an issue then. I was gonna say he's gonna switch around. Is he gonna spin around suddenly? I can't jump over the... Whoop, yep, he is. I can't jump over the drones, try as I might. I wonder if the workers are more or less the same. Like, if their placements are the same and if they're still doing their stuff. Or if they've been, like, evacuated or something since there's been, like, a security breach or something. With eating the demons, you slight in... Well, I mean, eating the demons, you slight in half would also be satisfying. It would satisfy the hunger. The hunger for flesh that resides inside of us all. Demon flesh, that is, specifically. The good shit. I haven't seen that one, Elgaso. That would have been right around the time when Doom Eternal came out, yeah. When I think of Doom Eternal, I think about how it came out at the same day of Animal Crossing, and how there were so many, like, cross memes with Animal Crossing, with Isabelle specifically, like, learning how to shoot guns with Doomslayer, like, you know, they're like being best buddies. Which I think was fun and cute. Is there anything else here? Gotta get back from the top leading to the bottom. See here. I don't know. I keep thinking about, like, what are my options? Oh, I see. We just kind of snuck past. Okay. I was overthinking it. I was like, man, is there another, like, way down? I didn't even think to, like, just try to get past the drones, man. It wasn't that hard. Just, like, hide in the hallway and wait for it to pass by. Why did I not think of that? Maybe it's the sign I'm getting tired, because that seemed like a pretty obvious solution on hindsight. In hindsight. We got a freaking drone grid down below. I guess maybe I'm still a little bit unclear as to why we went through all this. Oh, there's the turrets. And of course I can't shoot things. Or fight things, rather. But yeah, we know that we're kind of doing this on the behest of our organization. What were they really digging into, I wonder? It's like, maybe I'm a little bit unclear as to... Oh, excuse me, oh my god. They only care about results. Yeah, we're trying to close the... Oh, that's right, because yeah, we just came from Egypt. If we're trying to close the file in Egypt, then I guess the breach is significant. It wasn't significant necessarily with the whole Aten cult or the... what do you call it? Or the... or just the artifacts in general. But it certainly is important. We need to be debriefed inside the labyrinth. Oh, but first we talk with Cicero, right? I wrote cheat infiltration notes. They just have it printed on paper, you know, just plain paper. Yeah, the classic format. Whereas Eternal, yeah, is more, it's, yeah, I guess like a different take on, maybe not the formula specifically, but yeah, like just a different implementation of like a modern but still kind of classic feeling Doom. Interesting, yeah. As I know, they both feature staples of the Doom series in the sense of like the really fast-paced combat, like fast-paced movement rather, very actiony, but also like not just action for the sake of action, but also some like, I wouldn't say exactly puzzle either, but like especially for the higher level difficulty, having to like manage your resources properly, and knowing how. I mean, it's not quite as brainless as some people make Doom out to be. Because I always thought Doom 1 and 2 did a good job, especially in the higher levels of difficulty, where it kind of took on a bit of like a resource management puzzle element where you had to get from point A to point B based on, you know, only having so much health and so much ammo, and you know, maybe you can't necessarily kill all the bad guys with what you have, so you kind of have to choose your battles wisely and kind of map out your paths. It is fast paced, yeah. Oh gosh, yeah, Nightmare difficulty. I've heard Doom Eternal with Nightmare difficulty is quite the experience. For sure. I mean, I've heard both of them are not easy games. So yeah, Eternal apparently really ratchets up the difficulty. In fact, wasn't there, or is there upcoming DLC for Doom Eternal that makes it even more spicy? I don't know the details, but I remember people talk about the, oh, that one dude. What's that guy's name? The no, not the Revenant. There's something else. I don't know. There's apparently a big baddie that is, that's kind of has a bit of a reputation, so to speak. It just came out though. Okay, cool. That's probably what I'm thinking of then. Because I remember hearing about it and people were like, holy shit, we thought the base game was hard. And a match level. Okay, cool. So let's see, yeah. So the Prometheus initiative is the main thing we are going for, which of course relates to the breach that we've seen in Egypt previously. Okay, so anyway, so yeah. So we've learned things. It does a lot of damage. Wow, that's a lot of damage. And we can't fight back, unfortunately. And we can't just like power through. Oh, what? Oh, I'm in line of sight, yeah. I want to kind of like snoop around here. Oh, that one. Way over there. Particle turret. We have to shut the turrets down. How's about this? I bet that's what this other thing over here is. There we go. I think it's flushed all the people out. Yeah, because there were people in here, I think. Oh, I lied. There are still people here. Oh, didn't you hear about the security breach, man? What are you doing? Is he smoking? I think I'll take a smoke break. Whatever, man. They don't pay me enough to give any two shits about this place. Ooh. Oh, they come in here now. Oh shit, they changed up their patterns. I think I chose the wrong way though. There was at least one security card thing in one of these rooms that we couldn't pick up previously because there were dudes around it. I bet the... What's this guy doing? Yeah, so some of these people are just remaining unaffected by all this despite the security breach and the sirens and wailing and gnashing of teeth. So we need a level 2 clearance card. Always weirds me out when the laser goes through the wall like that. It makes me worried that they can clip through the wall and discover us. Box F. Use box F. I would if I could. Box C. Oh man, please tell me I can disguise myself as a box. A la Solid Snake. Ooh, also it's 1 AM, which means new challenge is available. Yoink. Also, this person has completed the thing. Good job, that person. Ooh, we get blue items now. That's exciting, although those have a very low success rate. So don't go on those yet. But I definitely want to give our friends, give our lads and ladies more challenges. In fact, since you are significantly higher level, I'm going to give this one to you. Good luck. Good luck out there. So maybe we need to look for more of these boxes. I'm surprised we can... They're highlighted, but we can't interact with them, it seems. I am trying. Oh! Okay, he's in here too. Oops, oops, oops. Gosh darn it. Alright, so this was a boss. Let's try the other side. Yeah, let's go for it. So yeah, we learned just wait for this guy to do his thing. Because we need to shut down either the turrets or the drones, but the turrets would be the most helpful thing to get rid of. Because they do so much damage. Okay, so that security card isn't even interactable in any way, so maybe we already have what we need. Purple talisman. Oh! Oh, that was from... Oh, cool. That was from the quest that we... Or not the quest, the adventure thing that we just got turned in. Wow, that's a lot of experience, too. So I'm trying to keep an eye out for security guards, because they've bodied us in the past, and they'll do it again. Our terminal... Yes, that same damn thing. It says we need the ID card. So there's a magic ID we just haven't found yet. There was one we saw earlier, but we just couldn't pick it up. I'm convinced that this is how we disable the security. But I don't know where the magic key card is. Say there's a particular thing that we clearly need. Do you have it, Snakey? I don't think the snake has it. So when it comes down to situations like this where we're just trying to find just a loose keycard somewhere, you really just usually to keep an eye out for highlightable things, or highlighted things rather. And of course it's a key card, so look for just a small key shape, or a card rather, shaped object. In this particular room, there was a key card on the ground around here that we found, and we found that picking it up would cause the security guards to be brought in. As far as I can tell, I didn't even see that though. This guy's just chilling, and there's a card right there and I can't pick it up. Try as I might, I cannot pick it up, so this feels weird. Feels like there's something I'm missing for sure. Let's see what else there is. There's this room here. Oh wait, this is the same room. I'm trying to remember which one Manticore, we're in the Manticore division right now, what's their focus? Are they like weapons development maybe? Weapons engineering? They very well might be. Was there anything else in that stuff here? IDs and uniforms, yeah, can be obtained. Yeah, Yeah, still nothing. Something would have to be swiped. Need an ID card. Feels like a needle in a haystack, man. It's hard to know where to go for something like this. Okay. I was hoping he would come this way, but actually, I think I'm kind of glad that he's just moseying along. Oh, are we stuck? Oh boy. Whenever they close together like that, it's always a little scary. Ooh, he's swinging around. Okay. There we go. Oh, don't tell me you're coming in here too. Too many cooks already. Oh, wait. Oh, is this the same place? Office security. Oh, here we go. Yeah, there we go. Oh, we saw this earlier. I didn't even notice this little detail. This command here. Oh, I'm an idiot. I walked right by it, or right by it, rather. So we can scramble their targeting. Turret targeting has been reversed. Good. Man, if I would have noticed that earlier, that would have solved me all kinds of, or saved me all kinds of trouble. I completely didn't even notice that. There was an option, there was a command there. I thought it was just informational. It was just like there to say like, oh hey, here's some tidbits about the targeting system for these turrets, and like know to be scared of them. But the fact there was a command there too. I'm an idiot. Okay, well now we know. And that's our way out of here. Just as a heads up, once we finish this kind of line of questings here, I'm probably going to be adjourning for the night just because it is getting kind of late and I am pretty tired. However, I want to make sure we find ourselves a good raid target because we've had Grovana raid us, we had Physics Cat raid us. Like, dude, so much nice freaking people, man. We definitely got to keep that party going as much as possible. Right, so the turrets are not attempting to murder us to death. In fact, they've specifically been instructed to murder employees to death. So nice little calling card to say like, yeah, if somebody is in your employee database, then make sure to shoot the crap out of them. So keeping things interesting for sure. Let's leave New York. So back to the main areas then. So let's report our findings back to our bosses, who were previously very pissed at us for, you know, succeeding at the mission, but not succeeding at the stuff that they wanted for their bottom line. Let's see how this rolls now. Hey, what's up, Black Magics? What's up, buddy? How you doing, dude? I mentioned her name earlier when it came to the webcam discussion. I was like, yes, my dude Black Magics, who is a technology expert on many things, recommended the C920, I believe. I think that was one. Also, we got our motorcycle, and we're just running it around indoors like a weirdo, like one does. Although eventually we can't ride around forever indoors. Okay, yeah, C920, yeah, that was it, yeah. I was like, yeah, that was a recommendation of Black Magic's, the lad extraordinaire. Just for the entirety of, yeah, for sure. It's definitely a popular choice. I mean, there's like obviously more powerful ones, but then you get into really expensive things. And I certainly wouldn't want to, I mean, you know, the webcam is a super small Z part of my overlay, so I mean, I don't need anything fancy. Even though, like, super cheap one that I had was perfectly serviceable. Hey, Sean, what's up, man? Sean is an OC Remix OG Magfest dude that I've known for many years. He's a good dude and an excellent musician. Good to see you, dude.
Or is it evening already? I can never tell.
I've gotten to see him perform many a time.
Vidi Vici. Like a fucking Roman emperor, I stand unscathed as the dust settles once more. No small thanks to you, by the way. That was quite the pickle you got me out of. Yep, no gospel choir of repressed fucking sissies is gonna take down the mighty Cicero. The press has been trying to nail me to the cross for years, but the good people of Michigan won't hear of it. As long as nobody can prove anything, I'll dial up that Midwestern charm to 11 and stick to the story. It wasn't me. And there's my God-given gift. They believe me every fucking time. I own public opinion, and I can make anyone believe anything. As long as there's no actual proof to the contrary. And that, my friend,
is why you guys need me around. He'll get away with anything. With murder. Quite literally. So let's you and I set up another meeting sometime. We can talk about favors I might need and how when it's all over we'll stand victorious. Still loved and adored by our constituents.
It's weird hearing a politician speak so brazenly about being like, yeah, I'm corrupt as shit, but you know, whatever. How far am I? So this is actually, so I've beaten the game previously, back when it was just called The Secret World without the Legends part. I beat the game up to that point, so I beat the end of Tokyo, because at that point they had only added up to the end of Tokyo. But that was with the old version of the game. So I haven't gotten very far with the new version, with this version. We just beat Egypt, and we just did the like the post-Egypt mission. Although I think we're not done necessarily, because now we got to go back to Kirsten.
Don't fuck this up.
Because yeah, with Egypt, it was the same with Solomon Island, where we beat the big bad guy, and we were about to retrieve the artifact that was being used to, at least partially used, to empower the big bad guy. But then we got whisked away to another portal area, like another surreal hellscape area, and we didn't get the artifact, and Orochi got it instead. And Kirsten was super pissed, and pretty much the entirety of the Illuminati was disappointed in us. But as a way to kind of gain more intel about the Egypt situation and get in good with Senator Cicero here, we went through a little series where we infiltrated Orochi and got some additional intel about the whole Egypt situation, specifically with the breach that leads into hell that we saw earlier. Yeah, most people say that, yeah, the 920. Yeah, it's I'm sure very reliable. It's not overly expensive, and it's like pretty good. It's certainly a grade up from the one I was using, because the one I was using was the C270, I think, which is good, but you know, it's not great. So that'll be a suitable replacement, but also a step up, which will be nice. How about yourself, though, Sean? I know that you've played this game quite a bit. I don't know how far you made it, but I remember you streamed it quite a bit on the on your channel, but also on, what was it? Which channel was it? Of the many bands that you're in, the Grammar Club, right? Yeah, that 100% agreed. I really appreciate some of the conveniences they added in, and really, I would say for the most part, I like the conveniences in this version of the game overall. There are some things I preferred in the older version, but for the most part, I feel like this is a step up, which I'm grateful for. But yeah, also I went Illuminati, as you probably already guessed. Probably pretty obvious by, you know, all this that we're seeing right now. Here's Kirsten, by the way. Let's see what she thinks from our infiltration
You look like you
jig.
want to ask something. Don't. I caught a bullet for you. And people like you. Because you're an instigator. Yes, people have their place. They make neat dogs, but sometimes we need instigators. There's a war starting out there. And the Illuminati don't fight wars. Our fingers got burned too many times in the past. Now we work wars. Make them an aspirational concept for other guys to buy into. Supply and demand. Our demands. That's where you come in. From the data you stole, we've been clued in on a major Orochi operation in Eastern Europe. Get this. The backwoods of Transylvania. I know, right? Didn't even think that was a real place. The thing is, we're out of the loop. And that's really not a good look for me, or the company as a whole. Time to step up. The situation is perfect. It's the Stone Age, dial-up internet out there. What happens in Vampire Country stays in Vampire Country.
Oh, and you're also in Transylvania. Very nice, my man. So yeah, you've beaten it once before. Yeah. I have to ask, Sean, did you, in the sequences where you're going through those, well, you know, obviously without spoiling anything for anybody who might be listening in, or watching in for that matter, in the sequences in between areas where you are given the choice to accept or deny a gift, what have been your choices? Because so far, for the original character that I had back in the day, I rejected the gift wholesale. But for this character, I've accepted them wholesale, and I have no idea what's different. It's yet to be different, really, for the most part. But I'm just guessing there will be something that happens eventually that makes it somewhat obvious. So we'll see.
Now, I want you to take these learnings to the next level.
Some next level shit. Now, do we get another sequence, or are we just... Nope, we're just going right through it. So we go to the besieged farmlands, the first part of what's it called? The first part of blah 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 Transylvania. That's what it's called. That has it right there. Right heck in there. Actually, truth be told, I think I might be more or less in a pretty good position. I was thinking earlier that I might wanted to power through excuse me, might have wanted to power through Polaris. And at first I was thinking I was maybe getting too tired for it, but you know what? I think we could probably power through that. I think it'd be pretty quick. And I do want to do that because it'd be nice to be able to just hit the ground running with Transylvania next time. Because Transylvania is pretty cool. I feel like I like Transylvania overall more than Egypt. Like Sean said, Egypt Part 2 is so much nicer because you get the warps versus having to go walk to each place manually. But I would say Transylvania has a little bit more going for it as far as just more diversity with stuff to do. The Part 1 of Egypt is kind of long on the tooth. Part 2 is cool lore-wise and like tragic and fascinating. Part 1 is just kind of so-so, but it's kind of necessary as a build-up. Transylvania I feel like is a little bit more involved all the way through. And it looks very nice. Yeah, with like any desert area, it's always going to look kind of so-so. But although again, Egypt Part 2 I think it looks really badass. I think they nailed that like spooky vibe really freaking well. Rejecting is the good choice. Yeah, I figured it probably wouldn't be. And that's the thing, like, I assumed it's like what you're supposed to do. But I remember back in the day, a number of years back when I played this game with friends, I was the only one in our group that rejected the choice. Everyone else accepted it wholesale, and I was like, oh man, I'm the goody two-shoes. I don't want to be that. So I was like, all right, now I get my chance to mix it up a bit. Also, we have a spider bike, by the way, which is pretty freaking cool. Tarantula bike, which is the wildest thing I've ever owned in this game for any of my characters. Any of my only 2 characters, admittedly. Alright, so we're gonna hop back over to New England. And specifically to, I guess, the very first area, right? Yeah, Kingsmouth. So we can do Polaris. I love the bike, man. It's so good. Do you have a favorite area, Sean? And also, have you checked out... I'm guessing you've already seen the South Africa stuff, because I've yet to see it at all. I've yet to experience South Africa in the slightest sense, because it was added in the time in between when I stopped playing and now. And this is my first time... Well, obviously, I've made it to Transylvania, so I've played it quite a bit, but a few weeks ago when I started this, it was my first time playing in like about 3 or 4 years. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna warp over to Polaris. That's the one. Let's just warp up top. So for anyone wondering and who's not familiar, Polaris is it's one of the dungeons in this game. One of the many dungeons that... oh, we have a few things actually. How much would this level it? It would max it out actually. Wow, by a pretty good margin too. I feel like I should hold off until... I'm gonna save that one for sure until we get this one maxed out to 20. As then we'll merge this one with this guy to bring it to a blue. This one to a blue specifically.
Critical empowerment.
That's the 15 already. Yes, we'll save this guy. Merge that one, and out of curiosity, yes, that would also take it to the limit one more time. Not surprising. And I kind of want to use this big talisman one, though. How about this? I give it to this guy. Oh, whoops, not you. You. Takes it to 11. Actually, let's do this one instead. Well, 11 to 15. Boom, baby. Beautiful. Hey, what's up, Josh? Good to see you, dude. South Africa's nice, too, though, yeah. More story after where the old game left it, because yeah, that's it, because that was like the first new content for this game after the relaunch, so to speak, because the relaunch I don't think immediately brought anything new beyond Tokyo. In fact, I think there was stuff that was left out from the original game, but they've slowly brought in a whole bunch more, which has been nice to see. Evade rating, we don't really have any need for that, so I'll just power this one up. But yeah, that was a big deal for sure, and that, like I said, that's one part of it that I'm definitely looking forward to. Oh hell yeah, Josh, that's right. Yeah, we have Josh and I have a mutual friend, Jeremy, who introduced us to this game back in the day. Have you played this game yourself, Josh? Because I'll admit I didn't know that you played it, but since Jeremy has played it, I know he was he was the one responsible for exposing us. Because we've actually beaten the second area, and I'm about to do the story version of the Polaris dungeon, which I'm pretty excited about it. Oh, you were the 0 point pathogen. You were the patient zero, so to speak. That's awesome, man. So you were in on it super early. So man, that's awesome, dude. That's awesome, man. Yeah. I have to ask Josh, do you have a favored faction? Yeah, two questions. Question one, who is your favorite faction? Question two, why is it the Illuminati?
Confirm or deny.
It's never had a lot of people. Yeah, me and some friends play with it. Oh, hell yeah. A fellow child of the Aten pyramid.
Confirm or deny.
But yeah, always I'm in the same boat, dude. I mean, the other ones are cool too. I think if I were to make a second character, I would be more in, well, a third character really, because this is my second character. Or to make a third character, I'd probably go with Dragon, just because I am curious about their lore. But Illuminati stuff is just so fun, man. So freaking cool. But yeah, me and some friends played it back in the day. We played it all the way up to the end of Tokyo in the original version of the game, and then when the relaunch happened, we played it a little bit, but we were like, do we really want to replay through the whole game over again? Because we beat it right before the relaunch happened, so we kind of dropped off of it, including myself. But I on a whim, one of my buddies posted a link to a video from a YouTube video of a guy that does kind of postmortems on MMOs. And he did one about Anarchy Online, which I thought was fascinating. And in the comments of the video, people had mentioned it was the same developers as Secret World. It was Funcom, and I looked it up, and surely enough, he had done a video on this game as well. Watched that video, and I was like, fuck, now I want to replay this game. So here I am replaying it because I got suckered into nostalgia. Second favorite, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I never played Anarchy Online. I know that it was also very cool and very ambitious. Since I've never really been much of an MMO guy myself, I really steer clear of most of these games. But yeah, for sure, I've heard lots of good things about these games, and I've mentioned before that part of the reason I like this game so much is because it has MMO-isms that kind of buck a lot of trends, a lot of like the standard trends exactly for this genre. But yeah, it's good to get back into it though, because like I said, there's been a lot that I've forgotten over the years, so it's a nostalgia trip. But also, I never played this version of the game very much, so there's new stuff to enjoy. There's new story stuff because there's South Africa stuff I've never seen. The longest I've ever seen is the end of Tokyo, which I'm guessing has probably been changed around at least a little bit now. I remember you were an Ultima guy. That's right. Yeah, I always loved the story of you and the wifey with Ultima. Yeah, that's exactly why I'm doing it, Sean. It's like, normally it'd be kind of a bummer doing it solo, but no, this game thrives as a single-player game, which is exactly like why it's weird as an MMO, because, I mean, I've mentioned before, I love the story, I love the world building, the lore is cool, stuff that I like usually aren't in MMOs, to the scale at least, so people like me wouldn't normally be drawn to a game like this, so it's no surprise it was never that popular, but I do appreciate it for what it is, though. Never got terribly far. Then yeah, I mean, even like just the first couple areas are pretty sweet. There's a lot to enjoy about Solomon Island, but Egypt is pretty cool. Part 1 of Egypt is kind of so-so, but part 2 is really fascinating. The story is tragic, but really freaking cool. And then Transylvania is awesome. There's a lot of cool shit in Transylvania. Yeah, puzzles and the investigations, exactly. It's like you're solving a mystery, man. Scooby-Doo mysteries. So cool.
Miss Radcliffe and I have been vigorously debating our non-interventionist policy in the area.
I was on the debate team in high school.
There may be a window for us to take direct action. Well, not us, as much as you.
A cargo ship ran aground on one of the coastal islands. We have it on satellite time-lapse, coming in at the head of the Biocult fog. That's how the creatures got here. Like a mutant cruise liner. The Love Boat with a vengeance. Sorry. Protocol is to wait for our raid teams to be deployed, or our pilot could airlift you now.
In such a scenario, I should mention that similar cargo ships could have been used to transport material from our sister corporations within the group. That's not a confirmation.
But someone like you could probably find a use for that material. A good use, if it was there. Which I guess I'm not telling you it is. That's how this works, right?
Quite. One more detail. I need you to sign this release form, agreeing that the group cannot be held accountable for any personal injury resulting from, but not limited to...
Sir.
It's for their own good. It's for your own good.
And by your, he means theirs. He means the Orochi group. Shared world survival. Yeah, the official term for this version of the game, at least, is that it's a shared world RPG and less of an MMO. And that's reflected in a number of ways, one of which is that I know in this particular version of the game, they limit how many other like human players you'll see in the overworld areas, or in the in-game areas, that is, when you're doing missions and whatnot, to make it feel like it's more, not deserted, but to like, I think the idea is that they feel that like too many players visible would kind of ruin the vibe, would kind of like ruin the, you know, the spooky vibes and whatnot. So like, yeah, they've kind of like limited the like other player interactions intentionally, and of course it's not a huge audience anyway, so it's not like it's not like it's that big of a deal. The unfortunate effect is that it makes the game feel kind of dead, but you know, it's a I guess a direction they wanted to make it go in. Because, yeah, I agree. It definitely plays and feels like an MMO. And I've mentioned before, that's actually one of the things I dislike about the game. I'm very selfish. I would almost say, like, dude, I don't even care about the game, man. Just give me, like, a point-and-click adventure game, or, like, a walking simulator where I can go through the story and like, do the mysteries and the mystery solving and all that jazz. Like, I want to experience the game without the gameplay getting in the way. Because, yeah, there are times where, like, the combat's, like, kind of a chore. So, I don't know. I don't dislike it, obviously. But there are parts where it's like, man, the stuff I love so much, or the things I love the most, at least, are like in between the cuts, or in between the fighting stuffs. Also, Braxton, good to see you, buddy. Got to Transylvania. Yeah, if you haven't played since Legends, since the game relaunched as Secret World Legends, and yeah, Elshawn's right. It's unfortunately it would have reset character progress. Although you should still be able to keep your character and all your cosmetics, which is good. People running around. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's always like a bit of a piece of the immersion that is to be considered, because like, you'll kill a big bad guy and they fall down, they drop a thing, and then they just stand back up 5 seconds later, because obviously other people need to be able to kill them to fulfill their quests. So yeah, there's like that kind of immersion breaking that kind of happens too. Yeah, not having to start it. Yeah, exactly. Although for this character, so the original character that I brought over, I beat Solomon Island, but then I stopped then. I stopped at the very beginning of Egypt and never came back to it. But for streaming it, I started with a brand new character just so I could start fresh and get all the intro cutscenes, just because there's a lot I'd forgotten. And a lot I've forgotten still. I remember like some decent bits about Transylvania and about Tokyo for that matter. But yeah, a lot of it's just kind of rediscovering it for sure. Do the chopper. All right, here we go. So we just kind of have a general idea of where we're going exactly. Also, let me ride my. Speaking of choppers, let me take this motorcycle this beast of a motorcycle over to this guy. Guess I just say enter. Well, I will use the thing. Now let's see. Into the island channel. Let's see. Sorry, space I'm supposed to... Or do I just use the dungeon thingy? I say story mode, right? Oh, can I not do it? Does it have to be elite? Ooh, I don't want to do elite stuff. If it's a private team. Is this how I would do it then? Yeah. As long as it's the story mode, that's what I want to make sure I'm doing, because I know that the story mode and elite mode are very different, and I don't think I would have the beefiness to be able to do that solo. I guess I would say I'm DPS. Okay, cool. Sign up. Accept. There it goes, cool. Yeah, I wasn't exactly sure how the dungeons work solo. I've never done a dungeon solo before. Back in the day, me and the homies would do... we'd play through all of them, but we didn't do all the elite ones, because the elite ones are super freaking hard, but we did all the story ones for sure. But being that we just reached level 50 earlier tonight, so I think we're in pretty good shape to be able to... I think, in pretty good shape to handle this solo, probably. It won't be easy. Well, I don't know. We're pretty over-leveled, but still, there are some pretty tough fights to this part. There's a few things to mention, though. They mentioned how this particular shipping boat, when it crashed and, like, the monsters overtook it, the monsters that were on that ship, I guess, like, followed the source, like, were able to follow back to Kingsmith. So, like, a lot of the monsters were brought to the shore, were brought to the town by way of the Polaris's crash, but I don't exactly understand to what degree exactly, because we know that a lot of the drow came from the sea, the zombies, of course, came from the town, so I don't know how much of the big bads came from Polaris itself, but it sounds like enough came from it that it was a problem. What's that word? Vampire. Oh gosh. Vampiroteuthis. Vampiroteuthis. Infernalis frequency. Wow. Stop the rot before it starts. That is the idea. This is the Draug Island.
Connection established to the Rochi core. Running real-time situation analysis.
So this guy, actually, yeah, I think these are just normal monsters, nothing fancy. Let's get our little buddy. There we go. Yeah, we're kind of over-leveled for these initial combat situations, but then the bosses will happen. And these dungeons are usually like a series of bosses. Ouch. And in case there's anything over this way. One of the main things I love about this game, of course, is the lore that you can find and collect, and it's frequently fascinating and sometimes very well hidden. So it usually pays to explore. However, we have a nifty little utility called Lore Finder. Or, no, not Lore Finder, Lorehound. That helps us discover the shit, so that also helps too. Except I'm going very far out. There's definitely nothing out this way, so I think we're good. So yeah, the Lorehound does a pretty good job of helping to identify things, especially in those cases like if you just like walk by something and you don't see it. That is very helpful. Yeah, it's so helpful, man. I didn't know about it until I was decently into the last area of Solomon Island. One of the viewers from a few weeks ago let me know about it, and I was like, "Yep, this is a must-have. This is so freaking useful." So we're gonna try to stay away from the lightning. This guy's got a decent bit of health, but he's pretty low level. And he's gonna do very little damage to us, so we can pretty much just tank him pretty well. Oh, I say that. Except he just did a crap ton of damage to us. There we go. Although he might have knocked me into the lightning. I guess that's certainly possible. I think the lightning does a crap ton of damage, so we have to, we have to get good. Your first dungeon boss. Oh boy. Use one of your dungeon keys to open it. Bold of you to assume I have a dungeon key, homie. Oh, was I supposed to do that? Shit. I didn't think I had any keys. Well, I got a nifty little thing there. How do I see how many keys I have? Because I've never found any... maybe you get a key by, like, killing the dude. Oop. Alright, so of course I want to look around for more lore if possible. But this is a pretty small area. There does not appear to be anything, so I think we're good to clear. To go forward. It's like you killed your first dungeon boss. I mean, yeah, he was a boss. I mean, it was kind of a mini boss. The big dudes are much more big dudes and dudettes are much more noticeable.
Avoid close proximity.
Avoid close proximity. What's that? As I'm fucking like walking up to these things and just bashing them open. Oh, you get free wins every day. Okay, so I probably shouldn't have used that one then. I probably should have held off, but that's okay. This is a fairly low-level dungeon, so I don't think anything it gives us is going to be, like, super amazing. But it's good stuff to put into the wood chipper to power up our other equipment. There it is. I mean, it's a shipping boat, so it's going to be pretty huge. A freighter.
Identification. Cargo vessel Polaris. Reported lost in Atlantic Ocean August 14, 2007.
Oh, 5 years before the events of this game, because it takes place in 2012. When you jump down... Actually, I think you can jump back up, but past a certain point, you're definitely committed. There'd be enough? Okay, cool. Be nice if there was a way to see exactly how many we had, but it's not a huge deal. Ooh. Senpai has noticed me. My little living flame buddy is such a good little dude. He's a helpful little lad. He, especially for a solo player, the fact that they do such a good job of like taking the hatred away from you, the rage away from you when it comes to bad guys you fight. Takes the heat off you, so to speak, since he's a little flame buddy. A little bit of a living flame here or there for you. All right, so now we've passed through the barrier. The way it like kind of dangles off. I always like the little touches here. All right, so that's the next boss, I think, or mini boss of sorts. This means I should definitely celebrate by... Oh, what's this? Oh, sounds like somebody has noticed me. Oh, there she is. The Flarbane Sorceress. Senpai has definitely noticed me. Too bad for her, though, because I'll just do all this. And then she's dead. Okay, there it is, yeah. Again, we're a little bit over-leveled for this, but it means we're not going to get much for rewards, but we'll feel very cool. Yeah, Living Flame is super useful. Yeah, for anybody who's... I mean, people probably figured out that, yeah, the primary weapon I went with is hammers, and the secondary is elementalism. As I'd heard that hammers are, like, pretty solid DPS, but also surprisingly solid, yeah, still don't know how many keys I have, by the way. Cool. If they're facing away from you, oh, that's actually not very good because enemies usually face you pretty well. I guess that's good if you're like tanking, if you're a DPS with a dedicated tank, maybe. Or of course our fire buddy kind of does that, but not always. But yeah, hammer's like pretty good in this game. I mean, it was pretty good in the previous game too, in the previous version, but it's especially good in this version. The DPS abilities it has are incredible, and the protection skills are pretty nice too. Oh, really? So, yeah, so she can like, she has a certain kind of move that is spicy. I guess I'm not surprised. But yeah, it can get a little bit tricky. Oh, I want to get the lore, dude. All right, fine, I'll fight you first. Big scary dude. I'm gonna stay away from whatever he's doing. Oh, he's mad. Oh, he's mad. Oh, right, he does this thing. I want to get the lore over here, man. Hammers are literally solid. Aggressively, literally. If they were not solid, then yeah, this would be a very different kind of conversation. When you're right, you're right. What's his name? The Varangian. I'm sad I can't eat this guy into the sky with the eruption skill. I love it so much. When you're a hammer, everything's a nail. Or when you have a hammer, everything's a nail. It's also worth noting that bosses in pretty much... Oh, wait, what are you doing? Bosses in pretty much all the dungeons are almost entirely immune. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna go get this thing. But yeah, bosses in just about every dungeon are like entirely immune to stun and... what's it? Debilitation, I think. Anything that like makes them stop attacking. Oh, got a friend. Here we go. Yes, the lore that I seek, so I can fill my brain with all kinds of forbidden knowledge. Oh wait, hold on. We have another friend. Okay, friend is taken care of. Put down for a nap time. Squats on a tiny island accessible by a rowboat. Not too far from Kingsmouth. The red seaweed. Yes, we heard about that. The pods pulsate, full to bursting with vile nativity. The fog covers all in a claustrophobic embrace. Swallowing sound to near silences, occasionally broken by hungry moans. The seagulls scream. Speaking of nativities, I read something the other day that said that nativity scenes are like Warhammer for like old grannies, and I thought that was pretty fucking good, actually. I'm pretty happy with that. With the idea of, like, old ladies being like, I'm going to place my Jesus here for optimal tactical placement. And then the, like, opposing granny that she's warhammering against is like, you bitch, you can't put her there. And the other one's like, I'll kill you. Then she'll take out a switchblade. I don't know. I've never actually played Warhammer or really seen it, but I assume it gets into, like, rule lawyering and, you know, fights and you know, the kind of shit that us nerds are sometimes known for. I don't know that for sure, though, but yeah, I just assume that grannies will throw down over that shit. Yeah, it's not my joke. I can't take ownership of it, but I saw it on that there internet, and it made me smile. It gave me a few smiles, actually, just a few. All right, so he's gonna like charge up the electricity, right, or the water, what that is. Yeah, so I have to get good. Not one of my strong suits. Ouch! Just zap me, you big meanie. Just stay here and fight me, please, or the other. Oh shit! I have to not be on this because it's gonna kill me. Ouch. Yeah, I think when that's like getting zapped like that. Wanna come over here and fight me, homie? Here, I'll do this. I'll summon him back to me. There we go, much better. Much better, there it goes. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, so Corey, or Yaxi is one of the dudes that I played with back in the day. In the before times. Before coronavirus. Before many things, it was a simpler time. Yeah, but yeah, Corey's right. Yeah, this dude in particular was kind of spicy. The story mode version, which is what I'm doing right now, obviously. If I'm soloing it, it's obviously story mode. But yeah, the elite version though, yeah, this guy was really spicy because if you make one slip, you just get zapped to death by the water or by the metal object that he's standing next to. So there was lots of jumping around, lots of getting bodied, lots of embarrassment abound even. Some more stuff. Ooh, that one's kind of nice. Luminous black sash. Although we already have a 3-pip that we're working on right now. If you had an enemy that's facing towards you. Oh, facing towards you. Ooh, wow, that's kind of nice. Global threat generation. That is pretty nifty. I'm tempted. I'll admit I am tempted. We've got that 3-pip though, which will give us more stats. Better, maybe not more stats, but better stats overall. Yeah, I'm more thinking ahead for the big boy. Big boy at the end. He's a big old smiley lad. Kind of fun one-shot these guys. Because again, we are way over leveled, and I just wanted to beat this just for to be able to have said that I've did it. What this though? Ooh, we need to find a code. We'll have to keep our eyes, ears, perhaps even buttholes open for where the code could perhaps be. Although it might be optional, I can't remember. It looks like it is a Orochi thingy of some variety. What if I type 3600 backwards? We'll come back for that. It's good. It's a good philosophy. I mean, I guess don't shut it, I guess, you know, I mean, leave it ajar in some degree at least, but yeah. I can't think of a good situation where you would want to, you know, pocket that thing up entirely. The code back there is a one-time thing? Okay. So we have to do something else to find... Oh, because you can't go back, can you? Interesting. Do I want to try to poke at this now, or do I want to come back for this later? I could, like, look around a little bit, but there's not a whole lot of places to look. I mean, there's, like, numbers on the sides of the shipping containers, but I have a feeling it's probably not that. Can I just bang on it with my hammer? I mean, I've got a hammer, and everything is a nail. So, I mean, can I just do one of these? Just smack it a whole bunch and make me feel better? Orochi crate. Okay, so it's tied to a different mission. I gotcha. It is always a good strategy. Elgasi, you might remember one particular point in the Egypt quest where there was that one dude we were chasing, and he goes behind a locked door, and I was like, well, shit, what do we do now? And I turned behind me, and there's a wall that's now destructible, and I was like, literally, my solution is to bang the wall with a hammer. So, Like, it's like, wow, one of the few instances where the solution is exactly what you think it should be. It's a beautiful thing. 426, I would sure hope so. I actually don't know how many digits it is, but 6 digits or 5 digits is usually a solid choice. The other solid choice is 69 digits, but, ouch. Oh, she popped. But yeah, I don't know how realistic that is, sadly. Yeah, 69 digits might be a little bit tougher to crack. Now, there's a big boy coming up that also I remember giving us all many troubles. Several troubles, even. Maybe that's not until... Oh, yep, it's coming up. Is that a giant tentacle? Or several giant tentacles? Oh, wait, no, just this one. Just the one tentacle. Just lazily draped over this thing. Oh, have I died at all? No, I have not died yet. Not today, at least. So no anima reparations to be made.
Detecting strong psychic signature emanating from inside the vessel. Exercise caution.
I'm sure it's fine. It's kind of fun just one-shot these things, though. I mean, again, when you're level 50, I guess we're kind of 50 plus. We leveled to 50 just a little bit earlier, so we're not like that, like, embiggened with numbers and power necessarily, but we're doing all right. But these things are like power level 12 or challenge level 12, so kind of hard to compare. I think I'm missing a lot of lore, but there's just not a lot of places to explore. To explore for the lore. Yeah, we got that whole little sequence coming up. That's one I remember us spending a lot of time on, especially for the elite version of this quest, of this dungeon, that is. But for single player mode, I'm not terribly worried. Story mode, that is, it should be fine. Got some friends. Are you gonna try to hatch more friends from them? They might. They're like still glowing. And I can't reach the ones up top, although they're placed such that they're not even targetable anyway, so even if you wanted, it wouldn't be an option. Alright, next little mini boss fight. Although this is kind of a maxi boss fight. Not really a lot mini about this lad. This big boy, there he is. So have to watch for... What's that attack? There's like attacks that he does to watch for. Okay, that's an obvious one. Yeah, get the fuck out of dodge for that. There we go, he's got his little buddies. Ouch! There's a lot of them, too. I wonder how he feels about me murdering his children. He's being pretty cool about it, all things considered. He's targetable again. Good. He fell for my trap. You've activated my trap card, allowing me to do damage to you. Oh, you're dead. Okay, cool. The Primordial Dweller, yeah. Then he just kind of sinks down. He looks more sad than dead. He's more like just, aww. You hit me with the hammer and now I'm sad. I mean, I guess if somebody murdered all my children and hit me with the hammer, I'd be a little sad too. Proceed with caution. What's that? Proceed with reckless abandon? Alright, I got you, homie. Reckless abandon coming up. Ooh. It is nearby. Don't mind if I do. So I've missed 2 and 4. So, well, not my finest performance then. The corpse of the ship still rests here. It sure does. There it is. The seagulls have gone quiet. A crawling shape intrudes. It plots out all reason in inky black madness. The Urdrog. Not even seagulls dare to scream its name. But I just said it out loud, so I might regret this. Well, the good news.
Large etheric wave disturbance converging on extraction point.
The good news is that we killed the big bad guy, and we're totally done, right? There's no other things. There was mention of the Ur-Drog, but I'm sure we don't have anything to worry about. It's not gonna bamboozle us halfway through the extraction. Whoop, there we go. We're just enjoying a leisurely helicopter ride. There's no shenanigans, no issues. Everything's fine. Oh shit, there is something there at all. No, I'll confess, I'm not exactly sure what an Ur-Drog is. It's not the Cthulhu, but it's like kind of a Cthulhu-esque thing. They explode, man. Seagull's like, maybe? Oh, don't do it, don't do it. He's like, alright, I won't. I won't do it. The Cthulhu Light. Just 1 calorie of Lovecraft. Rocky Arena. The lesser-known little brother of Rocky Balboa. 33.3%? I like those odds. We can't exit, alright. Alright, of course we have, presumably, all the lore, or we've seen all the lore that there is to see. Alright, you big nerd, let's do this thing. Now, is this the guy that, like, when he smacks you, he, like, eats you into the sky, or is that a different boss? Because he's not eating us so bad right now. I seem to recall, like, oh, he's doing that thing. I remember this. Yeah, we gotta get the fuck out of Dodge now. Just keep my distance and try to avoid any kind of direct line of sight if possible. But yeah, I seem to recall there was a dungeon boss that we were fighting that, like, every one of their normal attacks, they would, like, just send you flying if you were hit directly. So, like, Corey was our tank, and myself and Brett were DPS, and Brad was healing. And more often than not, like, Corey would have to, like, constantly have to be re-engaging this particular boss that I'm thinking of in my head. Again, I don't know which boss it was. Oh, shit. Get away from that. Hey, what's up, buddy? You're back. Yeah, throughout the fight, you would just see Corey flying back and forth frequently, which was always entertaining, but frustrating for him, I'm sure, because it was like, shit, I gotta walk my way back every damn time. How's my gaze? Gotta say, that's cool. From the depths. Dungeon Guardian has been slain. Cthulhu Fatagan, yeah.
Extraction point secure. Ending communications with the Orochi core.
Ooh, we get 2 fancy thingies. This one's bigger and fancier looking, but this one's smaller and purple. Ooh, patron set. Oh, okay, so I can't do that one. Yeah, we got none of thems. It's like, nope, sorry. However, we got one of these. So if you were a patron, you would get one of these cool things, including a patron-exclusive clothing item. Oh my! So get some pretty cool rewards there. But as a gross freeloader, I only get the basic stuff. What's Kirsten think from all this? Ooh, we got a fancy shotgun. We'll put that on the market. I mean, I guess or we can hang on to it ourselves, but I'll probably just auction it, TBH. Comprehensive survey of drug power is like pornography to the guys in Brute Resources. Is Brute Resources a real team, and how do I join them? The door's locked, by the way, always. A rare account of a vessel returning from the Isle of Dead ships. Something in the Sargasso caused the Polaris to disappear. The same thing that caused the other things to disappear and reappear. Oh, no, the things that caused it to reappear and then ram into Solomon Island, right? Because, yeah, there's the other freight. It's a black box I'd love to get my hands on. Even if we let Orochi use us, we'll still call it a win-win. I'll take it. Elgaso is the Brute Resources. Every single one of them. I believe it. You know, the lore around here, I think we're pretty much in the clear. Like, the corpse doesn't disappear, by the way, so you can, you know, teabag him if you wanted to or something. I don't know. Alright, we got his ass. Let's blow this thing and go home. This is helicopter number 2, by the way. 2 helicopters for this one. Yeah, so at some point I might go back and do the first hell dungeon and maybe also try my hand at the dream sequence, whatever that one was called, like the one where you go back in time. But eventually, I don't know. I don't know how many of these dungeons I want to go back and do necessarily. But that first one is pretty iconic and it's very fun. But again, when you're super high level, it feels a little bit cheap because it's like, oh, there's not a whole lot of challenge there. You just kind of power through it. Anyway, that is going to just about be it for us, folks. Gonna warp back to Agartha, and then I'm going to place myself just in front of the warp that leads into Transylvania. That will be able to start Transylvania proper next time. When is the next time? I don't actually know. There's a chance I might be able to stream tomorrow or part of Sunday, maybe. No guarantees. I would say tomorrow's probably unlikely. Sunday is a hard maybe. If nothing else, I will definitely be back on Monday for surezies. Oh, that's good to know. That is good to know, Sean. Yeah, I do like the cutscenes, but yeah, it's nice to know that, yeah, all you have to do is get to the dungeon menu, and then you can start it remotely versus having to drive or walk all the way there, which is nice. 'Cause yeah, that is an added convenience that I don't think existed in the original game. South Africa. I think Transylvania jump is all the way here. Yes. There's 3 of them. Okay, yeah. Besieged farmlands, Shadowy Forest, and the Carpathian Fangs. So this is where we're gonna start. And there's a chance there might be like a cutscene at the very, very beginning, so we'll wait for that, and we'll do it next time. So thank you all again for joining, my friends. This is yet again a very fun stream for me, and I appreciate all you being here, all you wonderful people being here.